Coming to you from iRacing, Teague and Peck and Matty Kavanagh here. Teagues, it's been a big night. We celebrated after the top 10 shootout last night, and we're a bit dusty today.
Yeah. It's lucky that this was starting at 12 o'clock today because, I don't think I would have made 8 o'clock this morning. But, I'm pretty excited. The top 10 shootout last night was pretty cool. That was awesome to do. And, Sam Dicker came away with the win and Guy Leach was second there. So, pretty good results there. We'll see what happens throughout today and what the guys can do. But, I'm excited. We've got another commentator who's going to jump on board and commentate with us as well today. So, that's going to be pretty cool. We'll be able to, have a bit more banter and probably someone, who's going to keep us a little bit sensible.
Well, I think he's going to be a lot more professional than us, and we're going to try and drag him to the dark side. He's had a big weekend as well, and we keep stirring him up because we're confused between Australian Central Standard Time, Australian Eastern Standard Time, and I think he's channeling a bit of Western Australia as well. So because they're an hour and a half behind you guys in the Central Australian, a couple of hours behind us here on the East Coast. So it's going to be a good one. We've got 19 teams involved, and some of those guys aren't just 2 drivers. We've got 3 drivers in some of them, so there's just over 40 competitors taking part today. So it's going to be an absolutely fantastic event. Let's have a quick check of some of the results last night in the top 10 shootout. And one of the things we need to remember in the top 10 shootout was if you touched a wall or went too far over a curb or something, you got to do not qualify, really, is what we see. So as you can see there down the bottom, it was Damien McCartney and Braden Wilmington. Now Wilmington he was the one that actually drove in the top 10 shootout, and I think he touched a wall or something. So iRacing pulled him out of that one. Then it was Mason Harvey was in 9th place, and same thing, some issues there in the Western Australian entry. Dan Evans was the man who Jason McCoy put all his trust into, and he made an error. I think he went too far over a curb. I mean, really, we're not even disappointed by that team, are we? We just come to expect it.
No, it's definitely an expectation, and Dan Evans was talking a big game, and unfortunately for him, didn't make it through the top 10 shootout. So it's a bit of a tricky one, really, with the iRacing thing. Any sort of incidents like dropping a wheel off the track or bumping a wall or anything like that is gonna discount your lap time. So that's unfortunate for those 3 that they weren't able to put a time together for that top 10 shootout. So, but I mean, what a cool concept it was, Matty. One screaming lap to try and get the quickest time, and look at how close the lap time's in from 7th onwards. I mean, Ryan Robson came 7th with a 2:05.853. Braden O'Cass from Alice was in front of him in 6th spot with a 2:05.433, so some pretty close timing there. Then 2:05.226 for Callan Gear, who came 5th in that shootout, and then we started creeping those times down from 4th onwards. So 4th was Tommy Maxwell doing a 2:04.767, so he bumped out that time. We thought that was probably going to be where they sat. Then Josh Drake went quicker again, doing it for Team ScoMo. He was 3rd, 2:04.741. Then Guy Leach almost broke into the 2:03s. He came 2nd. He was 2:04.188. And then Sam Dicker just came out and just absolutely pumped the rest of the field with a 2:03.724. So didn't just break into the 2:03s here, Matty. He jumped right on in and made sure there was a good distance between himself and second.
Yeah, no, Sam Dicker really stepped up, didn't he? And to have Kevin Norman as a co-driver this weekend, better watch out for those Western Australians. I mean, they probably just got up and only just finished breakfast. So hopefully they're about 3 coffees in. We do have a practice session up at the moment we're not going to cross to. We are going to, though, today, with the iRacing format that we had after the Pecky's Performance Dyno Tune top 10 shootout, the idea was that those 10 would start off the front of the grid today. What has happened is in the iRacing world is we can't do that with the team. So we've got a 15-minute quick shootout, which is going to be our qualifying session for today. So the top 10 shootout was a standalone event. And Peggy's Performance and Dyno Tune came on board. We've got a trophy to give away. We had all that sort of stuff. It was great to watch. I mean, we could just do top 10 shootouts probably every second day, really. It was so exciting to watch. So today, though, we're going to have a 15-minute qualifying session again, which will then seat them. So these guys, whatever they did last night was great. It was great practice. It was good to be part of the Peggy's Performance and Dyno Tune top 10 shootout. But it's a new day, it's a new qualifying session, and it's about 7 minutes away from getting started.
That's the thing. I mean, as you said, we wanted to do the top 10 shootout, so that was the starting order. Unfortunately, iRacing, as it does, just said, no way, we'll do something else instead. But, Peggy's Performance and Dyno Tune still put up a bit of a plaque that we sent down to the guys in WA, so pretty good of Pecky's to jump on board and throw together some plaques. Got some plaques for 1st, 2nd and 3rd as well, Matty. But Sam Dicker taking out that top 10 shootout. He'll get himself a plaque. And I mean, it gives us a good chance here as well to restack the field anyway. I mean, we could have started off with that top 10 in that order, but it just shakes everything up. There's the potential that Sam Dicker could drop a wheel off during the qualifying session. Hate to throw out the the commentator's curse, but
you did.
That could shake everything up. That could shake everything up completely and change everything over. So we'll see exactly what happens there.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm just doing some stuff in the background here as we're checking out a few things. We had some issues with some liveries last night, and we really want to. We really want to make sure that is coming out, because some of the guys, like the Injectors Online boys, Guy Leach and Paul Mansell, are pretty keen. We know Paul Mansell does so many liveries, and of course he does want to show that off. And we know the BPM boys, the Chico entry, that really needs to be working. And so I'm just resetting some stuff on Trading Paints and hoping we can get that up, because we also got a bit of a taxi getting around too. Thomas Maxwell are in the taxi, the fake taxi. So I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, great livery. There's been a lot of fun had with these liveries here, and I like it because everyone's not just just taking it so seriously and putting together their proper liveries. Some of the guys are throwing together some fun ones. I mean, Sam McGrade and Zdeněk Radomski. Zdeněk throughout the entire NTE series had a livery that had us on there every single week. So that was his deal. So we'll see what happens with his one. I think he's got something special for us as well. I mean, as well as that, you got Brad Stott, who's also throwing together a pretty cool livery, a bit of a retro-themed livery with some of the things that are on the side of his car. So that'll be another one that we'll have a look at a little bit later on. But yeah, no, it's pretty cool to see all the different liveries, the fake taxis, as I said before. We'll see what these guys do.
Yeah, no, I really hope we can get that sorted, because we're not far away from obviously going into our qualifying session. It is about to come up on stream. We're just sorting out a little bit of echo feedback coming to you on the live stream. Of course, you can be watching us out there on Facebook, YouTube, or Madicab Media Twitch, and also on the iSpark Electrical and Fire Facebook page. So just in the background here, I am playing with a few things and hoping that we can sort out this little bit of an echo that we do have going on at the moment. Just trying to check that out. Of course, we can muck around with a few of the settings here, but we did have it working last night. We've not changed a thing, and for some reason, it doesn't want to play the game. So that's all right. Don't forget all your comments. We can read them. We do have them up on screen at the moment. We will be changing over. We'll be able to read those in the background. So keep sending in your comments. Let us know what's going on. Of course, we do have the bingo up. If you check out the Madicab Media Facebook page, we've put a bingo sheet up. First person to tick off all the bingo sheet, send in a photo of it ticked off with the words bingo, will get himself a 2212 Productions hat. So we'll send that out to the boys and girls. That should be absolutely fantastic. The other thing we got going on today is obviously great to see PBE Projects Proprietary Limited, who got on board for Tim Nichols during our first E-Series, have got back on board to do a livery competition.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. And yeah, we talked about it before. I mean, I probably jumped the gun a little bit there talking about liveries. But yeah, the PBE Projects guys jumping on board and helping out with a little bit of a prize for the best livery. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for that one. So it'll be good if everyone could jump on the Madicab Media page or iSpark Electrical and Fire page and just do a bit of a shout out and let us know who your favourite livery is as the day goes on. And you get to have a good look at them. I mean, 7 hours, I'm sure we're going to have a good look at every single car that's out on the track and probably have a chat with a few of the drivers. But yeah, make sure you jump on there or jump on this stream right now and just let us know which one of the liveries that are out there are your favourite. It'll help out with judging by the PBE Projects guys.
Alrighty, so we are about to go out there. Of course, one of the things we do in the E-Series, though, that we like doing the NTE Series, of course, is we do like to hear from our chaplain, Adam Bergen, who's done another fantastic job. And we asked him if he could put a prayer together for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be silent while we let Adam Chaplin do a prayer for today's race.
Thanks, Matt. It's great to be involved again in the E-Series. While things are picking back up in the NT and other parts of the country, we also recognise that many people are still living with uncertainty and in loneliness. Jesus emphasised the importance of loving our neighbours. In the Bible, we are told to first love the Lord with all our heart, soul and mind. Then we are to love our neighbours as much as we love ourselves. As we navigate these uncertain times, I encourage everyone to look out for those around us and find ways to love and bless them. Please join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you that we are able to enjoy this racing together, both as drivers as well as spectators. Thank you for everyone that has been involved in organising the event. Thank you for their willingness to give up their time and work through challenges and complexities. I pray that the drivers will find joy in racing. We also thank you for our families that have allowed us to spend time practicing and racing. We continue to pray for the nation's leaders as they make decisions. Be with the people working to serve and help others. We pray protection and wisdom for them. Finally, I pray for everyone listening in. Help us all to find ways to show love to our neighbours and be a light in the world. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yes, thanks Adam Bergen there for putting the prayer together. We do hope that everyone has a great time today, and I know he's going to be busy. Those boys have got their NT-retro livery on, really. It's a bit of an ode, I suppose, to the Northern Territorians. He'll probably understand what's going on with that one. But Tegan, we do have you back online. We are working through these echo issues. Hopefully we seem to be able to get that sorted very shortly.
Yeah, and it's always good to have Adam Chapman join us for the prayer. I mean, it's something that came to light in the NTE series, and we were able to get him on, and he did the cool Anzac Day one as well, which was absolutely fantastic. Phil Zamakis also joining us for that prayer, and I think it was something pretty special, and I think Adam and Phil both. Yeah, it's pretty good that we can do another E-Series and bring out some online racing, and I think we're going to see some cool stuff here today.
Yes, sorry, I'm just still working in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, please be standing and remove your hats quickly. We are going to cross to the Australian National Anthem before we get underway with qualifying. Well, looks like the echo issues are me, Tegan. That's what it is. So blame me.
Oh, that's wonderful. I thought it was me because yesterday we were having a little bit of echo that was coming from me. We were just chatting on Discord, and the boys were complaining that I was echoing. And about 15 minutes before we were going live, I changed over all my setup and threw on a gaming headset to do some commentary, and then everything went bad for me. Everything stopped working on my computer. I had to restart and pour some water on it about 3 or 4 times. So we got it going. But yeah, guys, we are looking to get the qualifying session underway. So this will, of course, set the guys up for the main race. We'll see exactly how they're going to stack up and where they're going to be running for the session here today. So yeah, the top 10 qualifying shootout session last night didn't actually end up counting for today. We can't actually set up the race accordingly, unfortunately, so it'll be a quick qualifying session. Guys will put together some of their best laps they can, and then we'll see exactly how they stack up and where we can go. So yeah, the guys who actually did the top 10 shootout last night will of course be starting off the main race here, so the guys can actually run whatever strategy they want here throughout the day. So basically, for teams of 2, they have to do a minimum of 21 laps. For teams of 3, they have to do a minimum of 14 laps. So basically, out of 161 laps, you can choose whatever sort of strategy you want. You have to start off with 70 litres of fuel. That's about the main rules that are going on for today. But yeah, we'll see how the driver strategy goes and when they change out. I know some of the guys are just looking to do it as basically when they need a drink, that's when they'll change out.
Sorry, mate, I'm doing things in the background here. Of course, it's great to have a production team of 3.5, which is obviously someone monitoring the stream in the background, me trying to send you everything out there and setting up some overlays and stuff like that while checking trading paints. You're on the microphone. We got another commentator coming in very shortly, but yeah, it's all systems go. But we've got qualifying to get it sorted. What we might do is bring up some of the times here. We'll see them as they go around. They probably haven't completed a lap here because qualifying session has just started. It's 12 minutes and 20 seconds left. So it's a 15-minute quick shootout session here for the iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000 series is coming your way, broadcast live. Well, thanks to the NTE series. Of course, if you've got any photos, any parties, something happening, you want to take a photo, hashtag NTE series. We'll check those out a little bit later. And we need to thank all the sponsors, of course, Rusty Media Solutions, Medicav Media, of course, iSpark Electrical and Fire, Pecky's Performance and Dyno Tune, another one, Tim Nicol Photography, PB Projects Proprietary Limited, and of course the boys from 2212 Productions, which is us.
Yeah, which is us. That's the massive production crew that you're talking about, 2212 Production. But as I said before, we've got a bingo card going around on the Medicav Media page. Make sure you grab that and have a bit of an interaction throughout the day and see if you can fill out the squares. You might be in the running for a very, very comfortable 2212 Production hat. We'll send that out to you guys. But yeah, qualifying session underway. You can see the time up the top. So that's all the time that they're going to have. 11 minutes, 24 seconds left to go for this qualifying session. So, you know, you're talking a 2:05, 2:06 lap time for most of these guys. So with only 11 minutes left to go, there's not a whole lot of laps these guys are going to get run and done. And as we said before, they're going to have to make sure that they don't tap any walls throughout this, which is quite challenging through the top of the mountain, the dipper and that. But yeah, they're going to have to not touch any walls. They're going to also have to make sure that they don't drop a wheel off the track or spin out or anything like that. Otherwise, their lap time doesn't actually count. So yeah, basically we'll be going off the fastest lap here for each car, and that'll set us up with how we race for this one. So basically one driver will start off, and then it's up to them how they want to set up their strategy throughout the day. We just have a look on board with, that would be Brad Stott out there at the moment. So he's running first for the cars there. So see what happens there. But yeah, Mobile Mayhem Racing, Brad Stott and Adam Bergen racing together in the NT Retro car. It's a absolutely fantastic looking livery as the first set of times just start to pop up on the board. First on the board right now currently is a 2:07.524, which is Guy Leach and Paul Mansell's team. So yeah, basically they're putting together the first laps. Those times I suspect will creep down with about 10 minutes left to go of this one.
Yeah, we will stand that. That looks like an outlap for those boys. I tell you what, Guy Leach, Paul Mansell, they were second last night in the top 10 shootout. Watch for then. Wilmington was really fast too, and that's Brian Wilmington, I believe. He just unfortunately, I think he touched a wall or went too far over a curb, so it really didn't count. Dan Evans looks like he's in. If you're watching this on the live stream, you can see the last names there on the left-hand side. That is who is in the car. So Guy Leach is currently in the car. Paul Mansell waiting to get in the 46 up there with the 2:07. As we start to go down, and it looks like I do love seeing Brad Stott up on screen because he's got the retro livery from the Northern Territory, and if you've been there for a long time, Independent Motor Mart, what an icon that was back in the day before it was bought out. Skate World, I mean, how many people want to see that go back to the Northern Territory? Good old Skate World.
Yeah, Skate World, it was a fantastic place. I didn't spend enough time there. I'm a bit younger than you, Matty. It was starting to disappear as I was growing up, but yeah, Skate World, I think there's probably lots of people who could talk about they met at Skate World and things like that. Unfortunately, a big set of apartments on top of where Skate World used to be. Right now, the half pipe ripped down out the front and everything. So yeah,
and the old NTD8. Remember those? Good. Oh, you know, I'm a bit older than you, mate. So remember those days when you got the blank screen at about midnight. Good to see you've got the telecom on. I do love how Bergen's actually put his face as the man of the Independent Motor Mart on the side of this car. So that'll be very interesting.
Well, Brad Stott's on the other side, so there's one on each. So yeah, Brad Stott's on there as well. But yeah, no, it is pretty cool. And yeah, I mean, the Independent Motor Mart, that's a bit of an icon in itself. But yeah, Mobile Mayhem is on the back of that car, which to me, growing up in the motorsport scene, that was a bit of an icon. I think the first time I seen the Mobile Mayhem boys was at a power cruise, and they were drifting a Valiant, I think it was.
Oh no, it was that was Lee. He had a Mercedes with a 5-litre V8 in it. Yeah, so yeah, that was the days when we used to run amok. We had a lot more energy back then.
Yeah, what was that, pre-kids, you reckon, or what's the go? Before you started setting all your burnout cars on fire when you were doing
that was back in the day when I did set my burnout car on fire. But anyway, we won't. As it looks like Sam Dicker has gone number one again, a 2:07.355, just outpacing Guy Leach again. So looks like these guys are going to have a great competition on this weekend. The Injectors Online Racing boys, they're back in the pits. I'm hoping that means Mr. Mansell is getting on board of that one. Josh Drage was another one who was quite fast last night, and just trying to see, he has set a time of 2:09 though, so we're looking to get around there and see what he can do at the moment. as we start. He's currently sitting there in 9th, and doesn't look like this is a good lap for him too. Maybe this is an out lap there for Josh Drage. Doesn't look like Jakey's jumped in this morning. There's 15 minutes. Not going to give you a long time. You're going to put your best driver in, would be my assumption. 15 minutes, and it's going to be hard to get a clean lap in clean air. Just trying to see where Mr. Peck is there. He's down in 15th. He's actually put a 2:14 together, but he's just gone up. He has just gone up there from Peck Racing. Good to see the Pecky's Performance Racing team on board, and he's gone to 14th. He's gone up one spot.
He better go better than that, or I'm just going to absolutely slay him all day. I was over there earlier on this week, and we're having a bit of a look. He ordered some new pedals and got them through, so he had some Fanatec pedals that he was looking to run. But decided not to change him over this close to the E1000, or as he goes off the track, just in front of another car. So
that means
because he won't go quicker.
That's always means we've got to do something there. I mean, unfortunately, I missed it, but we should have had this one. We should have had a bit of get off the grass on there for him. There we go. We get a big get off the grass. Straight over the curve there, Mark Peck, the 79 car, but he'll be looking. What was his fastest time he ran out the other night? He was bragging about it, I think. It was a 2:05 or something like that. Yeah,
he started getting down towards the 2:05s, 2:04 section. So, if he can do that, that's going to give him a respectable result here. And, I mean, the guys are sort of ranging here. The top guys are definitely doing the 2:04s, 2:03s, but there's some of the guys who are running around the 2:10 section. So, it's going to be a mixed field. And, I mean, you're talking 161 laps here, Matty Cove. I mean, there's so many laps to do that, it's going to come down to strategy, incidents, all that sort of things. And, you can actually claw back some positions. I think
it's just like Rusty Gregory. You can show up late to the race and you can still win. That's really what it comes down to.
Good afternoon, Matty. How are you, mate?
Mate, we're glad you're joining us with the voice of reasons here, because me and Teagues, we're going to get off track real easy. We need you here.
We've almost done
it. That's why you wrote me in the first place, wasn't it? It was to bring a professional in as someone gets really loose coming up around the top of the mountain. That's the 33 car.
Yeah, well, that is Deborah Robson and Johnson there, of course. Those guys combined age are about 18, aren't they? I think they are. I'm pretty sure Deborah's only about 16, so doing a great job. 15 or 16, bit of iRacing experience, of course. And we affectionately call him Deborah because he's racing on his mum's account, really. That's who's paying for him to be out there.
Oh, well, it's nice to have sponsors, isn't it?
Well, that's who should be on the car, I reckon. A photo of his mum straight on the bonnet.
Absolutely, on the bonnet, on the sides, on the back. No, you don't really want to put it on the back, though, because you don't want to hit the mum up the back. So.
No, you definitely don't.
Yeah, there you go. You're nearly taking us off track already.
I thought we had the voice of reason. Now, who's that up on the wall? Is that him again? Oh, no, he's had to reset himself.
Yeah,
let's see who else is out there at the moment. Of course, one that we were watching yesterday, Wilmington, doesn't look the BPM Chico boys. Let's see how Dan Evans is going. And we put him back in the car. McIver's put all his faith in him. And the 44 last night, he just stepped over the line too far and didn't record a time, obviously, because he went over the curbs too far. How's he going at the moment? He's in 5th at the moment, and his time is a 2:08.60.
It's going to be interesting to see if these lap times come down. There's only about 4 minutes left of this qualifying session, and we're still seeing the time sitting at 2:07, which, I mean, you could say that it's a slow time, but with the dynamic weather that's set up for this event, basically the track conditions all change, and it's not always going to be those quick times straight up. So the 2:07 mark might be where we sit with only a few minutes left to go of this qualifying session. And I mean, Drake's currently sitting at the top spot, and Evans he's sitting back in 5th position, so pretty respectable time for him as well, 2:08.600. So he's just sitting outside the top 4. So we'll see whether he can claw back any times as he goes through the top of the mountain here and tries to put together his best lap.
What I am doing, boys, in the background is I'm reloading, and there you go. We're reloading Trading Paints. For some reason, it just wanted to reload. We're re-downloading everything. The Chico boys are on. Of course,
You've just made McIver a very happy boy.
The Control R was not working. Everyone keeps messaging me going, Control R, Control R. We've tried it about 5 times. Let's just restart Trading Paints for the 5th time, and hopefully it all comes good now.
Tell you what, it's a good-looking car, that one. I like the Chico roll. Everyone loves a Chico roll.
You need a battered Sav, mate. They taste better. Yeah. Another one that's going to have a good livery. Let's see if we can get this car up on at the moment and see if.
Tell me all. Tommy Orton just lets us know that it's a slippery gypsy out there today on the live chat. So good to see that instead of racing, Tommy Orton's just listening into the live stream, and that's
why we got to bring him on. Yeah, Nick Sutton, he was fishing last night. Really loved the top 10 shootout, didn't he?
But yeah, no, those boys always put together a fantastic livery. They and I think they're the ones to watch as well, because they're going to be doing some probably pre-race celebrations as well. They generally bring that to the NTE series, and yeah, no matter where they finish, they'll celebrate.
They definitely will celebrate. As it looks like Dick has moved down. Look at Guy Leach has now gone a 2:06.560. So I would say track conditions are slightly different today, which is probably why we're seeing the different times after that 2:03 last time. As we get on board now, Guy Leach still getting around the track in the number 46 car, but the Injector's online entry. I did see the livery come up today last night. Trading Paints didn't want to load it, but it did come up early, and look at that. Paul Mansell has done what he is best at, made things nice and shiny.
I'll tell you what, although the times aren't exactly what we saw last night, the names at the top are very, very similar. It's funny how that always ends up being the case, isn't it? The cream always rises to the top, and in a short, quick qualifying session like this, that's what it's always going to be. That's going to be the important thing, isn't it?
There's that awkward silence. You can tick off your bingo sheet now. That's what I just left there for you. Bingo sheet is out on Madcap Media Facebook page if you want to get onto that one. First person to upload a photo of the bingo sheet ticked off and the words bingo on one of the forms of social media. We'll see it come up on the stream chat, and we will send out a 2212 Productions hat, as it looks like Guy Leach is going to the pits, so you probably want me to change that over and give you someone else. Dicker is the one who's going to be chasing down. He was last night's top 10 shootout winner. They've got 50 seconds left, so he's going to complete this lap. I don't think he's definitely not going to get around to start a new lap in this qualifying session. It's a 15-minute hard hit out. That is what's happening. So last night, just to explain to someone who's just joined us on the stream, we had the top 10 shootout last night. The plan was that the winners of that would carry over and start off the top 10 today. Unfortunately, iRacing has not allowed us to do that in the teams racing. So we've had a 15-minute quick qualifying session here this morning, and this is how the race will start from this qualifying session. We'll treat the top 10 as just a great event that it was last night. And of course, the Peggy's Performance and Dyno Tune have got some trophies to give away and stuff like that. So Tegan, you've got to send those out for your dad, because I know he can't do anything for himself.
Well, and that's the thing. He actually wanted me to bring them on over and have them here for the stream today, so I could present them. And I said, Dad, we're racing online here. I'm not sure what you want me to do, but I can't hand any trophies over.
Oh, look, so the session has come to an end. So whoever is out there at the moment is who will finish off. We're just watching as Sam Dicker, can he go up into the number one? Last night he won. Guy Leach is just in front of him by 1/10 of a second. Just under 1/10 actually. Last few corners for him as well. This is going to be interesting, boys. Josh Drage is back there in third. Evans. Maxwell back in fifth. Didn't quite go as fast today. Thomas Maxwell, like we say. He's obviously been over in Europe and Northern Territorian racer, but he is back and in the sim. Just the last corner to go here. He needs to beat a 2:06.56. Can Dicky get it done? No, he hasn't. He hasn't got it done on this lap. Just trying to see who else is still getting around on the track at the moment.
I wonder who that is who's doing burnouts on the front straight there.
I can almost tell you who that is. I don't need to guess, do I? Wilmington, this was one last night. Had some issues there in the qualifying, didn't record a time there, but he comes around and he's teamed up with Dave McCartney this weekend. Doesn't look like he's going to get down to the 2:06, but just trying to see if he can beat the 2:08 he did before. And no, he's going to stick with the 2:08.45 and stay in sixth position. Right behind him, looks like the Barry Bandits are there. The fake taxi, here we go. Thomas Maxwell and, of course, Sates out there. Dylan Sates, a couple of young guns there. Like we say, Thomas Maxwell, though, racing in Europe, the Formula 3s, I believe it was. He's back in Australia doing the Porsche Cup at the moment, but obviously with everything going on, we've chucked him into some sim racing. Good to see him in there with the Territory boys. The fake taxi. What would you call a Mustang like that if you could get a taxi? 2:08.3. Let's see how he ends up there. He will not beat his time of 2:08.23. So conditions change a little bit at the moment. As it looks like this session is coming to an end. Are the boys still doing burnouts on the main straight? No, Sammy McGrath.
Looks like he's... Yeah. Sorry, Matt, I was going to say, looks like they might be having a crack at it down in turn one. No, the fake taxi's exited out of the session there. Last car, it looks like across the line and way deep. Don't even worry about the brakes. The session's finished. Doesn't matter now.
Well, I just want to know if I can go back far enough to see that. Here we go. Instant replay.
Brad's going for the jump, apparently.
Oh, where is Brad? We got to find him if he's going to go for the jump. We're going to try and tick this one off nice and early. All right. Let's see. Is he going to go for the Conrod jump?
How's that? Sam McGrade not happy with his 13th spot. Obviously, just keeps running on the pit straight there and just writes the car off. So the team's going to have to work hard to put that back.
Brad Stott can't even get to the jump. I don't know what's going on there. Just doing the burnouts like the Mobile Mayhem used to do. You're just smashing the tyres. He actually made some smoke there. That used to be the joke with Brad. He used to do lots of burnouts and never produced high amounts of smoke. We used to give him heaps about it. So it's good to see he can do it in the virtual world. He doesn't have long. We've got 20 seconds till the big race gets underway because this will reset him. They will have to grid up. Let's have a look. Guy Leach looks like he's going to be at the top. That's going to be our number one qualifier starting off the race on pole today. Then it's going to be Sam Dicker, Josh Strage, Dan Evans, Thomas Maxwell, Braden Wilmington, Darcy Gear, and of course then we are going to move down to Robson, Harvey, Nickel will be your top 10, and it looks like Timmy Nickel going to start that one off as that brings the session to an end. So they will reform, so they are gridding up at the moment. What I am going to do is I'm going to head over and I'm going to hope that this starts, because with all the changes we've had over the last couple of days, I'm hoping this grid's going to form up for us. How is that, boys? Look after you, don't I?
Oh, look at that. Like a ball.
Anyone I think I've been working hard on this.
So it looks like it will be Guy Leach starting off pole position for this main race. Then we got Sam Dicker on his outside out of position number 2. Josh Drake will start out of position number 3 with Dan Evans on his outside starting in position number 4. Tommy Maxwell starts out of 5th. Then we go back to Braden Wilmington starting out of position 6. Back to Callan Gear in 7th. 8th will be Robson. Spencer starting out of 9th. And we got the Timmies starting out of position number 10. Timmy Nickel, Toucan. Timmy will be starting out of 10. Then we go back to Freeman and McCartan, who will be starting out of 11th and 12th. Back to Sam McGrade, Tommy Orton starting out of 13th and 14. Mark Peck and Morabito starting out of 15 and 16. And then rounding out that field is Brad Stott, starting out of position number 17. We did talk about it before that there was roughly 19 teams who were competing here today, I should say. But just found out, unfortunately, for Braden O'Cass, he's had some major technical difficulties and he won't actually get out for this race. So unfortunate to lose Braden O'Cass because he's a good, solid contender for this E-Series.
Can hear the revs come up. Green flag drops and we are away for the first of 161 laps around one of the toughest tracks in the world. Side by side into turn 1, but looks like the 72 is holding fast on the outside of the 46 car there. We've got a good drag race going up Mountain Straight for the first lap here, boys.
Yeah, so we'll see how they stack up through the first sets of corners here at Bathurst for the E1000, thanks to iSpark Electrical and Fire. Guy Leach is sitting up the front end. He's gone back to the 3rd position now. It looks like Sam Dick has managed to get his way through and made his way up to the top spot. So Guy Leach dropping off a little bit here. Now, it's, as we said before, 161 laps will be the journey. So these guys got to be careful in these first opening laps, not to go too hard and end up in the pits. Because, the long race here, and it's going to come down to how they battle it out throughout the entire race, not just the first couple of laps. I was going to have to get their strategy going nice and early on. And, I think, Rusty, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these guys do start their strategy coming into play straight away or not. How many laps the guys are going to try and do straight up, or, they're just going to run a tank dry, or, when are they going to start changing out drivers?
Yeah, well, I think when it's this early on in the race, you kind of just have to keep the tank topped up. If you do happen to get a yellow flag, you come in, duck in, top it up, and just basically give yourself more options for the back end of the race. That's really what it's about. It's about getting to that last 30 or 20 laps. And, I don't want to quote Neil Crompton here, but it's all about buying a ticket to the big dance. You need to get to that last part of the race in order to have a shot at winning. And in order to do that, you've got to get the first half of the race right. Yeah,
that's exactly right. And, it's, we've been given the powers here as well, Rusty. We're able to call when we're going to do a virtual safety car here. So, of course, if there's a massive pile-up, we'll call the safety car out. But potentially we might actually throw a competition caution as well, which will bring the field back together and bunch everyone up, which could be a game changer as well. Because I'm not sure. I think it's about 3 or 4 laps that they end up doing rolling around on the safety car and then that bunches the group back up together, and then we could see some position changes there in itself later on in the race.
And it brings some strategy into it as well, in terms of whether you come in and do a driver change under yellow, whether or not you top the tank up. It looks like it's actually been pretty clean for the first part of the race, for the first lap there. Dicker doing a good job up in front, just setting the pace. Guy Leach in behind, and I think he's really just biding his time at the moment. There's no point in going deep and stuffing it up the inside on lap 2, because you're not going to win a race on lap 2. You've got a long afternoon ahead of you, and it's really just about staying in line, doing what you have to do, and just trying to keep the nose clean and get this thing to the last part of the race.
Yeah, we can already see some battles going on in 3rd and 4th position. We've got Dicker out the front, Leach in 2nd, but it looks like Josh Drake and Tommy Maxwell might already be battling it out. They were side by side going through the first sets of corners of Bathurst. So we'll see what happens here, whether the guys get some nice early challenges going on. Looks like they might have separated themselves a little bit, but we could see them start to go side by side through the top of the mountain. It's pretty tough here trying to pass, but the guys are keeping the packs nice and tight early on. And fantastic looking car there for Josh Drake with Lucas Autos on board of that one. Changed the livery up slightly since the original NTE series that we ran back earlier on in the year in, I think it was about March, so he's changed it up a little bit. Lukey's still on board as a major sponsor there, though. The fake taxi car, though, Rusty, I absolutely love that. I reckon that's an absolute cracker.
I've never seen a two-door taxi, so it's not hard to tell that it's a fake one, but it is an absolute cracker. I do like that one. It was interesting, though, looking at the front runners when we were on board there was a lot of oversteer coming through the top half of the mountain. I don't know whether it's just because they've got a full tank of fuel on board or whether they're just still getting the tyres up to temp, but it definitely looked like a couple of the cars were fighting some oversteer, which means that's not where you want oversteer, is coming over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder how early on they're going to have to look at their tyres as well. That's probably another thing, how early on are they going to start frying their tyres here? So, there's another strategy in itself. We're talking about fuel and drivers here, but as you race such a long race, and these laps are huge around Bathurst, around Mount Panorama, so tyres can start coming into effect pretty early on as well. So there's just so many things that must be going on. I know these guys have been doing a lot of laps around Bathurst over the last month leading up to this, and just really starting to work out, how long they can get out of a set of tyres, how many laps they can get out of 70 litres, and what they want to do, because obviously the fuel time to change over, to fuel up the car, that's a big thing in itself. I know, talking to Paul Mansell earlier on in the year, he does that much testing on iRacing that he actually has it down to a T, that he knows that 70 litres, 60 litres is going to be this long in the pits. Doing a set of tyres will be this long in the pits. So, those guys really, they know what they're doing for this one. So all that testing would have come into play, not just about getting around the track, but, to what they can do with their cars.
And that's exactly right. And the difference between real racing, and I say real racing with the greatest of respect, racing in the real world and online sim racing is just that little bit cheaper. You go racing in the real world, it costs you a lot of money to go testing. You do it online, not all that much, so you can really hone exactly what you were talking about, how much you fuel burn, how long you can get out of a set of tyres, all this sort of stuff. And these guys would know that. They'd be coming in and they'd be thinking, okay, if we've got to save fuel, we've got to shift at this point. We're not going to run it all the way out to the red line. It is no different to racing in real life, as I'm keeping an eye on one of the other cars, the 221 iSpark racing car. I think it's got McGrade behind the wheel at the moment. It's got the big battered Sav on the back quarter panel, has had a hell of a lap, went really deep in the last turn, nearly spun the car out, and he's just given the wall a couple of clouds going over the top as well. So not a good lap here for the 221 car. It was a little bit higher up on the mountain than that one, but certainly struggling in these early parts of the race.
How good is this, the Madicav Media replay? Madicav Media has been doing a fantastic job getting this stream together, and had some fantastic shots of Bathurst. Just doing the blimp view there, having a look at, and it's cool here. It's a race simulator, and they've got some absolutely fantastic graphics into this one, and so much detail. I'm sure if you go to Bathurst, there's a lot of this stuff that is really there. Outside of the track, they haven't just put the detail into the track, they've done the outside as well. So yeah, it's going to be good here. Paul Mansell's just sent through a message on the stream chat. He's gone tyres. So there's a man who's been racing for 12 years on the iRacing platform, and he's saying it there. He's saying that the main strategy there is going to be about tyres.
Yeah, absolutely, and it always is. It's really about how well you can manage them, how well you've got the car set up to take advantage of the tyres when you need to take advantage of them, not overworking them, not pushing them too hard. As we see, I think it was Dicker getting a little bit loose, just starting to come down the hill there. Just before he got into the dip, the car got very, very sideways. Managed to save it, which is not an easy thing to do coming down the hill there, because the car's loaded up in all sorts of wrong directions. But a lot of experience with some of these front runners at the moment, and Dicker and Leach are having a pretty good battle up front, considering we're only on lap 4.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, good shot off the back of Sam Dicker's car there, having a look back at the distance between himself and Guy Leach. So we'll see what Guy Leach does here, whether he can start to rein in that gap, or whether he might just be sitting pretty cool here and just letting the race roll on out, getting the laps on the board, and just, not letting the leader get too far away, but not pushing the car too hard early on either.
Well, and the good thing is when you're sitting back in the draft like that, you can tend to short shift if you want to take advantage of the draft. You can save a little bit of fuel early on. Even if you can squeak out an extra lap, it may make a difference at the other end of the race. And I reckon Guy Leach knows that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's just going to be sitting there and waiting. He's the other thing there is he's also putting a lot of pressure on that front car to hold it steady throughout. So, Guy Leach just sitting back there, just having a look back further in the field. So that looks like a battle going on between Braden Wilmington and Dan Evans for 5th and 6th position. So your grid order right now, as you can see on the left-hand side, lap 5 of 161. So we've got Dicker at the front, Leach in 2nd, Josh Drake in 3rd, back to Tommy Maxwell in 4th, Braden Wilmington in 5th, Dan Evans is 6th, then back to McLean in 7th, 8th is Robson, then back to Freeman in 9th, 10th is Spencer, Tommy Orton back in 11th position, so he's already jumped in the car from Nick Sutton. Timmy Nickel in 12th, back to Peck in 13th. 14th is Brad Stott, then back to Sam McGrade. Morabito in 16th, and then McCartan rounding out the field in 17th. So having a look on board the iSpark view here, having a look at Braden Wilmington. Pretty good looking car there as well, with Damon McCartney as the co-driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's working these tyres very, very hard in this first stint. You could hear as he was climbing up the mountain, you can actually hear the tyres squeal. And if you can hear them squeal, that means you're probably going a little bit too hard on them, or you don't quite have the car set up the way you want to. You've got to work them a little bit too hard. So I think some of these guys further back in the pack might struggle with this as the race goes on, as you get towards the end of that first stint with the as you approach the pit stops. So Wilmington, he's certainly on the ragged edge. He's taking advantage of every inch of the racetrack, going right up close to the wall on exit of just about every corner, which is what you need to do, but you don't give yourself a lot of margin for error when you're doing that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You said it earlier on, one of the toughest tracks in the world, and fantastic that we're able to run here. But yeah, it's just such a technical track, and every wheel movement counts for something here. You're talking the lap times that the guys were doing, as it looks like Braden Wilmington goes off the track there, maybe a little bit too much late braking, so he holds onto his position, gets back on the track. As I said that, it looks like Dan Evans, having a look at the Medicav media replay here, you just see he taps the curb there a little bit too hard, and it unsettled the car. He goes off onto the grass, as it looks like ScoMo might have been letting us know to keep off the grass, but that one will upset Laurie Feehan.
Yeah, just a little bit too much speed in there, just lost the rear as he was coming in. He actually did a good job not to completely loop the car around, so to only lose 1 or 2 positions in that is actually not a bad result when you consider how fast you're going at that point of the racetrack.
So lap 6 of 161 here at the iSpark Electrical and Fire Bathurst E1000. Thanks to the guys at NTE Series. Massive shout out to all our sponsors who are on board. Of course, if you are tuning in and having a look at the live stream, make sure you give us a bit of a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from, and shout out to who you want to see at the pointy end of this race, being on that top position of the podium. The Facebook page at NTE Series. Make sure you give it a shout out, do your hashtags, show us where you're viewing in from, and give us a yell about the favourite livery as well. Of course, we talked about it earlier. PBE Projects are doing the best livery here, so we'll be awarding that later on. So make sure you shout out which one's one of your favourites. We'll give you a couple of good shots of each car, so you can have a look at that. But yeah, just have a chat to us. Tell us what you want to see on the stream as well. This is a great thing that Maddicab Media and Tim Nickel Photography have brought us. So how good is that, having a look at the gears that they're going through, the dashboard, the digital dashboard?
It actually is good because it gives us an idea of where these guys are shifting, where their braking points are. Just topping out at 289 kilometres an hour, coming through the chase there, and brings it all the way back down to around 110 k's an hour for Dicker. So it gives you an idea of just how hard these guys are driving the cars. He's actually shifting pretty early by the look of it, well before the 7,500 rev limit on these cars. So probably keeping a little bit in reserve for the time being. But to watch these guys drive lap after lap cleanly, it probably doesn't highlight just how difficult it is to do at this racetrack. Doesn't matter whether you're in a real car or whether you're in the sim. It is an extremely difficult racetrack to get around cleanly every single lap. So for the guys who are doing it well and doing it quickly, I take my hat off to them because they're doing a great job.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, we're talking about a long race here, and that's going to be something that comes into play as well, is, you know, how these guys can manage themselves as well, because, you know, you're talking about racing for the next 7 hours, and of course you've got co-drivers so they can swap out, but you know, their mental concentration is going to be really tested here. They're going to have to really watch what they're doing. As we have a look at a good battle here for 5th and 6th, Braden Wilmington and Dan Evans battling it out. The Chico car in behind in 6th position, battling it out with the iSpark Electrical and Fire number 27 in 5th position. So good battle already going on. It's good to see Wilmington's actually picked his position back up here, Rusty. He's managed to get back up to that 5th spot.
Yeah, absolutely, and he'll be kicking himself that he had to do that in the first place, because it means you're using up the car, you're using up the tyres, you're just pushing it a little bit harder than what you really wanted to do. So it looks like it hasn't really worried him too much at this point in time, as he tags the inside curve, just unsettles the car a little bit as they come up to the skyline there, coming down. And it's hard to put in words just how difficult that part of the racetrack is, how light the car gets as it comes over the crest of the hill. You've got a braking marker downhill off camber with the car unloaded. It is incredibly difficult to get that part of the racetrack right. So the guys who are doing it quickly are certainly doing a good job this afternoon.
Yeah, we just talked about the battle that was going on for 5th and 6th between Wilmington and Evans, but Justin McLean is back there in 7th in the L&S off-road car. So he'll be sitting there waiting for these guys to battle it out and probably try and pick off a few positions here. Callan Gear, one of his co-drivers, and of course, as well as that, we have Neil Woodburn on that car. So this is one of the teams that are running three drivers for the entire race. So those guys will have to do a few more driver changes to make sure that they get their minimum. But Callan Gear was one of the guys in the NTE series who was... he did fairly well for himself. He actually missed out on one of the final rounds, but yeah, he was looking like a strong contender for the podium for the whole series, for the NTE series earlier on this year. So yeah, he's sitting back there in 7th position, right behind the Chico Evans car right now. So we'll see what he can do here and when he looks to make his moves.
100%. Great looking car, as you touched on, the black and red livery. Black and red always looks good on a race car. Doesn't matter what kind of car it is, always looks good. We've got a good battle going on here for 15th. It's down in the pack, but when you've got 3 cars nice and close like this, as someone makes a big move, that looks like it's Stott, and it looks like he might have gone a little bit deep there trying to pull the car up. It looks like he made it stick, though, used up every inch of the road, and we've still got it going on. 3-way battle here for the minor placings back in the pack. Certainly looking the goods. Very racy on lap 8. There's a little love tap between, I can't quite tell which number that was, but certainly some good racing going on back in the pack here.
Yeah, that's the car that's just in behind them is the number 6 car as well. So that's Jason McCartan, who's just in behind him. But yeah, as you said, good battle going on here. You've got the front car of the 24, so that's back in 15th position. So Morabito, this is going to be a challenging one for us, Rusty. There's 2 Morabitos, so we're not going to be able to tell which one's Julian and which one's Reese, but we'll do our best and see what we can do. But yeah, Brad Stott in behind him. He's back in 16th, and then that final position. Oh, as Brad Stott puts it in the wall hard. So he loses his position. He'll go back to 17th. So we have a look at the Maddicab Media replay. Just having a look here. What happened? So
I think he just gets on the gas a little bit too early. Doesn't clip the curb or anything like that on the way in, and just gasses it up. You can see it starting to slide there, and by the time it slides like that, you jam the brakes on it. It's pretty much all said and done by that point. You're going to eat concrete one way or another, whether it's on the inside or the outside, and that is a shame for him because he is well and truly back in the pack now.
Yeah, and he's lucky there, though, in saying that, because the famous thing within iRacing is what we love to call the sticky wall. And
Yes.
basically, when you hit a wall like that hard, generally what happens is the car, it's like the computer system actually glitches and the car gets stuck into the wall. And the only thing they can do to get out of the situation is go to the pits. And
Yep.
unfortunately, with this one, when you exit to the pits, you actually tow. So you're looking at 2-3 minutes of towing time. And so you lose so much ground. There's potentially a whole lap down that you go. So he's very lucky there not to get stuck in the sticky wall and to manage to get on. That's probably something we haven't really touched on yet, Rusty, here as well, is that with the iRacing scene, when you're setting up the races, you can choose to put damage on or off as well. So for this race, we've actually got damage set to off. So that's why with Brad Stott's car, he didn't have a wheel hanging off the front end there. He actually... He just the damage is set to off, so basically he didn't have to do anything there. So we have a look at the race preview. So I'll let you run through that one there, Rusty.
Yeah, 100%. So length of the race is 161 laps around this 6.2 length racetrack. Best lap of the day so far, 2:06.5, but we did see them as quick as 2:03 in the top 10 shootout last night. It is a track that is, I guess, revered around the world. It's up there with one of the top 5 racetracks in the world. It's mentioned alongside Le Mans. It's mentioned alongside Nürburgring as just one of those tracks that everyone wants to come to and everyone wants to race at. And through the beauty of iRacing, we get to do it just about whenever you want to. And today we're doing it as part of the NT iSeries, the Bathurst E1000 State of Origin Territory versus State. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great afternoon of racing. Cannot wait to see what it has in store for us.
Oh, and how good is it? The three of us get to work together and we get to tag in and out. I don't know how it's going to go though. 3 commentators who love to have a bit of a chat. I think you'll be trying to pry each of us away from the microphone. We'll be talking through the whole time, and we probably won't want to take our breaks, but we'll have to take our union mandated breaks at some point throughout the day, I think, Rusty.
Absolutely. The union rep, Matty Cavey, gets a bit upset with us if we don't.
Oh, don't even get his brother Michael Cav sorted. He's in the production studio as well, helping out, getting this stream going. But he'll throw on the brakes if he can as well.
He's in the broadcast truck.
He's in the broadcast truck. Unfortunately, it looks like Mark Peck's livery hasn't loaded up either here. So the good old iRacing thing. I think it's making Matty Cav lose his hair flat out because he's just had nothing but problems with getting liveries to load up, and ScoMo's pulling his hair out as well. So. But he's generally running a pretty fantastic looking Pontiac Trans Am inspired livery on the 79 car. And unfortunately it hasn't been able to get it to load up. But his daddy owns a livery as well. A livery. He owns a Trans Am, so that's where he got the inspiration for his livery. Got Mr. Jason McIver to throw that one together for him. So hopefully throughout the day it might just glitch and load itself up, but if not, he's got the Fury on the side. That's I'm sure if he doesn't do better than where he's at the moment in 13th position, there'll be a lot of Fury going on.
Yeah, Control R, keep refreshing, that's all it's about. Now, what the interesting thing here is we're going to start coming into lap traffic in the not too distant future. We're coming up to lap 10 of 161, but looking at the gaps back to 17th, the car that's currently running last, the Stott-Bergen combination, they're about 1:35 behind, so we're only a matter of around about 25 to 30 seconds away from coming into lap traffic in terms of on-road times, as we see the 221 car again get very, very loose. Whereabouts on the racetrack was that? Coming up the end of Mountain Straight there. And again, we saw that earlier on. This time it happened a little bit earlier in the corner, but just gassing it up a little bit too hard while the car's not pointed straight, and you saw exactly what happens. In fact, he even gets out on the ripple strip there, which unsettles the car even further. And unfortunately for the iSpark electrical car, that is not what you want. It's got Matty Cav's smiling face on the rear quarter panel. He wouldn't be smiling if he was in the car at the moment.
And that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Fantastic liveries for the boys who are getting around this track. I'm on one side of the car and battered Sav, Matty Cav's on the other side. So
I feel left out. Just so you know, guys, I've got feelings too.
Yeah, look, I'm going to have to talk to Zenik about this because it's not really fair that he's left you off. But I'm sure we can get something going anyway.
Mid-race, controller. I love it. Looking back at the front of the pack now, Dick is still doing a good job out in front. And at one point, he did actually stretch the lead out. It was about 1.8 seconds about a lap or two ago. It's back down to under a second now. Only barely under a second, but it is under a second back to Guy Leach in second. So Leach starting to make a little bit of a charge here as we approach coming up over the top of the mountain, and that is precision from Dicker coming over the top of the hill there. Gets down to the metal grate, and he actually tags the wall on the outside. I hope that didn't unsettle the car too much. Maybe he's starting to struggle with tyres. Who knows at this point? It is lap 11. It's not exactly in the window of where you would expect them to be struggling, but you're probably going to start to see lap times start to drop off a little bit from here on.
And we're just talking about Guy Leach there starting to make a charge, but Paul Mansell's joining us on the stream chat, and he's having a bit of a chat to us. He's 54 track temp equals slower times, less fuel. Then he said conserving tyre and fuels now. Jason McIver's just chimed in with a Chico. And but yeah, Paul Mansell just said pit stops with a question mark. So yeah, that's going to be, I think, where the strategy starts coming in. Have a look at the previous laps. So the times are definitely slower. So we just see 2:07.724 for the top spot there. And Guy Leach actually puts together a faster time, but not by much. It's 2:07.524. So those guys running out in the front just putting together some quick lap times. And it'd be interesting to see, the weather is on dynamic. We'll see if anything changes and whether those lap times start to come down.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would expect that hopefully, we will see some changes as the day does go on. As Leach gets really loose coming off the final corner there, it probably ate up a little bit of time. In fact, you can see it has stretched out the gap to 1.2 seconds, I think it is now. So the Leach-Mansell combination certainly looking good, sitting pretty in second position at the moment. But certainly, I think at this point in time, you'd have to say the top two cars looking particularly good when they've got almost, I think it's a 13-second lead, an 11-second lead over the third position car at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be another interesting thing here as well is, you have a look at those front two cars sitting out the front. They're 1 second, 1.5 seconds in between the top two cars, but then back to that third spot is 11.70. Then back to fourth is 15 seconds. So they're really stretching that gap out a little bit here, which, I mean, if they can keep pumping out the laps here and just getting them on the board and stretch that lead out even further, then that's when you'll sort of probably look to see them do their pit stops, because if they got that sort of, 15 to 20 second gap, when they do the driver change, that's actually a 15 second basically a hold on the car to do the virtual driver change. They actually hold them 15 seconds. So, that's where they're going to want that gap, because they're not going to want to drop back too fast. So if they're doing tyres, if they're doing fuel and a driver change, they're going to really want that gap between that next car.
And you do need to be mindful of that, because when you drop in for a pit stop, you've got to think, okay, I'm out in front at the moment, I've got a 15-second lead. It's only going to put you back in around third or fourth. But the problem is you end up back in traffic, and anytime you're in traffic, you put yourself at the risk of getting involved with someone else's accident, someone else's mistake, and that can end up costing you. So it's one of those things you really need to do to balance the juggling act, so to speak. And it's going to be interesting to see what the strategy here is for these guys.
Well, boys, I thought I better jump back on.
Also joined us on the stream chat. He's let us know that he doesn't have a photo of Rusty, and that's the problem. So basically, he's blaming you, Rusty.
He's blaming me?
We can blame you for everything.
Do some research. There's plenty of photos on me on Facebook. Matty Cav's got a whole album.
Right, it's I can't believe it, but normally you're in a purple background. Yeah,
and I've got my guitar and
you're all dressed up. I can't wait to hear you sing Purple Rain later in the broadcast. That's really what I'm hoping for.
My big puffy shirt, mate. I've got my puffy shirt on. I'm ready to go.
Tell you what, Tegan, we talk about union brakes. I'm going to let you take yours if you want.
Oh, that's wonderful, because my beer's empty.
Your beer's empty, is it? So, looks like I'll take over from Tegan.
I'll see myself out, lads. I'll see us all in 20 minutes.
Oh, look how good's this. We got three of us. We can actually swap up. This means we actually get a toilet break for 161 laps. We each get a chance just to refill the containers of alcohol. Water, and then we get to have a toilet break. So this is good. Rusty, good to be back on the mic with you, mate.
Fantastic to be back, mate. The theme for today is hydrate. That's what it's all about. And I hope that everybody out there is enjoying the stream wherever you wherever you may be watching from. It's going to be a great afternoon racing, that is for sure. We've got a pretty good race going on up front at the moment. but certainly some good battles going on back in the pack.
Definitely a lot of battles going on, and I have been running around doing the cameras while you guys have been talking, so I've got a chance to have a bit of a look at that. And here it is, Mark Peck, obviously just in front of Tim Nichols. These guys have been slandering each other on the Discord channel over the last week, having a great time and some good fun. So the boys are going to be keen to stay in this battle, I reckon. They'll just be happy to be battling out between the two of them, see where they end up. And that's what I really love about when you hear them on the Discord channel. So much banter amongst most of these guys out there that are racing this weekend as part of the E1000 state versus territory. Of course, the Bathurst 161 laps. We're only 13 laps in though. Like, this is going to be a marathon. It's not a sprint race. The boys at the front, well, what have we got already? Their best lap already is a 2:06. 6:20. So that's the boy Sam Dicker right up the front compared to Guy Leach. So those boys are flying, and they are already starting to conserve tyres and things like that, which we saw on the chat earlier. Paul Mansell getting on tyres, fuel, and it'll be very, very interesting to see exactly how long it's going to be till they decide to come in for the first of those pit stops.
You know what, the 72 car, I'm actually keeping an eye on it on a separate screen that I've got here. He's starting to struggle with these tyres. I can see the car's getting very, very loose coming into the corners, and it's really starting to just get away from him in certain sections. Now, having a look, I have a feeling that we may have
Mansell, I think Mansell may have gone in. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. He has moved down. So if we actually head over to him, I'm going to see if we can find where he's ended up in there. Obviously, he has moved down. Just trying to see where Mr. Leach is. Here we go. So he is in pit lane at the moment. And this is going to be very interesting. Let's have a look at his pit stop time as well. So this is one we've got to take into account is how long are the pit stops going to be, as we see someone in Wilmington behind him, I do believe that is. So just trying to see how long Guy Leach is going to be in the pits, or I believe Mansell may end up into this car. I think he'll be very eager to get on board, Mansell, and we need to get him off. Box, he said. We're in the box. Undercut. That's what he's going for, the undercut. He's let it loose. Here we go. So 42.05.
So that gives us an idea of exactly how long these guys are going to get out of a set of tyres. About 14, 15 laps is probably about the limit. Now, that puts him in comparison to Dicker is actually coming down through the dipper right now. So as he's heading up Mountain Straight, Dicker is coming down through the mountain, and I would expect, if he's playing the game here, the 72 car of Dicker and Norman to be in the pits this time around.
I think you're right there. They're going to have to see exactly what's going on. The driver change. I'm just trying to have a look. People are sending me messages everywhere. They just don't want to go in the comments where I've got about 16 screens up at the moment. Oh, Dicker's pushing hard though. He goes right over that curb, unsettles the flat-out Carts Mustang. He's already coming up on some back markers there. You can see Brad Stott, obviously, and Adam Bergen's entry there, the number 22, just getting around there. Looks like Brad Stott is coming in too, and he will be changing out with Adam Bergen. Hopefully, I know they have teamed up in the same building today. They're not going to go from separate areas. Looks like McIver might be coming in. This is going to be fun. We'll have to get the BPM boys Chico entry on a bit later. But Dicker's going to go around, so he hasn't seen the undercut there from Paul Mansell and Guy Leach. I'm a bit surprised about that. I thought his teammate Kevin Norm might have been watching that one there, going, mate, get in early.
I'm very surprised, because looking at lap time there, 2:08, I think it was a 2:08.3 or 2:08.2 there from Dicker. Now, in comparison, that's about a second and a half slower than what we saw only 3 or 4 laps ago. So he's going to be eating up plenty of time. And if you're looking at a 42 or a 43 second pit stop here for a driver change, you would have to think he'd have to come in at least this lap. And you can see he's really struggling with the car now. It's moving big time under brakes. It's moving all over the place, getting very loose coming up the mountain. And he's going to have to be very, very careful here if he is going to push on with it.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And one of the things we did take out, that was a 42-second stop there from Guy Leach, compared to Wilmington behind, who only did a 29 point something. So, we're talking 10 to 12 seconds difference. That's a lot of fuel that they're taking on board. I know Guy Leach and Paul Mansell haven't done a driver change, so they're obviously going to stick it out. Guy Leach is going to do the first couple of stints. So it'd be very, very interesting. Yep. Sideways there, though, as the tyres are going off for Sam Dicker. He's holding onto this car. He's wrestling with it at the moment. Just having a look at his last laps out there, of course. We might have a look at the previous lap he's done. 2:08.27 as we start to check it out. They have been doing 2:06s and some low 2:07s very, very consistently. So it's going to be interesting to see as I look down there just to see where we did end up with Guy Leach. Obviously, that 3:08 will be an out lap for him as he was in the pit. So it'll be interesting to see as Guy Leach comes around what his lap time is going to be. I might just see if we can find him here on the screen at the moment, just going through, trying to do a couple of jobs at once as we get around. Lots of work going on here in the studio at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're doing something. I'm sitting here enjoying the coverage and a cold bevy. Now, Dicker is in the pits. He's pulled into the pit lane and he is coming in. So this is going to give us an idea of the pace that Leach has got on fresh tyres. So the 72 car is in the pit lane and keeping an eye on exactly how long the pit stop is, because remember, he had about a 2-second lead when Leach came into the pits in the first place. So he already had a little bit up his sleeve. Can he maintain the advantage? We're going to find out very shortly.
Yeah, I'm really watching the times. That's why I brought it up on screen, because a 42.05 was a pit stop time there for Guy Leach, obviously, and Paul Mansell. So let's see how long these guys are going to sit in the pits. We know that times have probably dropped, like you say, about 1.5 seconds a lap. He's been all over the place, Sam Dicker. It's been loose. They've lost a lot of traction there. Look, the taxi's in as well, just picking up some new fares, trying to get some money. We're halfway. 20 seconds. 29 seconds was Wilmington, so I think he just took fuel on board. Be interesting to see what Dicker is going to do. Doesn't look like we're going to get a driver change. They're staying in. It was 42.05. It was for Leach and Mansell. Here we go. We are taking on a lot of fuel. Maybe we're going to look at a big second stint.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose the lead here, because keeping an eye on Leach, he is coming down the front straight, crosses the start-finish line right now, and he is going to be into turn 1 before Dicker is even off the jacks. So that's a big moment right there.
Dicker takes 46 seconds. I don't think that's any repair time in there. I think that is all fuel. So that is going to be very interesting what they've done there.
And let's face it, there's no reason to short fill it this early in the race. You want to go all the way to the top and give yourself the options at the other end of the race.
So this is where it's at the moment. Guy Leach takes the lead over. They've undercut. They've done exactly what Paul Mansell put on the chat. They have undercut him. The race, here we go. We all know the race doesn't start till lap 100. Well, that's about right, actually. We've probably got about another 84 laps to go before it starts to get bazinga. There we go. I like Paul Mansell. I wish I'd loaded that one up. Bazinga. Look for Woodburn to have a crack at the lap record. Is that what we reckon? Woodburn's going to come on soon. I'm trying to see. It looks like Darcy Gear's still at the moment. So we've got the word on the chat is that Woodburn is the man to watch when it comes to the lap record. 3-second lead, though, for Leach.
Going after it. Absolutely. Now, who are we on board with here? This is
Mr. Leach,
this is Leach coming down the hill. And I would expect to see Dicker try and chase him, but I don't think he's going to push too hard to do it. I think he's just going to be running his own race at this point in time, because remember, we haven't seen a yellow flag yet. We haven't seen any incidents. We haven't seen any yellow flags, and that's always going to condense the field when it comes to the race in the mid part of the race.
So as we can see there, the gap to the leader looks like we've already got a couple of cars that have gone a lap down, and we're only 16 in. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, the cars at the front very, very fast. Wilmington's in third. Like we said, had that 29-second pit stop, which has really given him a little bit of an advantage. Last night, he was quite quick in the top 10 shootout, but unfortunately brushed a wall or went too far over a curb, so he gets disqualified really in the top 10. Be interesting to see how he goes. Jake Burgess has jumped now in 4th place there. So Mr. Burgess has taken over from Josh Strage and looks like the 116 in 4th place at the moment, and they'll be fairly conservative, I reckon, with Jake behind the wheel. Josh will have a little bit of a rest. We know he is very fast. We joked about it in the last E-Series because Josh used to jump on Jake's login during the week, and we saw some of the times there in practice, and we said, that's not Jake. So he doesn't let Josh on his login anymore because we gave him too much stick, really. That's why he doesn't let him on. But the boys are teamed up from South Australia this weekend. It was good to see him. Obviously, Jake Burgess, our ScoMo, our fearless leader, moved from the Northern Territory down to South Australia at the start of the year. And he's doing great things down there now with the XL series in South Australia as well. But he's pretty keen to get out the bend this weekend. He's had to give that up. He'll be out there next weekend checking out the actual V8 supercars in real life.
It's a great looking car as well. I love the Kmart throwback livery on this Commodore. It's a great looking car. Looks absolutely mint on the iRacing now. I know you touched on Braden Wilmington here. You said that he's obviously short filled a little bit, so he is running third at the moment, but it's almost artificial. And I'm not quite sure if I understand the theory behind it at this point. Maybe just to get him in clear air, I don't know. But I wouldn't be expecting anybody to be short filling this early in the race. It's not what you would expect.
No, I don't know. I don't know how they set the initial fuel load, whether they could set it up themselves. Looking at Wilmington, though, like some of the notes on him, of course, he actually outqualified Rubens Barrichello in the S5000 class at the 2020 Australian Grand Prix. So he knows how to steer. And I think that we could be right. Once he gets in, gets some laps in there and gets the car to where he wants to be, they get the brake bias set how they like it, he could really set some lap records later on. As we see a bit of a touch of the wall there as they went over the hill. Be interesting to see that on the instant replay as he comes around. Of course, Jake Burgess is pushing a little bit too hard. I think he might have just got suckered in there on the curb and then goes out too wide here. Is he going to knock a mirror off? Was I too early? Is it this corner here maybe we've gone back too far? 10 seconds is a long way when you go up back on the replay. Look at that.
This is a really good example of playing pinball. So you bounce off the inside wall, gets the car unloaded, he hits the inside wall coming down into Forest Elbow there, and then it actually, I'm pretty sure it stuffed it into the outside wall as well. So it's just a case of making a mistake about 300 metres back and then paying for it at the other end.
These guys are doing great things though. Guy Leach out in front at the moment. It looks like that gap has opened up to just over 4 seconds. So he's put another half a second on since we last checked in with the guys at the front. So Guy Leach leading this race at the moment with the champ Paul Mansell, the Injectors online racing entry. And just to put this in perspective, we know like Paul Mansell recently went in a Bathurst race, I think it was 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and very, very hard. He was sort of down the back of the pack when it come to qualifying, and we put him in this E-Series and he's back up the front. So there's a lot of difference between the experience in iRacing and the experienced racers at the front of the field to the back of the field. But everyone's having a great time. Of course, the NT E-Series is just an amateur series we all get behind and have a bit of fun with, and of course you can tell by the broadcast that it's not all serious. We're about having a bit of fun and hanging a bit on the boys, giving a bit of stick. So if you are joining us, don't forget, if you've got some photos to upload on social media, if you're watching us out there, doesn't matter whether on YouTube, Twitch, whether you're on the Facebook page, whether it be iSpark Electrical on Fire or the Madicab Media page, put some photos up. We've got the bingo game. If you check out the Madicab Media Facebook page, the bingo sheet is up. I don't know where we're at with it. I think we've probably filled about half of it. You've just got to do your part, Rusty.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I was looking at the bingo sheet. I didn't see Purple Rain on there anywhere. I'm not sure what's going on, but I might just be having a couple of computer issues here, I think. I think my internet connection might be on the blink. We'll try and keep it up here, so if I do cut in and out, I do apologise for that. Matty will shoulder.
Don't worry, mate. I'm used to doing it at Sydney Dragway, so we can do it here as well. As it looks like the BPM Chico entry, McIver is in. So he'll be about 3 wild turkeys down. He would have had his Chico roll for lunch already, and he's taken over from Dan Evans. He couldn't trust him anymore after last night where he did not get a qualifying time. They're just keeping me off the curbs there, though, for McIver. Normally in the rolled gold sprint car, and we call it rolled gold because since he did the gold wrap on it, he rolled it more times than he ever did in his previous 18 years of sprint car racing. So look, already getting loose there, McIver. So it's good to see, and he said it on a certain podcast a couple of weeks ago that if he ever went in the ICOT series, he'd make top 5. And he actually went on it last week. Instead of being behind the scenes, he actually raced in there with the Mitre 10 livery, and he got 14th. So, we know he's all talk and no go.
Yeah, exactly. That's the difference. When you're a commentator, you can be all talk and you don't have to prove anything, and that's exactly why we sit here behind the microphone all day, every day, mate.
We like him, McIver, sick. Don't wait till late. Oh, no, he's loose there too. Goes out wide. Johnson is behind him, of course. Looks like Johnson has got in. These guys, I'm just having a look there. No, as McIver moves back, that's why it takes over the 2-car battle. So just in front, though, will be Johnson and Robson. They have just taken over. The young guns, like these guys are about 18 if you round their ages up. 18 years combined, yeah. I think they are. I don't think they're actually tall enough to reach the pedals in a real car.
And I think Johnson may have given McIver a little bit of a tap coming down into the chase there, because it looked like McIver's car just stepped out on him for no real good reason. I'd love to go back and have a look at that, but I know a replay guy's pretty busy at the moment, so we'll see what we can do with that one.
It's just really easy to replay 10 seconds. It's really hard to go back to an event when you're trying to commentate. It's God, I got nothing better to do. Why can't I just do it? That's what I say. Why can't I do it? As a taxi behind him too, I'm just trying to see Thomas Maxwell. He actually is in 9th position there. So, and there's Thomas Maxwell in the fake taxi. As let's have a look at him up on screen at the moment. The Barry Bandits racing team. They've picked up another ride. We saw him in the pits earlier.
Yeah, he's actually starting to make a move, and if you look at the way he's driving this car, it's nice and straight, nice and clean, as McIver gets very loose and tags the wall, and Maxwell did a really good job not to clean him up there. As you can see, started sliding the car very, very early on in the corner, kept it fairly straight, but it did affect the way or the angle of entry to the next corner, and as you can see, just bang, stuffs it into the outside wall. And great job from Maxwell not to clean him up there in the 21 car.
Now look at Maxwell there. He's actually a little bit loose over the top too as he's trying to get past, but he cuts down the inside. So Maxwell moves up a position into 8th now, and now he's going to chase down the young guns, really. He's chasing down Rossi Johnson from the Northern Territory, and of course his co-driver Deborah, the young gun, just sitting in the pits at the moment, waiting to get back in. We'll keep going on about Deborah a bit later. Of course, he loves it. I like a young fella with a sense of humour too, because the boys get right onto him on Discord. They like to make sure like to make sure Ryan Robson knows about it too.
Now I'm just going
to go back to this one because we've got to do something here. We've got to make sure this happens, because we look at the Chico entry, the BPM entry, boys, and I don't know what McIver's doing, but he's going back to his sprint car heritage and he's going off onto the dirt. Here we go, big lock up on the front wheel there, and the Chico entry slides on a bit of grease, and there it is.
Stay off the grass.
There we go, the grass is done. There we go, we've done our part for the race. We had to go get off the grass. Another one to tick off on the bingo sheet.
I am keeping an eye on our battle up front, Matty, and the gap between first and second at the moment between Leach and Dicker is actually down to 2.5 seconds. So Dicker's been putting in some good laps here, and he's actually starting to reel him back in. So it's going to be one to keep an eye on. You can actually see the gap is really shortened up, and you've also got some traffic to deal with here as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out over the next couple of laps. And remember, we're on lap 20 of 161, so there is still a long way to go, but there is certainly some different strategies starting to play out. Remember that Dicker's tyres are 2 laps younger than Leach's, so he's probably got a little bit more up his sleeve. Leach stopped on lap 14, so his tyres are now coming up to 7 laps old, and 2 laps younger tyres for Dicker. So I would expect to see him probably start to make some.
Yeah, I think we lost you there.
Approaches the end of this
Guy Leach there, though, he was very lucky with lap traffic, as it looks like Sam Dicker just held up a bit. Just depends on where you come up to him in the race. Unfortunately, down the main straight, it looks like Sam Dicker has got through now, so Guy Leach will have him trying to bear down. Let's see how they go. Looks like Guy Leach has sort of got into a rhythm, though. They won't be wanting to let those tyres off too early. Like you say, they are 2 laps older, the tyres on Guy Leach's car, as the guys in the background who've just been lapped look like they're having a great time there. Of course, the 221 iSpark entry, great supporters here of the E1000 series. That's iSpark Electrical and Fire. Great Northern Territory company if you want to get, doesn't matter whether it's fire, electrical, air conditioning, all those sorts of things, communications, does the 4G extender aerials, put new aircon in for you, he'll put new fans in, he'll come, extinguishers, fire systems, he can do everything. So go and see the boys at iSpark Electrical and Fire, and make sure you follow them on the Facebook page, where we are streaming on there at the moment as well, of course. If you're watching us on Facebook and you think, hey, this would be great to have up on the TV, go to Madicav Media at YouTube, or you can go to Madicav Media at Twitch. And I know sometimes they are a little bit easier to get onto the TV, as we see the 221 iSpark entry getting around. Got to give them a big plug out there for this weekend for supporting what is a great E1000 amateur series. A bit of banter going on. Timmy Nicol is behind him. So these guys are on the straight, on the same lap. It's actually Tim Gracie that's in the wheel here, the brother-in-law. So good to see these guys having a bit of a battle out there between the 221 car and the number 23, the Team Timmy. We should really need to get that done in the South Park thing, in the South Park theme. So it's Team Timmy.
It's kind of missing an opportunity, isn't it, for a livery there? It's absolutely a missed opportunity. But anyway, that's up to people who can paint cars. Definitely not me.
And speaking of liveries, maybe we should bring this up because we've got a bit of time here to do this one, and I probably haven't even loaded it on here, have I? See, that's how professional we are here at Madicav Media. I haven't loaded, of course, the PBE Project's Best Delivery Competition. We're giving away some iRacing dollars as well. So check out for those ones. I know they're on board there with the Team Timmy, as well as Tim Nicol Photography. So we'll check that out a bit later.
100%. Now, going back up the front, only 1.4 seconds between first and second now, so that gap has really come down, and Dicker is on a little bit of a tear at the moment. I would be thinking that Guy Leach is sitting up front, probably just biding his time, not trying to use up his tyres at the moment, but I'll tell you right now, Dicker is coming for him. 1.5 seconds back is the gap at the moment, and it is certainly shrinking as we go lap by lap.
Yeah, it's going up and down a little bit there, but we're only talking 1/10 of a second, but it is well and truly under 2 seconds between these two at the front. Look how close it's starting to getting. We can have a look there, and as you can see in the background there is Sam Dicker as they go up the mountain. Sam Dicker just lurking. He'll just see that too in his rear vision mirror at the moment. He wouldn't want to see that big livery, would he, of Dicker there as they come around. Of course, the number 72 entry, all thanks to Flat Out Karts, Kevin Norman Engineering and Sam Dicker Motorsports. It's ominous in the background. He's starting to put the laps together. Those tyres are a bit young. It'll be interesting to see, though, whether that's going to really hinder him long term, whether Dicker will lose a bit of time, a bit of life off those tyres.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say at this point in time, but 1.2 seconds. We don't know how hard he's pushing either. That's the other thing, is we don't know if Dicker is just cruising around and just doing it easy at the moment. We don't know if he's actually pushing because he wants to get back in front. It's all very difficult to say at this point in time. But when you're only 1.2 seconds behind, it's hard not to get the red mist going and think, you know what, I want to make that position. I want to take it. And he's really starting to close it up now. I think it's actually probably going to be less than a second by the time we get back to the start.
Well, I just changed that dash over there. I want to bring it up and see the difference. And we're talking about 2 kilometres an hour as you come down the end of Conrod Straight. So Dicker is pushing really hard, I would say. 2 kilometres an hour extra. We didn't even see 290 kilometres an hour in our top 10 last night. We saw 289. He got to 291 then. Here it is. They are challenging now. Sam Dicker's right on that lap traffic, really playing into Guy Leach's issues there as the time between them is nothing now. We're down to a couple of tenths of a second, and here we got a battle on for first.
Yeah, I'm expecting a move coming at the end of Mountain Straight here. He's close enough behind him. He's right in the truck. You can see that Leach is actually staying on the inside of the road. He was trying to cover it off, and I think he's thought better of it. And there you see Dicker goes through, takes the position, takes the lead, and in fact, it looked like Leach got a little bit loose as he was just trying to consolidate second position there. So he decides not to fight. Only 23 laps in of a 161 lap race. Probably the wise decision at this point in time, but he knows he's just keeping his powder dry for later on in the race.
Very interesting too, because we do know that Sam Dicker was in the pits for another couple of seconds over Guy Leach as well. So not quite sure whether he took on additional fuel, whether he's planning to try and make these tyres last. Guy Leach I think he did. He gave in that position there. He wasn't going to push the envelope. Like you say, it's 23 laps in, and as our people watching that on the live stream have already said, the race doesn't start till lap 100, so you just need to sort of stay on the lead lap for the first 100 laps, and then you've got 61 to make it all up in the back end, the last third of the race, really. As we check it out, Sam Dicker is now your leader, followed by the Injectors Online Racing team of Guy Leach and Paul Mansell. Then it's back to Wilmington, Burgess, Gear, Freeman, Maxwell, Johnson, Harvey in 9th, and McIver is in 10th, the BPM Chico entry. Be interesting to see how he's been going, because since McIver's been in, they've just gone backwards down the field.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was going to jump in and say, what did I miss, fellas? But I know that McIver was doing a change in driver whilst I was on break. I was doing some washing, and he told me he was about to jump in. And Evans was up in 5th when I left. McIver's, really moved through the pack, unfortunately, just in the wrong direction. The Chico BPM entry is not doing the team proud.
Well, we have seen him have a couple of misadventures, unfortunately. I think it was cold tyres. Let's blame cold tyres. Is that's fair?
We just blame McIver.
Let's blame McIver. He comes in pretty handy, as it says on the back of the car. But
I'm trying to be kind here, man.
I think he dropped his Chico roll and got under the tyre. It got loose there up the top before.
No, it's the bloke on the back quarter panel. He's dribbling too much, mate.
Mate, I'm all over the car. The battered Sav is everywhere. So you should have stuck with the battered Sav. Bit of sauce, can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong, absolutely. Well, I might let Teagues take over, and I'll go off for my my union-mandated break, guys. I'll be back in a little while and talk to you shortly.
You have a wonderful break, Rusty.
How good is to have 3 commentators, Tegan?
Oh, Matty.
It's good.
Oh, how good is it? I just had a bit of a bite to eat. I got a fresh beer. I did some washing. It's incredible. It's so productive while I was offline. But the races continue on. The field's really starting to stretch out, isn't it, Matty? It's these front 2 cars are putting one hell of a race on, and Leach is just not letting Dicker get away from him at all. But the rest of the field, back to third is 28 seconds. So that gap between second and third is huge.
We've got some battles going on, don't we, as we go down the pack. Like you can see there, Gear and Freeman are only a few seconds apart. Then Maxwell's only a couple. I think Maxwell actually putting a little bit of a charge on. We might check out what he's doing there in the fake taxi. He'll be seeing him just out in front as he goes down the street. He can see it in front of him. He's just got to make it happen. He's in 7th at the moment, but he was all the way down the back. McIver got loose and Maxwell made his way through. I have already had some people comment he was racing Renault over in the Europe as well as the Formula 3s, I believe it was. Yeah, the British Formula 3. So Thomas Maxwell, well and truly a seasoned competitor in the real life racing. He's in the Porsche Cups at the moment, and now he's up here doing the NTE series, of course, on the iRacing platform. Great to have him in the fake taxi. So Maxwell is getting the first stint done. Dylan Saint's just cruising, really sitting back and enjoying his Sunday, watching on the live stream.
Yeah. Well, I think he was actually doing some iRacing with the Porsche series as well. So he's definitely jumped in. He was up at something like 3 or 4 in the morning getting some iRacing series done. So he's jumped on this for a fair bit. So yeah, it's good to have Tommy Maxwell joining us, NT boy, and doing a lot of racing elsewhere. And he's holding his own in this field. He's currently sitting in 7th, so we'll see what he can do here. That gap, as you said, it's only a couple of seconds between that 5th, 6th, and 7th position. Real close there with Gear, Freeman, and Maxwell. So looks like Maxwell's just started to close the gap. It looks like he might be on a bit of a charge here. 1.9 seconds between himself and Freeman. So we'll see whether this battle goes on. We're lap 25 at 161 of the iSpark Electrical and Fire Bathurst E1000. Thanks to the guys at NTE Series. A huge shout out to all our sponsors on board. And Paul Mansell's keeping us entertained with the stream chat. He's having a good chat to us. But guys, tell us where you're tuning in from. Give us a shout out. Give us a shout out to your favourite driver, and keep it interactive. We'll see whether we can chat to you throughout the day. Scruffy's just jumped on board. He's here. He's good to go for the NT boys.
No, it's not a day if you don't have Scruffy on board, is it? Is it even an NTE series live stream if Scruffy's not commenting?
No, it's like back in the day when you and I used to commentate at the Speedway and we were doing the live streams, and it wasn't a night without the TKR tuning in and giving us a rev up over the live stream. So yeah, good to have all the people who always tune in and give a big shout out to their favourites.
It'd be great to have TKR's thoughts on McIver's lack of, I suppose, movement up the field, more of his movement down, his lack of talent.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. TKR recently just put out a thing on his Facebook page with McIver was on our show, the Matty and Teague show, and he was saying how if he ran the Icon, he would have been top 5 for sure. And the video proved differently. He ran around of the Icon. And,
just remind me where he came. Was that 14th? So he was 9 away. Oh, is that why Mitre 10 sponsored him? He couldn't get the Bunnings sponsorship. One of the things I noticed this weekend, actually, we go back to the BPM boys, is they actually have listed. They've actually listed Bunnings as a sponsor this weekend.
Yeah,
I think we're going to have to get a representative in later to talk to about McIver's sponsorship there, because I'm sure that's not right. I'm pretty sure Bunnings aren't going to sponsor him after the Mitre 10 endorsement he gave him last week.
Well, that's the thing. It was a lucrative deal signed with Bunnings for the Bunnings Snags car that's running the Icon, so I doubt that they would have thrown out another sponsorship towards McIver. Especially not with him going backwards. He moves through the fields. It's just, at rapid knots in the wrong direction. Huge shout out to Tommy Orton. He's got a fan who's joined in on the stream chat and said shout out to Tom Orton. What a ripper bloke he is. So,
doesn't know him real well, does he?
No, he doesn't know him real well at all.
Oh, look at him. He's let Sutto in for the first stint. Now, Sutto went fishing yesterday. I saw that on social media. So, out of practice, I reckon. Orton should have started. Is Orton going to come and finish? He's probably about 8 beers in by now, I reckon. Orton, you better let us know on the live stream. I reckon you're about 8 beers in. You'll be primed and ready to finish this race off. Of course, it doesn't start till lap 100.
He said before this is thirsty work, so I'm guessing that that generator that he's got in the shed is working its overtime, and he's got that fridge cold as anything.
Yeah, and it looks like here Sam.
Just,
we'll go back to the leader. Sam Dick was pushing really hard. And he managed to catch up to Guy Leach and get past on those fresher tyres. But now it looks like they might be starting to wear off, because Guy Leach just sitting there in the slipstream. Looks like he's very comfortable in the car. Sam Dicker though is starting to push. He's getting loose on some corners. He's going to have to be very careful, because when those tyres start to go off, anything could happen. So he can take the slightest mistake. As you can see, look at the input there in the steering wheel. Hard on the brakes too. He's using every little bit of curb, whereas Guy Leach just comfortably going around just a little bit of the edge of the curb, not going right over. Here we go, a bit of defence there, I reckon, just making sure that Guy Leach can't come down on the inside. They're hard on brakes here. Tegan, up the front, there is a big competition going on between these two, isn't there? We're looking, 0.3 of a second between them, but it's nothing. It's going to take one tiny little error, and Leach just has to pull out and go past. So Leach just doing the right thing, I think, just trying to conserve those tyres to get as many laps out of them as possible. A lot of fuel was taken on by Sam Dicker in the pit stop. He did 2 seconds longer. So these front runners really are the ones to watch at the moment. But like we say, it really doesn't matter till about lap 100. We'll see where we are. You just need to stay on that lead lap at the moment.
Lap 27 at the moment of 161. So yeah, as I said, I mean it's all going to come down to that last 61 laps, and it'd be interesting to see who is where and what sort of strategy has played out. We've obviously already seen some tyres taken on board of some of these cars, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, 161 laps, you would have to think that they have to get a couple of sets of tyres under the wall.
Paul Mansell, who has good tyres? I don't think we're going to give you any good tyres, mate. You don't need them. You're the champ. Wait till Paul Mansell gets in. He's just going to be like, hold my beer and watch this.
How many cruises do you think he is?
Yeah, I reckon he's probably about 6 cruises in. I mean, he probably could be 12. Yeah. I mean, they're like drinking cans of Coke, really. It's like just drinking a soft drink.
Yeah, but the little fella's a bit of a light, mate.
We should have really got him onto our great mates there at Celebrations, of course, Dan Mackey. If we'd got him on board, we could have sent him a carton of cruises for today. We should have done a bet with him, really, shouldn't we? If Paul Mansell wins, we'll send him a carton of cruises. Should we do that anyway?
We'll have to get him. We'll have to get him back on our show again and have technical difficulties. I think he really enjoyed that last
I think it's twice we've had him on the show and twice we've had technical difficulties. It's.
He's 16.
So he's only been drinking for an hour then. Here we go, big move. Guy Leach, though, comes down the inside, hard on the brakes. Is he going to get it done? He's on the inside. Dicker, though, evasive manoeuvre. Now he's got the inside line. Whoa, look at that. Just gets the back wheel up there for Guy Leach, a little bit loose. This is good competition at the front. Big move coming, he reckons. Big move coming. I reckon Guy Leach has conserved his tyres a little bit better than Sam Dicker. Sam Dicker's just wanted that number 1 position. Guy Leach, they got plenty of laps left. You don't need to get out in front. You can just sit there in the slipstream. Not quite sure what the temps will be doing on the car at the moment, but I'm sure they are watching those. They'll just be cruising along. There's no point in pushing it. If you're going to get in front, we know Sam Dicker's going to do the same. He's going to be able to sit behind you, but he has definitely done a little bit of damage to those tyres, I'd say, pushing so hard. He was definitely about half a second a lap faster after they come out of the pit stops there. Guy Leach and Paul Mansell did the undercut there. They went in 2 laps early. You see there, just gets a little bit sideways there. You see the steering input from Sam Dicker. Watch for the move there as they come over the mountain. Here it comes. We've been given the insight on the comments that the big move is coming. We're waiting. Paul, can you tell them to do it now? We really want it to happen now. Just pacing is what he's saying. Pacing.
But yeah, what a tight battle. This is awesome. We have a 161 lap race, and the battle up the front is just been intense from the green flag to now. So a bit of a gap going on between them and the third place car, which is Wilmington. 32 seconds is the gap between second and third, but 200 of a second is the difference between second and first. It's incredibly tight racing, and but yeah, the rest of the field is spread out a little bit. That battle still going on further back in the field between Gear, Freeman and Maxwell. There's 5th, 6th and 7th positions are still all battling it out tight together. That's probably the next tightest battle pack going on right now. But yeah, this is the lead right now, guys, and what a race. Jumping on board now, having a look in Gear's car. So he's currently sitting there in 5th position. That was the battle pack that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So good close battle going on between here. Tommy Maxwell's closed the gap back to 1.183. Freeman's 1.88 from Gear. So, it's a tight battle here, Matty.
Yeah, you're right. These three are going to be interesting as the time goes on. We'll just go down as well. We'll see Freeman here as well. Not too far behind. You see him come over. Maxwell just makes his way on screen. So Freeman here is in 6th place with Worrell, the TCB racing team, and Maxwell just hunting him down. Just giving that, a 1/10 of a second each lap. That's all he needs to do. It's just gone under 1 second, though, the difference between Freeman and Maxwell. So the fake taxi is getting the job done, as it looks like we're going to some lap traffic there. That looks like Morabito The Morabito entry, we don't know which one it is. They've both got the same last name, so that's going to make that interesting. But that is some lap traffic as they go through. Looks like this is tightened right up now. Gear's going to be under pressure in the 5th position at the moment. Here we go. On the outside, though, it looks like Freeman's going to have a move. Can he get it done? He can't get the drive off as they go down. Conrod Straight, it's going to be fast. Only fans on the roof and towed. So Sutto has done it. Temp drop 46 now, so it looks like the track temperature is dropping down as we do have changing conditions set into the race today. Gear looks like a little bit of reprieve there at the moment as the gap opens up a little bit again. It's not much, but it's half a second where it was down to about 3/10 before. Maxwell, though, is really the one to watch in the background there in 7th position as he's just waiting for his moment to pounce. Like we say, he's been up all sorts of hours racing in the Porsche series online as well. He's got plenty of iRacing and real life experience. He will know how to be patient. We are only on lap 29 of 161, so we're not even a third of the way through this race. And already we've got these little packs happening and all these little battles going on throughout the race. As we are just waiting to see what Maxwell will do. Up the front, it's still 3/10 of a second. We're just going to let the leaders go at it for a bit because those two have been fighting it out for a bit of time, and Paul's had way too much airtime on the live stream. That's what I'm saying.
100%. He hasn't even made it in the car yet. We've already talked about him more than anyone else in the field.
You know why he won't get in the car? He knows it's coming. He knows it's coming.
But yeah, this battle is incredible, and you got to think that Maxwell's probably just sitting there waiting to pounce, and just waiting to see what sort of move these guys are going to make. Because of course, if Michael Freeman goes to pull a big move on Callan Gear here, and it doesn't quite stick, then there's a potential that Tommy Maxwell will just slide on through and take out the 5th position, straight away. So there's a potential that he could move up sort of 2 positions straight up and be closer to Burgess, who's running in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, well, Burgess, I don't know how he's managed to stay there. We see him, he brushed the wall earlier. Actually, he's out on his own at the moment. He's got a little bit of a gap there. Look at him. Just cruising around, Jake Burgess, not doing much. He's probably watching the live stream at the same time, listening to us, just making sure we're doing the right things, ScoMo, our fearless leader.
Yeah, I'm imagining that we'll get in trouble any minute now if we don't do the right thing, but Paul Mansell reckons he's already got his cooling suit on for the big race.
Just trying to see there. Maxwell's moved up. Freeman with an issue there. Obviously, we've missed that one. Freeman's gone back there. Might check that out if we got a little bit on the instant replay. I might be able to go back a little bit more. Here we go as they come over. Thomas Maxwell here as we check out on the replay. This was just a little bit earlier, about 30 seconds ago. Comes in, gives him a little bit of a nudge there.
Just helped him around a little bit there.
I helped him around. Let's see what the officials are going to think of that. The TCB Racing boys won't be happy as he's come back as well. So Maxwell gets through. Be interesting to see how that goes in the points. Of course, as you accumulate points, incident points in the iRace, we have got a number set. When you reach that number, you will have to go through and do a pit lane penalty. So be interesting to see how many points that may have accrued there for Thomas Maxwell. A bit unfortunate. Looks like he was trying to make a bit of a move on that time. So just checking out exactly what's going on at the start here too. Looks like Guy Leach has made it back to the front. He's made the move. We've missed it. We're too busy looking at the backpack there, and Sam Dicker has moved back. Those tyres are gone. Just thinking, mate, imagine what's going to happen. Could anything happen for this? We could have a yellow flag could really put a cat amongst the pigeons here, as it looks like the BPM Chico boys have just been taken out of the lead lap. McIver, what has he done? He's moved up a position to 9th.
He's gone up a position. He's picked off McCartan and he's moved his way forward. Mark Peck's also moved up a few positions. He's up to 11th now as well. So, yeah, just sitting outside that top 10. But, yeah, McIver's doing what he can to try and claw back those positions as we have a look at the 79 of the Pecky's Performance Racing. Mark Peck entry and Shane Ewan's racing on board with him as well. So, Mark doing the laps so far. He's lap 30 of 161. So, we'll see what old Marcus can do here. Dad, as I sometimes like to call him.
He doesn't like it when you call him Dad. Must think he's old.
No, he doesn't. He said that the other day.
If he doesn't finish top 10, are you flipping his mattress? That's what I want to know.
I think I've already got to do it because I made a bet with Dan Evans that if he made it in the top 10 shootout, I would flip Dad's mattress.
I'm not even worried about Mark's issues there. I'm more worried about Cheryl's. She's going to bash you.
Yeah, Sherry, old Shezza, she's going to go off. I think I'll be moving countries as soon as I do it. So I might have my bag and my passport ready to go, and I'll just get on a plane as soon as.
Speaking of Shezza, let's see what Deborah's up to. Oh no, Deborah's not in the car.
Deborah.
That's right. Deborah's not in the car at the moment. It's Rossi Johnson from the Northern Territory in there as they're getting around in the Commodore. We did have this listed as a Mustang in our race sheets, and yet I got caught out last night. I called it a Mustang because I was looking at the spreadsheet, not looking at what was on track at the time. But apparently Deborah didn't like the Mustang, didn't handle to expectations, so they had to change it over and go back to the Commodore. It seemed to like that a lot better. So the boys are busy there, as it looks like the 33 just getting some laps done in 8th position at the moment, holding on. Like we say, you just need to stay in that lead lap for the first 100, and then we'll see how it goes. The 161 lap sprint race to the end, as it looks like Guy Leach is just opening up a little bit of a gap. Look at the work going on here, a few tenths of a second now, just opened up a little bit. Sam Dicker just pulling in, trying to get that slipstream in the Mustang. So it is a stacked Commodore field here this weekend, of course, as part of the iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000 state versus territory. At the moment, it looks like the states are winning. The territories aren't in there.
Yeah, might have had a few pits go on in between when we were just talking and have a look at the lead there, because Jake Burgess has moved up to 3rd position now, Callan Gear's up to 4th, and Tommy Maxwell's up to 5th.
So Wilmington's done a second pit, and McCartan has gone in now.
Yeah, Wilmington's, yep, Wilmington's already done 2 pit stops, as well as Spencer, Nickel, Tommy Orton and Morabito, so the rest of the guys are all on 1 pit stop so far. But yeah, it looks like there must have been a pit stop somewhere in between. I'm just trying to work out who might have dropped off and gone back a few. It might have been Johnson, potentially, I think.
Yeah, just trying to see when we've gone in there. So that doesn't look like that's going to be previous pit stops. That's not exactly 100% right. So we won't worry about that overlay. We'll just leave that one out. Pit stop. So Morabito's gone in a couple of times, but he was already down the back of the pack there. Orton went in because we did see Sutto put the car on its roof, which we missed out on. But that's why they're the 2 Timmies. Team Timmy. They've done 2, but they were running down there. They were actually chasing your old man down before, though. Mark Peck and Tim Gracie were having a nice little battle earlier. As we check out Guy Leach there, look at inside, looks like very clean on the steering wheel. Just a little bit of oversteer there. Just going over the hill now. Sam Dicker just needs to hold on. Not much in it, 0.3 of a second, just under. But our leaders are really where it's at. Just let's have a look down the field here, though, because we were saying before, Darcy Gear just has a lead. Thomas Maxwell has moved up into that, obviously into 5th position there. Wilmington now behind in 6th after that second pit stop. So that's very interesting. Wilmington's the highest.
Yes, that's who's gone backwards. He was up in 3rd.
Yeah, Freeman's gone back a bit too, but Wilmington, was up in 3rd, and he's done the second. The Tim Tams coming from Palmhouse. The team Tim Tams, you reckon? I tell you what. They are flavoursome, the 2 Timmies. We get on board with Gear now. He's coming up to a car in front, but I don't believe this is not the Josh Strage, Jake Burgess entry there. So this is a lap traffic that he's going around at the moment as I try to see who the entry is there. The fake taxi, though, is all over the back. Thomas Maxwell looks like he wants to make a move. He's pushing hard too.
What a taxi ride that would be. Having Tommy Maxwell running a Mustang and you sitting in the back, I think that would be the most exciting taxi ride you've ever had. But you get to the airport super quickly.
Yeah, Callan Gear, he's got to try and get around some lap traffic as well as hold off Thomas Maxwell. This one's going to be hard for him. Maxwell just looking for the opportunity, really, isn't he? Callan Gear comes around the off-roads entry. Of course, the LNS off-road entry there for Callan Gear. The boys have been busy. He's teamed up this week with Neil Woodburn and Justin McLean, and we've already heard that Woodburn can put some laps together. He is fast, so looks like Callan Gear getting the first stint done. He's already done 1 pit stop. Here we go, the move is there. Thomas Maxwell comes down, brushed with the wall. Oh no, and Gear goes around. Maxwell makes sure he spins him all the way around. Check that out on the instant replay. Wonder if we can go over to Maxwell here and just see exactly how it looks from his point of view there on the nose. Sees him come around there. He's got nowhere to go, Thomas Maxwell. He goes to the right and bang, there it is. Makes contact.
Yeah, bit of a tough call on that one. The Matty Cav Media Replay offering up a new perspective on that one, because Callan Gear was actually a little bit wide there and then sort of cut across the corner. So, was Tommy Maxwell thinking he was going to sit out wide there, or was it just an unfortunate thing that he was a little bit closer than what he had expected? So, yeah, unfortunate there for Gear. He was holding out pretty well there and sitting in 4th position. Now he goes back to 7th. So, dropping off a few positions there, but it might be an ideal opportunity to maybe throw together a pit stop and change out one of the drivers.
Yeah, it might be an opportunity there. As it looks like, let's go back to Tommy Orton has actually got into the car. So Tommy Orton's first taste, and he's sort of been involved, I suppose, with what's been going on there. As Thomas Maxwell looks like he's in front in the fake taxi. The OnlyFans entry of Tommy Orton and Nick Sutton getting around. Good to see the 77 on board. Thomas Maxwell holds in that fourth position. He's got to chase down Jake Burgess now. He's got 14 seconds and he needs to catch up to get into the top three. Guy Leach and Sam Dicker have opened up a nice little lead over the rest of the field, and they are really the ones leading at the moment. Let's just have a look at how far they are away from the lead as we change that over. It's about half a lap, a minute 06 from Burgess up to Guy Leach and a minute 20 from Maxwell. So they've got a little bit of work to do. Anything could happen though. You never know when a safety car or an incident could happen where we have to bring one out, which will really bunch the field up. Let's go back to our leaders at the moment. Of course, the Injectors Online Racing boys, Guy Leach, they've just conserved their tyres, which has really paid off. Sam Dicker looks like he's trying to make a little bit of a charge there at the moment. I don't know if he's going to have the tyres to do it, because when he pushes hard, the car does get a little bit unsettled. It starts to get loose around the track. It's only...
It's a good tight battle here between the front two cars. And I said it before, it's been like that since the green flag dropped. But anything could really change and happen here. I mean, both guys will have to change out their drivers sooner or later. So when they're looking to do that, who knows? 4 laps, hold my cruiser, Paul says. So maybe that's an indication of when Paulie Mansell is going to be jumping in. I mean, now's probably an opportune time, because those front two cars have got a good tight battle, and they're probably really sitting waiting for each other. They're probably waiting for the other one to pit, and that's when they'll both go in, because they both have a minute on the person in third. So Jake Burgess back in third is a minute and 8 seconds behind them. So if they realistically wanted to go into the pits now, and they did a driver change, did some tyres and the likes, it's probably not really going to affect their positions. They'll still hold out that first and second position. So it's probably more just about now, Matty, whether they're going to wait for each other and both sort of go in together.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, because we did see that they tried to do the undercut Paul Mansell and Guy Leach earlier. They came in 2 laps earlier and they took on 42 seconds. Sam Dicker waited 2 laps, really pushed the tyres. We saw his lap times though drop about a second per lap. He came in, did a longer pit stop. I think he took on a bit more fuel, but on those fresh tyres he pushed on, he went past Guy Leach, got the lead, and then he's worn the tyres out again. Like they've gone off again, and Guy Leach has just kept super consistent and made his way back into the lead. You can see 0.3 of a second lead there. The nose shot coming out of Sam Dicker's car now as they go to complete what is lap number 34 of this 161 lap race. As we look at them from the blimp view there, looks like maybe that might be the chopper there. These guys are really the 1 and 2 at the moment. They are the race at the front. They've got a minute 10 over third place of Jake Burgess at the moment. So once Josh Drage gets back in there, we'll probably see that drop down, because good old ScoMo, he's just out there cutting laps. 21 he's got to do.
But that shows just how much these two front cars are still pushing and still really pacing quite well, because we were just talking about it before, and they're a minute 8 away from Jake Burgess. Now they're a minute 10. So they keep putting more and more distance on that third place car. So these guys are just pushing each other as hard as they can, because we talked about it. Sam Dicker potentially lost some of his tyres, and that's where Guy Leach got to move forwards. But with that said, it's not like Sam Dicker's completely lost all pace now. He's right on the tail end of Guy Leach and holding his own, and not letting that gap get too big.
No, that's right. And so, like you say, this is the game that is going to go on for the lead at the moment. Really, you just need to stay in that lead lap. And our top 8 are still on the lead lap. Mind you, they are starting to come up to Rossi Johnson and Deborah, who are in 8th place, because minute 54 behind the leader means they're only about 10 seconds until they catch up to those 10 extra seconds. Just having a look at some of the previous lap times. Let's have a look at what we have been doing. Previous lap for Leach was a 2:08, so you can see the time starting to slow down there. The tyres must be starting to wear off. Dicker with a 2:08.194. So it's hundredths of a second difference there. Burgess with a 2:11, a 2:09 for Maxwell. So Maxwell's on a big charge there. A 2:09 from Wilmington, who's moved forward into 5th. Freeman with a 2:10. Gear with a 2:10. Johnson with a 2:11, a 2:12 for McIver. So that's probably his best time. McCartan with a 2:11. Peck with a 2:12. Radomski with a 2:12. Good to see Zenix got on board the iSpark Electrical and Fire entry. Spencer with a 2:16, a 2:14 from Timmy Nickel. 2:13 for Tommy Orton. So those guys are getting faster. And Morabito with a 2:30 and Stott with a 2:14. So that's the previous lap times. Just having a look. Compared to some of the fastest laps we've seen, the fastest lap so far for each driver, Leach with a 2:06, Dicker with a 2:06, 2:07 for Burgess, Maxwell a 2:08 and a 2:08 for Wilmington. So they're the fastest laps they have completed as part of this race so far. As we see them coming around, looks like Sam Dicker's going to do a big move this time. We might change it down there so we can get a closer shot of what's going on track. They are side by side. It's a huge drag race there as they come onto the first straight. Who's going to yield? Will it be Guy Leach? No, he stays in the inside line. Sam Dicker will have to yield this time as they go over. Looks like they're going to start heading up the mountain. This is going to be tight up there. We've seen so many people just make the slightest contact, whether it's a wall, go over a curb too far, get a bit sideways. A car behind it has nowhere to go. A little bit of a nudge and you can turn that person in front around very, very easily. Let's check it out as they go over the top of the hill. Leach holding on to this one. There's nothing in it at the moment. The intervals will only update every couple of seconds there, but there is nothing in it. Less than 0.2 of a second at the moment. We look up on stream, it's on screen, it is 0.133 of a second, the difference between them. The slicing, oh no, out on the grass there for him. That's not going to be good for Sam. Check out the replay there as he goes around. That's going to hurt him. Comes around, I think this is where it was. Comes up inside curve there, just touches the wall, which pushes him out wide. And there we go, wheels up on the grass, and there it is again.
Yeah, that's a tough section of track too. It's very tricky, and if you do hit that curve too hard, you get exactly what happened to Sam Dicker there. You just get very unsettled and potentially spear off into the wall. So he's lucky that he kept that car going and was able to keep the momentum and not lose too much gap of Leach, because I think that's going to be the name of the game here, Matty, is if Guy Leach or Sam Dicker gets too much of a lead here, it starts to stretch away, then I think it's going to really be hard for anyone to call that back.
A little bit of a reprieve there for Guy Leach, I would have thought, but then I did notice that he's already caught the back. Here we go, the move is on, the pits, he's going in, Guy Leach is going to take it. Are we going to see the champ come out? Will Paul Mansell go, oh no, big lock up there. Let's go back to that replay as he comes in. This one's very interesting, isn't it? Because we check this out, it is a huge lock up as he comes into the pits. Guy Leach, he's been doing fantastic. The tyres, though, they're down to the last bit. There's not much left of him. Look at him, he goes over. There we go. Oh, he's on the grass. We've had Laurie come out already and tell him to get off the grass again. He's been busy today, Laurie. He misses pit entry, so he's going to have to, I wonder if he's going to have to do another lap there. Let's have a look as we go back live. No, he's made it into the pits now, so he's had to reverse that up. That's really going to hurt him, Tegan, because Sam Dicker now, is he going to see that and go, I'm going to come in next lap, and not knowing that that's happened? Maybe Kevin Norman has already told him, he said, mate, just finish this lap off and go in, because we've now grabbed ourselves about 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's tough for Leach, because you just have to know that obviously we said it before, is Paul Mansell has been doing this for a long time, and he knows exactly how many seconds he's going to have to be in the pits for tyres, for fuel, for everything. And that's really going to have thrown him, because you have to imagine that they probably were talking and, they worked out, now's the time. Get in there, get it done, and get us back out there, because you won't lose too much ground. Whereas now, he's actually dropped so much of his position. So where he gets back out, who knows? Because it looks like, now Jake Burgess has picked him off too. So he's now a full minute behind of where Sam Dicker is.
I'm just going to write that down though, a 43.98 pit stop. So let's be very interested now if we go back up here. Let's take that down and see what Sam Dicker is going to do, who's out in the lead at the moment. And now he's got a massive lead there. He's a minute 14 in front. So Jake Burgess has managed to get past Paul Mansell. The champ is in the seat. Let's see what he can do. But will Sam Dicker come in on this lap? This is what's going to be very, very interesting. The flat-out kart's entry. You can see it's all rubbered up down the side. No, choosing to do another lap. He was on 2 laps younger tyres though. Last time he was 2 laps behind what Guy Leach and Paul Mansell were doing on their strategy. So it'd be very interesting. He's going to hold on to this one, and I reckon he's going to have a bit of an advantage with that lock up there. As you see that blue car in the background, is that Isaac Roos?
I think that was Isaac Roos who just put around
Brad Stott.
So
what's going on, mate?
Happy with that one.
What are they doing at the front? Sam Dicker here does a job on the skate world entry. Here we go. All right, skaters, turn around and go the opposite direction. There we go. He tells him, puts the call out over the DJ voice. Backwards skating it is there for the skateboard entry. Brad Stott and Adam Bergen. That's a bit of a shame there for those boys. They've been having a great time, team backmarker. So he hasn't gone in there. Let's go back to our injectors online. Mansell and Leach there. Mansell now is getting past. Looks like he's going to go past Burgess, take the second position back. So he is very fast on fresh tyres at the moment. This will be his second lap in. So Mansell just starting to get in the groove. He's 7 cruises down. Oh no, we go again. Oh, there he goes. Laurie's at it again.
Laurie's at it again. Laurie's not happy.
Laurie is not happy today. It's going to be a big one for him. We really do have to get Laurie to record that for us. Oh no, what's the iSpark entry done now? I'm just trying to have a look at this one as we bring it up. Let's have a look at the instant replay, see if we can get a vision of that one there as he comes around. It's not going to give me what I want to see, is it? No, we're too far away for some reason. He's gone across the grass too. Looks like so many people just trying to come in those pits. I think he may have come down and trying to get in the pit lane, looking by the marks there. That's interesting. So the 221 entry, the 2212 entry, we should really call it, the iSpark Electrical and Fire entry. Great supporters here of the race this weekend. Of course, there's the iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000 state versus territory, and of course log on to his Facebook page for iSpark and you can watch the live stream if you want to. Give him some support there. Sam Dicker's going around. Let's see if he's going to pull in the pits this time. No, he's going to do another lap. Sam Dicker's pretty confident in what he's doing. Very, very...
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I wonder whether this is a bit of a team strategy as well, is they know that they've got that distance on Paul Mansell. So, you know, are they gonna try and stretch that out a little bit further and just stretch the car out, you know, hold out on those tyres and the fuel, knowing what they need to do, and then come in a little bit later. It's very interesting what's going on here with Sam Dicker. But yeah, a minute 17 is the distance between himself and the second position of Paul Mansell. Jake Burgess still holding in tight with Paul Mansell there, 1.2 seconds gap, and Maxwell and Sates aren't too far in behind them as well. So good battle pack going on here between second, third and fourth. But yeah, the leader's definitely stretched out now, and it's going to be hard to call that one back. It might be something that a competition caution might bring us all back together, and we'll be able to have a look at that. It looks like there's a good battle going on at 9th and 10th as well with McCartan and McIver. So having a look there, the distance between those two cars is 0.6 of a second. So good battle going on back in the rear end of the field as well. So some of those back markers still battling it out. So the race is still on everywhere throughout this one.
Kimi typing away in the background, just sending some notes through to some people. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. As we see, we're only 39 laps in of 161 at the moment, and Dicker is your leader at the moment. That's Sam Dicker. He was qualifying like a champion today. Last night he took out the top 10 shootout. Today, well, he was second from memory in the qualifying stats there. So we'll just have a look at some of the qualifying results from earlier. Of course, it was Guy Leach and Paul Mansell who were up the top there in the qualifying results, and Dicker was second there. He was 0.076 of a second behind. So, you know, he's been very, very fast. He did lead the race for a while, then Guy Leach took over, and then Sam Dicker has taken back over that lead, and we saw that error there from Guy Leach a bit early as he came into the pits, and that was about 3 laps ago, coming up to the 4th lap. So we're just waiting to see whether Sam Dicker will come into the pits this time, and looks like he will do. So let's watch this one. The pit stop time, 3 laps ago it was, for Guy Leach and Paul Mansell. They changed drivers. It was a 43.98. Let's see what's going to happen for this one. This is where we are really 1 and 2 who we're watching. This is the real 1 and 2. We do have a look. Obviously, the Barry's Bandits, Maxwell is moved into 3rd position. As it looks like, has Burgess taken a pit stop. I believe he may be in the pits as well. For Drage has gone back in. So Josh Drage back in the driver's seat of the number 116, a 0 to 100 motorsport entry. He was in 3rd. You see that's coming out there. There he is right now, the 116, leaving pit lane. But just check this one out. 43.98 it was for Guy Leach and Paul Mansell in the pits for their second pit stop of this race so far. 40 laps completed now of 161. We're waiting to see. Last time he took an extra 2 seconds in the pits. I believe he did take on a little bit extra fuel. Just trying to have a look now. Waiting to see. 25 seconds. Oh, look, there's Isaac Roos. Oh, no, that's someone else. It's I reckon that's... Hey, don't worry, guys. We got a bit of a joke going on there. The Morabito entry, that was the number 24 just going out in the blue car. My graphics are a lot better when I'm actually sending out the broadcast. I can see which blue car it is.
You can actually see
I hope
what's
he's
going
watching,
on.
mate. I hope he's having a good time, and I'm expecting him to take a bit of a crack. It's good. I like to see it. 44.05. So there's nothing in this one. There is 7/100ths of a second, which is the difference in the pit stop for these guys and Guy Leach with Paul Mansell. So now let's have a look at the difference there. It is going to be, they're just going to have to reset this one because Paul Mansell is going to be coming around. Let's have a look at the two-car battle as we bring it up. 18 seconds. So that's probably just that error that Guy Leach made coming into the pit entry where he locked up and went on the grass and upset Laurie. That's all that is. It's starting to come down, though, because he's come out on fresh tyres. He's going to have to warm them up. So I'm sure Paul Mansell is going to be pushing hard on this lap just to see if he can get in his rear vision mirror, see how close he can get, as it looks like Team Timmy is just in front. And just trying to see who is actually at the wheel of that one at the moment. Of course, the last name on the left-hand side of what you see on screen is who is actually driving the car. And Timmy Nichols will be having a martini and getting around in his suit. He was all dressed up last night for qualifying in his full suit. He had to go out. Hopefully he's still in it today.
Looks like McIver's already been booted out of the car back in 10th position. Evans jumped in now, so a few drivers continuing on with changing through their drivers. Domsky's changed out now, so Zdenek out of the car and Sam McGrade in. Newens has jumped in over Peck, so been a few driver changes already. We've seen Stott and Bergen swap over a couple of times. Morabito and Morabito have swapped over, maybe, not sure.
Maybe Isaac Roos jumped in and got a third driver for the weekend.
maybe Isaac's in there. And there you go. Dylan Sates now in the car as well in the Barry Bandits car. So Maxwell out of the car and Sates back in. Drage has already kicked Burgess back out, so ScoMo not allowed in the car anymore.
ScoMo, you're gone, mate. Too much time on the grass. All right, so this one I'm really impressed with, though, Wilmington. He has been very, very fast, and he's just sort of lurking around there. Hasn't really been out of the top five, except for some pit stops, you know, as they move up and down the order throughout pit stops. And once everyone's on the same pit stop strategy, Wilmington has sort of been lurking in that top five the entire race so far. I know we're only 40 laps in, so we're a quarter of the way here for this 161 lap E1000 race at the moment. As we've got on screen, of course, the number 27, Braden Wilmington, very, very fast at the moment. Waiting to see what will happen. As I'm just checking up there, teamed up with Damien McCartney this weekend. So that's a good one to team up with, of course, ex-Territorian. Of course, Damien used to be up there doing plenty of photography and a little bit of commentary up there in the Speedway in Darwin. So good to see he's on board. Got himself a good partner too in this race. Representing the Northern Territory. Exactly. He's not going to represent the States. He's going to represent the NT.
No, he's an NT boy through and through, so he wants to be representing them. Of course, he is down in Sydney, New South Wales now, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he jumps in the car because he's definitely been set up as a good position here. You know, sitting in third position and held out that for a long time. As you said, Matty, he's been in that top five for most of this race, so it'll be interesting to see when Damien jumps in, whether he can hold on that same form and keep him up that pointy end of the field. A
little bit of a battle going on now. It looks like Cotter is going to put some pressure on to Dan Evans. I mean, do you think Dan Evans just said to McIver, get out, mate? I'm embarrassed with how far you've gone back in the field. Time to get the Chico entry right back up the top.
Well, he jumped in. It's not even been a lap yet, and he's already moved up a position. So, I mean, I think Evans is definitely setting the team the right way forwards. And we'll be interested to see when Dan Bryant jumps in too, because he does okay in a black track car as well. Normally, all three of those guys are doing the speedway rounds. You know, they speedway races in real life, and they're usually doing the dirt track stuff, but jumped in to do this black track race. They wanted to have a bit of fun and come out and do the race. So, but yeah, Evans definitely no slouch in the car. He's putting the car in the right order now and getting it back up the front and doing the Chico family proud.
G'day boys, back again.
Oh, Rusty, welcome. You've reset your modem 16 times, haven't you?
Oh, mate, tell me about it. I'm not going to name the company that I'm with, but it rhymes with Belstra. And and yeah, I'm just having all sorts of issues at the moment, and it's actually kicked me out of the game session as well, and I can't seem to get back into it as well. So I'm fully relying on on whoever's switching there. Matty, if you happen to know him, give him a G up for me. But what did I miss, guys? Looks like things are still pretty much line and stern at the top of the tree, but a few changes further back.
Yeah, look, there's been a little bit of drama go on. I mean, Paul Mansell's managed to close the gap now significantly, but Yeah, when Guy Leach came in for his pit stop to do the driver change, he actually missed the pit entry and slid off the track. So there was about a minute gap in between the top two spots. But now Dicker has gone in and done the driver change, and Kevin Norman's in the car, and Paul Mansell's managed to reel that back in a little bit. So yeah, not too big a gap, and Wilmington not in far behind him. Josh Drake's jumped back in the car for the team there for the 0 to 100 motorsports, so they're still sitting there in fourth. But yeah, a lot of the drivers now, Rusty, have done their driver changes. So, and a couple of them have done a couple of driver changes.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see Braden Wilmington still in there. Damien McCartney, I heard you talking about him earlier on. He was actually sending me messages through Facebook messages saying, make sure you give us a big rap. And yes. Damien, not going to happen, mate. Not going to happen. You know me. So one of the few guys I actually know in real life. So if that's not an excuse to put food in, I don't know what is.
Oh, that's excellent. But yeah, I think they're probably one of the only teams out on the track. Just having a look through the list, I think potentially they're the only team out on the track who hasn't actually done a driver change yet. So
yeah, it's a lot of laps. 42 laps is a lot of laps for one driver. Like when you actually stretch that out to a time frame, you're looking at well and truly over 90 minutes of driving, which when you're driving full pelt around here, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Yeah, you're dead right, and it's definitely interesting. We're starting to see all the strategies come into play and all the different changes happening. But the big one that you missed was just the massive drama going on there for the lead. But like I said, Paul Mansell's managed to reel that back in. So it'll be interesting to see as the race continues on whether Kevin Norman can hold on to that lead and keep the distance between himself and Mansell. A caution coming out is probably going to be the game changer for this one as well. I mean, it's going to really get the group back together. And a lot of the guys have done all their pit stops now, so it's it'll be interesting to see how they play this one out.
Yeah, 100%. And looking at it, lap traffic starting to become a bit of an issue now as well, as the leader, Norman, I should say, comes up on the number 7 car of Worrell, who's currently running 6th, I think it is. So I'm not quite sure what's happening there looking at the interval timings, but that's interval to the next car. Right, now I'm with you. Hey, don't call me sharp, mate. So
yeah, I mean that's interesting in itself. I mean, you're talking about first place lapping up to 6th position now, so that just really shows how the field is stretched out and sort of where they've all pitted and come back out. So I mean, yeah, lapping up to 6th position, that's a pretty good feat.
Yeah, 100%, and they're still turning really good laps. Looking at it as well, like they're still lapping around that 208, 209 mark. I would say, how long ago did the Norman Dicker team stop?
That was probably only a lap or two ago. So it was interesting because Paul Mansell and Guy Leach did their pit change out, and it was about 4 laps that we were talking about it, and I thought that the strategy might be that both those two front cars, they had about a minute gap, minute 8 or minute 10 gap between themselves and Jake Burgess, who was in 3rd place at that point. So I was saying that my thought on the strategy would have been that they both would have come into the pits together, done their driver change, got their tyres, got their fuel, and got back out there. But it's quite interesting. Leach came in, did his pit change out, and then Norman actually, Dicker then came in about 4 laps later. So, very interesting to see the different strategies come into play as the yellow comes out on track, which, Rusty, we were talking about this before. This is where it's going to get interesting. This is going to get the group back together.
It is going to close it back up, and the person or the team that it's going to help is the team running first at the moment, the 72. I know that sounds strange because everybody's going to close up on him, but remember, on the first stint, he stretched his tyres out for 2 laps longer than Leach. On the second stint, it sounds like he stretched his tyres out another 2 laps longer. So any excuse that he can have to keep stretching out those tyres, at the other end of the race, it means that he's going to have a fresher set of tyres, which is going to put him in a really, really good position. Now, the question here is lap traffic going to get the wave around for the pace car, or how is this going to work in terms of how the field closes up behind the pace car here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think we'll see any wave arounds here because I think just with such a big track, it's so difficult to get any wave around laps done.
It is a tough one.
Good. It would be good to get them all back in there because I mean, as you can see on the gaps to the leader there, you're talking a lap difference up to a 6th position, and then there's a couple of the guys further down the back who have potentially had some issues at the start, who are 2 or 3, and then even from Morabito 5 laps behind. So this safety car is what they need, but unfortunately, I don't think we'll see the wave around, and I think if there's any wave rounds happening, it's going to have to be one of us doing it anyway. So
yeah. So there's 3 cars at the moment between first and second in terms of Norman leading and then Mansell back there in second position. 3 cars, or 3 lap cars, I should say. So you would hope that there's some responsible driving coming from the lap cars. You would expect that, but at the same time, they've got every right to be on track as anybody else out there. You just hope that they don't interfere with the result too much, given that they are running around towards the back of the field.
So safety car coming out on track. We'll roll around for a couple of laps till everyone groups back up, and then hopefully get this one back underway. As we said before, if you're tuning in, guys, make sure you do a shout out and tell us where you're tuning in from. There's your track information up on the screen now. So it is, of course, the Bathurst E1000 State of Origin. Territory versus state, so it's the Northern Territory. Well, it was originally going to be versus South Australia, but it's good now we've actually got all the other states included as well. But yeah, we're racing at Mount Panorama at Bathurst, New South Wales and Australia. 161 laps is the journey, 1,000 kilometres. There's the track that we're racing on down below, the famous Mount Panorama. Length of the track is, of course, 6.2 kilometres. The best lap is about 206,560. Average speed, 175 kilometres per hour. So basically the racing format is there's a minimum 2 drivers, maximum 3 drivers. If you've got 2 drivers, the minimum laps you have to do is 21. If you have 3, the minimum is 14. It's a fixed setup in iRacing. And there's your weather down below. So good air temperature with a 29.7 degrees Celsius would be nice to be getting that sort of weather in Darwin right now. But yeah, partly cloudy, decent wind speed. So yeah, that's the track, that's the race. And Rusty, we're not even halfway through, and this is fun.
It is good fun. Absolutely, it is good fun. And the interesting thing, 21 laps is not a lot of laps for the minimum number of laps for drivers. So I would be expecting the split to be a lot more even for most of these guys. You would expect to say, obviously, in every team, it doesn't matter whether it's in real life or whether it's in iRacing, you do have guys who are a little bit faster, or a little bit better at saving tyres, or might be better at saving fuel, or whatever the case is. You want to put, obviously, your quickest driver towards the end of the race. You want to have them in the car. But at the same time, the co-drivers need to do their job. You know, this isn't like you just get in and cruise around. You've got to be able to do your job, hit your marks, and do what you need to do. So you would be expecting, I would be expecting at least, Wilmington, McCartney to come in and do a driver change under the yellow flag here, which is actually going to help them out. The only thing is, it is going to put a lot of lap traffic between them and the leaders. So perhaps maybe dropping them back a fair way, who knows? But, you know, Wilmington's done a great job. 44 laps. As a single stint, that's quite something right from the get-go.
Yeah, definitely a solid effort. And we just see some of the cars peeling off from the field and heading in towards the pits. So, of course, when the yellow comes out, generally the pits are closed. But at some stage, they do open up. And I can just see a green and white car back there, Rusty, which I would lead to believe is the Wilmington and McCartney entry.
Now, the one thing that I've just noticed, the lights on the safety car are out, so we're going to be going green next time by. But that means that Wilmington is going to need to get a move on when he comes out of the pits to catch up to the pack here.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you're talking 15 seconds is the holding position for the driver change-out. So basically, yeah, they hold them for 15 seconds to do the virtual driver change-out, and you know, that's a lot of time really when the safety cars are rolling around. So yeah, you got it right. They're going to have to really get up and boogieing as soon as they get out of those pits and get onto the tail end.
Now, only a 30-second pit stop this time around for Wilmington in the iSpark Electrical, beautiful-looking green and white car. I don't think they've done a driver change. It looks to me like he is still in the car, Braden Wilmington, so he's going to go around for at least another 14 or so laps, you would have to expect. But he's certainly putting pedal down, trying to catch up to the pack here. The tough thing for him is he has got a lot of traffic between him and the leaders. He's dropped back to 5th on the road, but in terms of how many cars are between him and the leaders, you're probably looking at 12 to 15 cars. It's going to be a tough one. Now, we have heard from Mr. Burgess that there are no wave rounds, so you are absolutely right there, Teagues. No wave around, so that's going to make this start very, very interesting and probably a little bit nerve-wracking for some of the lap guys.
Yeah, for sure. Stuck in the middle. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do here. Whether there's going to be. Well, I think the exciting bit about this, although the guys are potentially a lap down, it's going to make the racing nice and tight again for the next few laps. So we're going to see a lot of action going on. These guys will be battling it out. I mean, there's a lot of guys in there. I think we set up to 6 was a lap down. So Worrell, Robson, Evans, those guys are all been pretty decent through these opening laps. So we'll see them all battling it out. I mean, you're talking, there's a few guys down the back who could potentially move forward, McGrade and Newens and McLean. So, it will be interesting to see whether these guys can make their positions up and actually move forwards and do what they can do.
And look at the 21 car in third as well, Saints and Maxwell. That's a good combination. They've actually been doing pretty good things throughout the afternoon so far. So you'd expect to see them probably making up a few positions on this restart as well.
Yeah, they've only just recently done their driver change out, so Dylan Sates jumping in the car probably would have been 5 or 6 laps ago, so Maxwell taking a rest, and Dylan, he's definitely one who can hold his own in the iRacing scene, so I don't think we'll see him drop off too many positions. He might be able to move some forwards. Josh Drake's just in front in their 116 car, teammate of Jake Burgess, so yeah, there's definitely some heavy hitters all sitting in here.
This is going to be interesting as we come down, Conrod approaching the straight. Now, the question is, what does Norman do on the start here? Does he hold the field up? Does he wait until he gets to the control line? Does he get it as soon as he goes on the green? Going to be interesting to see how he approaches this. We've seen plenty of games in real life racing over the last couple of weeks, and I would expect this to be absolutely no different. He'll be looking to put as much gap on the field as he possibly can here, as the pace car goes to pull off, and we will be back to green racing after this.
Yeah, there goes the pace car, as we said. So pace car darting off, so the field will all get ready to get the race back underway. So, of course, we are lap 45 of 161. We're not even halfway through. So these guys are really going to have to be careful as the green flag drops. They're going to have to make sure that in these opening couple of corners, they're not doing anything silly and not causing any issues for themselves or anyone else. So see what happens as the race gets going. Again, having a look on board with Kevin Norman, who is your race leader. There's the injectors on line entry of Paul Mansell, who's sitting back further than he probably wants to. So he's back in 5th position.
Yeah, 5th position, but a long way back on the road. Kevin Norman actually caught the field napping there. He pulled out a bunch on that restart as someone gets very, very loose. It looked like it was a 46 car, I think. No, it wasn't the 46. It was a red Mustang. There's a big crash further back in the pack. Who was that? It was the 14 car, my mistake. The 14 car of Spencer getting into the side of the 79 car of Newens. And you can see Newens, it looks like he actually just got a little bit loose coming out of the corner up the hill and, in fact, moved over on him. So moved over on the Mustang, and when you've got nowhere to go, you've got nowhere to go, and unfortunately bounces him back out into the field. And was that Mansell that got caught up in that as well?
Yeah, Mansell's caught up, Braden Wilmington. There's a few cars caught up in that, and it was very lucky not to be a bigger incident than what it was, because they really got out in front of 3 or 4 cars there, and it was a tight battle that could have caused some major issues. So I'd like to keep that race underway, and Newens is able to rejoin.
Another one, and it looked like Spencer got into the back of Mansell that time. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with Spencer, but whether it's cold tyres, whether it's a full tank of fuel or whatever, but he's certainly on a little bit of a charge. He stuffs it up the inside of the 46 car of Mansell, and you got to say that wasn't on.
Yeah, there was definitely not a whole lot of room there for passing, but Spencer definitely having a look regardless, but Paul Mansell able to keep the race underway and not losing any positions there. But, we talked about Wilmington a few times. He's getting around this track pretty well, so he was within striking distance and potentially could have picked off Mansell then. Yeah,
he's done the right thing. He's just sitting back biding his time, actually. Braden Wilmington, he's doing a good job in that car. When you consider that we're approaching 50 laps in the race car, done nearly a third of the race, not far short of a third of the race in a single stint. As we've got big problems further back in the pack, there are cars everywhere.
Yeah, the number 6 car caught up in that one as we have a look on the Madicav media replay. Having a look here, it looks like maybe Sam McGrade got into the tail end of the number 6 car of Cotter. So, yeah, McGrade just making some contact there as the battered Sav. Look at him go.
Oh, and Mansell's caught up in it again.
Yeah, Mansell just not having the run that he's after.
Now, we said this. We said after that yellow flag that Mansell was going to have to really try and keep his nose clean because he's a long way back in the pack and he finds himself under attack from Braden Wilmington now. But we said they were going to have to keep their nose clean, and he's finding out exactly what we were talking about because it has been a tough couple of laps.
That's the thing is it's brought the pack back together, and the racing is able to get tighter again. But unfortunately, as they always say, caution's breed caution. So we threw out the yellow. There was no actual incident. It was just a competition caution. But unfortunately, yeah, the old saying goes, caution breeds cautions, and we've seen that for these opening few laps since we got the race back underway.
So the Sates Maxwell car certainly doing a good job sitting back there in third. They've been the quiet achievers today, just going around, keeping their nose clean, doing what they need to do. But when you consider he's approaching the top of the hill on Conrod there, and you can just see in the background Mansell, who is fourth behind him as far as positions go. So he's actually got a lot of breathing room here, Saints.
Yeah, for sure. He's got one of the cars in behind him, but of course that is a further down lap car, I believe, who's sitting in behind him. Just have a look. That's McLean. Eighth position. So yeah, definitely. You know, he's got a car right there, but unfortunately it's a lap car, so he doesn't have to be too stressed.
Not at all. I'm not sure what's happened here, but the yellow flag has kind of brought everybody to life here. It's like they just settled into a rhythm for the first 45 or so laps, and after this, they're just a little bit out of sorts, some of these guys, as we see Mansell go through and start making up some of the positions, cutting through some of this lap traffic, and Wilmington just sort of going along for the ride here behind him. He's letting Mansell go through, cut the way through, and he'll just follow him through. I think that's the plan here for Wilmington, because you've got to be honest, fatigue is going to be a factor here for Wilmington. He's been at this for a long, long time. It does tend to affect your judgment sometimes when you think a move might be on. You might be thinking about shoveling it up the inside of somebody, but you've got to sit back sometimes and just think, okay, well, you've got to bide your time and pick your marks. And Wilmington's done a good job of that so far. He's only made a handful of mistakes and it hasn't really cost him, but he's certainly got a big race on his hands here as he gets very loose in behind Mansell.
Yeah, race continues on. We're nearly at lap 50, a couple of laps to go before at lap 50. And yeah, you said it there. I mean, you know, when you're talking about 2-minute 10s around Bathurst, and Wilmington's been in there for nearly 50 laps, I mean, it's huge amount of hours that he's been in the car. You know, he's doing well to still be holding out and doing the job that he's doing, and you know, he's got someone very challenging just in front of him, so it'd be interesting to see whether he can try and get around Mansell or whether he's just going to sit there and cruise.
Talking about a huge amount of laps, Tegan. You've done a huge amount of laps. I'm sure you're dying to refill your drink.
Here goes Wilmington. He's going up the inside. Sorry to cut you off there, mate.
We've actually got a race going on. Excitement. Look at this. Wilmington's doing the job too. Mansell's going to have to cover. Comes down the inside, though, of the 14 too. Looks like he's going to get up there on Craig Spencer. And now it is. Oh, no, it's grass time.
2 cars on the grass.
I tell you what, on the grass, we're back at it again. That's not what we wanted to see. So they've gone off. Looks like they're going to go through. So Mansell's going to have to relegate himself back to fifth there as Wilmington slides on through. Just done exactly what you said. Sat in the background and thought, you know what? I'm just going to take it easy there and see what happens. And that's sometimes all you need to do is to see who is going to make a mistake and take full advantage of that. Don't just remember, like everyone said, the race really doesn't start till lap 100. So the yellow flag really hasn't helped out Mansell and Guy Leach. I'm sure they will get that back. Wilmington, though, moves up into fourth. Sates and Maxwell in third has been very, very fast, and they've sort of just got themselves in a little bit of a gap here at the moment. He's just going through some lap traffic now, so the fake taxi gets the pass done, and it looks like the 2-2-1-2 Sam McGrade might just follow him through at the moment there. Those guys obviously get further down the back of the pack, but Sam McGrade can just get in the slipstream there and just try and stay as close to the lead as possible. As looks like we're going to give Tegan a bit of a break. I'm going to jump back on you there here with Rusty. Mate, it has been starting to get a little bit exciting after the yellow flag restart.
yellow flags always have a tendency to do that, don't they, to races? They tend to bring them to life. We thought it was going to be almost a foregone conclusion, but looking further up the front, it's actually closed right up now. You can see Kevin Norman out in front, but Drage not too far behind, less than, or just over half a second behind in that Kmart Racing Tribute car. Good looking car, absolutely love it. And of course he's co-driving with ScoMo this weekend. And they're doing a good job sitting in second at the moment. That caution really worked well for them as far as where it landed in their strategy. And I think they're actually hunting the lead.
Yeah, Josh Drage is very, very quick when he gets around Bathurst. And let's have a look at some of the actual times they've done so far. Because the previous lap there, as you have a look, Josh Drage a 2:07 compared to a 2:08 of Kevin Norman. So it's almost like we've put the faster driver in for Drage Burgess compared to the second driver there. Sideways there for Josh Drage. He comes out, just a little bit of oversteer now. He's going to put the move in on the inside. Some fresh air there, goes in the front of the car, but he's not going to get it done. He knows that he pulls back in behind, and it looks like Kevin Norman's going to stay in the lead as they finish lap number 50 of 161. We're almost a third of a way through this race, but Josh Drage there just putting the nose out, letting him know he's there. We see some lap cars in the background. There we go. The fake taxi just comes around. That is third place at the moment. As it looks like we've taken them over. Just in front, though, Josh Drage now takes the lead as they come up to this first corner, though. You think the run would be for Kevin Norman, but Drage goes around the outside and Kevin Norman yields and goes back into second position.
I think Kevin Norman is just biding his time here because Drage was on a tee. We saw how much quicker he was on the previous lap, almost a second quicker. And when you've got a car that's closing on you that quickly, there's no point in trying to fight. There's no point in getting caught up in a battle that you don't need to. You're better off just sitting back, biding your time, and like we keep saying, get to that 100 lap mark. Once you get to that 100 lap mark, then all bets are off the table. You can throw it at the wall and see what sticks. You can start putting it up the inside of people, but until you get to that point, there's not really a lot of point to doing it because all you're doing is affecting your own range.
I think Drage is pushing really fast now, so Josh going to try and open up a little bit of a lead here over Kevin Norman. As you can see, it just starting to open up nearly to a second now, and we're only half a lap since he's been in the lead, so that's going to be very interesting as that goes on. Just going to go back to Wilmington because it looks like maybe the battle there back to fifth position, of course, where the Mansell and Leach entry 46, that's starting to close up after some issues there. Oh no, big turn on the steering wheel there. I think he almost went over into the wall. That one was close.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really pushing this car hard, Braden Wilmington. It's a hard one. In fact, I think he might be struggling with tyres, or maybe it's concentration. I don't know. But he clips the wall on the outside. Lucky not to do a Dick Johnson off into the forest there. Thank God there's some concrete because he clipped the wall and it wouldn't have been hard to do. I think he might just be struggling for a little bit of concentration at the moment because. Although he's doing a great job, just little things. The car's just getting a little bit loose, starting to lock the rears, starting to get a little bit loose coming out of the corners, and that's when it's going to bite you.
Yeah, and I know Paul Mansell will be sitting in the background. I know he's a seasoned campaigner, especially when it comes to endurance races. I know he's done a few 12 hours and 24-hour races in teams. He'll just be looking at that thinking, mate, I'll just keep knocking off, a few tenths of a second a lap. We've still got 110 laps to go in this race. I don't need to be silly. Just keep going through pit stop strategies. You never know when another yellow could happen. As Tommy Orton gets on the live stream, is it time to go to the pub yet, mate? I thought the pub was beside you. I thought you had a fridge plugged in. You didn't need to go anywhere.
Unless there's a sim rig at the pub, I don't know where you'd be going. You still got some
maybe
work
that's
to do.
what we should have done, put 10 sim rigs at the pub, and that would have been solved all of our problems.
That's actually a good plan, and a couple of commentary desks as well.
Yeah. Maybe we could get something going at Sydney Dragway. We could all sit in the aircon and just have it up on the big screen.
Hey, quite possibly. I know a guy, trust me.
Never trust a guy that says trust me. I tell you what, Wilmington though looks like he is just going to hold out. He's coming up some lap traffic though. Sam McGrade there in the 221, obviously iSpark electrical and fire entry as they come over the top of the hill now. They're just making their way up. Here we go. Wilmington, Mansell just behind. He's closed it down to 1 second. It was 1.8 at the start of this lap. That's what's interesting to watch. Mansell just doing what he needs to do. Wilmington's pushing hard. We've seen a few errors though as he came down the mountain last time. A lot of steering input when we've seen the inside of the car. It's going to be hard on brakes here. Let's see if we can hold on to it. Just needs to keep cool, calm and collected as they come through. Can't watch the...
To me, it looks almost like Wilmington's driving this thing like a qualifying car at the moment. He's using every single inch of the track, and he's not necessarily trying to be clean and precise. He's just throwing it around the track and really using up every single inch of track that he can find. And when you're in the middle of a race like this, you've got traffic all around you and you've got lap cars. It's not necessarily the theory that you want to subscribe to, because that's a lot of the time how you're going to get yourself into some trouble.
Yeah, especially when you got Paul Mansell in the background. It's only going to take one little error pushing hard here on brakes, and Paul Mansell he'll jump down to any gap he can get, really. He wants to get back in the position. Sideways there, though, you should see Wilmington. Back end steps out on him. He has to control it, manages to do it. The taxi's just in front, though. That's third position, so they are catching up to him very, very fast for Dylan Saints and Thomas Maxwell entry in the fake taxi. Loose again too. Paul Mansell can see two positions coming, I reckon. He's hoping
Absolutely.
Two positions.
And I reckon McGrade is sitting in the middle of this thinking, what should I do? Should I back off and let these guys through, or should I... and that's what he does. He actually moves off the racing line there. So I think that's his plan. He's going to try and let these guys through without slowing himself down too much, obviously. And that's not necessarily good news for Saints, because he's got two of the very, very quick drivers in the field. There's a bit of contact coming into the corner there. Wilmington just lands on the lap car ever so slightly, and I take it back. I thought he was going to let him through, but it's not.
I don't think McGrath's going to yield here. I don't know if Zennick's going to be on the team comms there, go, mate, just let him go past, because you don't want to get spun around right now, as it looks like. Goes a little bit wide there. Maybe he got a little bit of a love tap. Maybe you can just see him in the rear vision mirror going, I have a very fast car behind me. It might be good just to get off the racing line and let him go through. Wilmington's going to push hard. Mansell's probably hoping that he holds him up just a little bit more as Wilmington, pushes right out. Oh no, it looks like the 2-2-1 car has spun out. Let's go back to that one, see if we can grab an instant replay. Oh, he's done it himself.
He clipped the wall himself. Yeah, he clipped the wall himself, and just affected the entry to the next corner. And once you do hit a wall up there, in fact, Wilmington's going to be lucky to get away with this. See, that's not Wilmington's fault. You're wide open going through that section of the racetrack, and when a car gets loose in front of you and you're up behind his wing, it's never really going to happen.
Oh, and there we go. Laurie's back. Get off the grass, please. Oh, no, another one on the grass. It's marked up. Let's go back to Sates, see where he is in third. He's still got a little bit of a lead there. Looks like over Wilmington, 1.5 seconds. You can see him in the background. Look at Mansell, though. There's nothing in it. Mansell's 0.2 of a second now behind Wilmington. This could really help out Dylan Saints, though, because the fake taxi, they've been lapping a little bit faster than him, catching on him, but with Mansell putting that pressure onto Wilmington, that could slow them down a little.
Watch Mansell put the move on in turn one. I'm calling it here. He's going to close right up here and try and get right up under him on the front straight, and I reckon he's going to put the move on into turn one. Although Wilmington gets a really good drive out of Murray's there.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Look at it here. They're on the brakes hard. The Commodore chasing down the two Mustangs in front. So it's third place up in front in the fake taxi. Then it's fourth there for Wilmington. Mansell in fifth, and they are all here together. Our third to fifth place. Mansell just waiting for an opportunity. I think that's all he's waiting for, is to see something happen. Wilmington's been pushing hard on those tyres. I don't think they're going to last quite as long as Mansell. He is very smooth, Paul Mansell. That's why we call him the champ. Look at him go around there too. Doesn't look unsettled. We see the other cars starting to get up over the curb. They are pushing hard, like you say. It looks like a qualifying lap up in front, but you need to keep it smooth. Oh, wall there for the taxi. Dylan Sates goes into the wall there. That's unfortunate for him. Let's see if we can bring that one back up as he moves back down the pack. I'm going to try and grab an instant replay on that one. He comes around. It's all him. No one else involved in this one. Slides out into the wall there for the fake taxi, the 21 entry. And you see the understeer then as he locks it up on the brakes and just goes along the tyre power wall, and it looks like clean through, as Mansell will get through as well on this one. Now all he's got to do is get around Wilmington as we go back live on track. Let's have a look at Wilmington there as Mansell right behind.
It's a deceptively hard part of the racetrack coming up to that corner, because you're braking, as I think, did we see Wilmington clobber the wall there? No, we saw a lap car slow down and let him through, so good job there. I think that was Bergen that slowed down to let them through. But where Saints lost it there, it's a really hard part of the racetrack, because you're actually braking while you've got the car turned. It's really easy to lock the rears, which is exactly what he did. Once you get out into the marbles, you're never going to save it from there.
No, I'm just trying to have a look here. We might actually just bring up here and see how close Mansell is getting. Look at this one. The injector's online, Commodore getting right up behind him now as we come around. The taxi's behind. Dylan Saints hasn't given up. That wall tap as he goes out in the grass. Looks like he might have dropped a wheel out there. Opens up a little bit of a gap here though for Wilmington. He's just holding on in front at the moment. There's half a second back to Paul Mansell. We come around. Of course, this is the final corner to complete lap number 54. Just a little bit sideways there for Paul Manson, doesn't he? He just overdrives it a bit coming out of the corner. That half a second, he's just waiting for his moment. Wilmington is pushing so hard in this car, and that's what I really see, Rusty, is Wilmington's pushing hard. Mansell just seems to be just cruising along, taking his time, trying to conserve those tyres, and a little bit of fuel maybe as well, just waiting for that opportune moment where there's an error there from Wilmington. Of course, we do have some lap cars coming up. You can see them as we came around before. So once that happens, it's really going to change the dynamics.
I'd be really curious if we could go to an onboard with Mansell right now, because I'd really like to see her up when he's changing gear, because if he's changing gears early, and he may be doing exactly what you said, saving fuel, saving tyres, he knows he's back and forth at the moment, the chances are that there's going to be another yellow flag at some point during this race. I think that goes without saying. So I think what he's really trying to focus on is just staying in touch, trying to stay in touch with the leaders, and just try and stay on top of the evolving map of this race, because there is a lot going on at the moment, that is for sure.
No, plenty going on inside the cockpit there. As you can see him moving the car around there. We're just checking that out. He's well over 7,000 RPM there as it goes through.
So he's not short shifting.
Not short shifting through that section of the track either. You see a lot of understeer there, obviously, as they come down. There's a car unsettles there on 3 wheels, basically, as they come down the mountain. He's back to first here too. He's pushing.
I'm impressed with Wilmington, because he's got himself back together. There are a couple of laps there where he was looking very, very loose. I think the fact that he's now almost out on his own in terms of who's out in front of him, I think if Mansell does get right up under his rear wing and wants to have a crack at him, I don't think Wilmington's going to argue too much, because realistically we're on lap 54. There's not a lot of point as Mansell gets a little bit loose in the braking zone, and so does Braden Wilmington there. Almost shoots off onto the grass. Don't need to play it this time. But don't need to upset Laurie. Didn't get on the grass this time.
Grass. Oh, I tell you what, someone's ticking off their bingo cards right now.
Absolutely. Are you keeping an eye on the comments there, mate? Have we got a nice active involvement?
We've got a few there. The Shenanigans Supercar Sprint. That's what it's going to be called from now on. I think instead of the top 10 shootout, the Shenanigans Supercar Sprint.
I like it.
We just do a 30-lap race. It'll just be a sprint race. I wonder how many laps we can actually do in a full tank in these things. It'll probably be 30 laps. Here we go. Now a bit of a move there. Takes on some clean air for Mansell. Can he get the job done? He's coming down 260 kilometres an hour as a hard on the brakes. Goes back through the gears, and Mansell goes past Wilmington, takes over third position, and he has got the job done this time. So it looks like Mansell will now go into third position. Wilmington, well, he's really hasn't given it up, but he hasn't put up too much of a fight either. I don't think you want to put up a bit of a stoush with Mansell, because he definitely had the speed. He waited for his moment, and he's got the job done.
I think he's just trying to put the pressure on and make a mistake, as we see Mansell hit the wall on the way out. Didn't cost him too much. In fact, I think it may have cost him a fair bit coming across the top of the hill. He clipped the wall just coming out of the corner, and I think that's directly as a result of the pressure that Wilmington's putting on him.
He's staying, though, in the lead at the moment, so that's all we need to know. Of course, this is the two-car battle that's happening at the moment. Only 0.2 of a second in it. Wilmington all over the back of him, though, getting in all those mirrors, putting that white and green livery in those side mirrors and in the rear vision mirror as they go down the hill. Jump on board now with Mansell as you see him going through. Look at the steering input there, nice and smooth, not too much movement. A little bit there though as he tries to get the drive out, a little bit of wheel spin maybe just as he come out. You can see the revs come up for a split second. Now we've got the run on.
And in all the excitement of watching this battle for third and fourth, look at the battle between first and second. Drage is absolutely pulled out here. 5.2 seconds is the gap now back to Kevin Norman back in second. It's a pretty impressive effort, to be honest, for Drage.
Yeah, no, he is doing a nice drive out in front. I think he's sort of gotten that rhythm before. We did see him putting a lot of stress on those tyres earlier because the car was getting a little bit out of control there as he was just pushing for lap times. And I'm sort of having a look back here now as it looks like Mansell is now only 23 seconds away from the leader. So Mansell and Wilmington, that nice little battle they've got going on, but they're 23 seconds away. They'll need to get Drage down there. I might just have a quick look at what some of the previous laps were just to see what is going on. And with that battle going on, you can see Mansell's done a 209, Wilmington a 210, a 209 there for Kevin Norman, but a 207 for Josh Drage on the previous lap. So he is really pushing hard.
That's exactly why he's pulling out that gap. He's just putting in, well, they're not quite qualifying laps, but they're certainly some very, very quick race laps, that is for sure. And the great news here is that we've got the top five all within 30 seconds of each other. So that means that we're going to have a race. You know, there is going to be another yellow. I think that goes without saying. At some point during the race, don't know when that's going to be. All depends on the way the race plays out. But you've got to think, when you've got 5 guys all fighting for the lead and they're all within 30 seconds, when that flag does fly, it does mean it's going to close it up, and it's going to make for a very, very interesting middle and last section of this race.
Let's go back to the battle that is, though, obviously Paul Mansell and Wilmington, and here it is. It's still going on there. He's not going to... Braden Wilmington's not going to give up, is he? He's not going to step back at all. Paul Mansell's... Well, he's got a lot of experience in racing, doesn't he? Wilmington, we can see it up there, of course. He was out-qualified Rubens Barrichello in the S5000 class at the 2020 Australian Grand Prix. Paul Mansell got over 12 years of iRacing experience, does lots of endurance races with various different cars. Does a lot of deliveries too. If you get around Paul Mansell, we know he does a lot of stuff with Penrite. Ron Capps in the States too, paints up all of his sprint cars and whatever cars they're racing around, whether it be dirt track or circuit racing. This guy, if you want to know how to get a livery done on iRacing, this is the man to go see. He does them up. I don't think they cost too much either. You send him all the logos and that one to do something pretty flashy. You can do all the chrome key stuff and make it nice and bright and shiny. He is the man that does this behind the scenes. But Paul Mansell there just holding out. Looks like he's getting a small gap there now. He's stretched it out to 0.6 of a second. It was down to 0.2 before, and they are starting to try and reel in the people in front too, as we are 18 seconds away from Kevin Norman. He needs to cut that down. He needs to really get hold of that one. Let's check it out as he goes over the start-finish line. We might just have a look at his previous lap there and see what's going on. Back to 209s as well for Mansell, so he's got 0.2 of a second there over Kevin Norman this time. Just opened up a couple of tenths over Wilmington, but a 208 for Josh Drage. He just slows down probably about half a second on that lap as a 208, but he's still lapping over a second faster than anyone else at this point. And Jake Burgess definitely isn't in the driver's seat, I can tell you that, because he wasn't cutting 208s at this point in the race with the tyres the way they are. It looks like Mansell just slides the car around the corner there. Wilmington as well.
You can see the speedway training coming to the fore there for Wilmington.
Yeah.
Certainly sliding the car around big time, and it's one of those things, when you're following a car that starts to slide, it's amazing how your car all of a sudden wants to start sliding too. It's almost like monkey see, monkey do. Who knows? Now, a little bit of info. We do know that the Wilmington car, and it goes without saying because we know how quick their pit stops have been, they are short filling this car in terms of the amount of fuel that's going in. So they're not going to be doing as long a stints you would have to expect as everybody else. But I think the tyre life today seems to be a lot shorter than what you can actually do with the fuel load that you've got. So most guys are coming in early because the tyres are certainly clipping out early. So it might not be a bad strategy for Brady Wilmington and Damien McCartney here, because they are doing a good job. They're currently running in 4th and breathing down the neck of 3rd, and certainly closing in on 2nd as well. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see whether like the Paul Mansells and Guy Leaches of the world are just going to try and push those tyres. We know that Kevin Norman and Sam Dicker have been pushing the tyres there, as it looks like Mansell just closing another second off between himself and Kevin Norman. Just going to go back and have a look down here though. It looks like the number 54 entry, a little bit of a battle. It's not as close, but of course it is Justin McLean there in the 54 just out in front, and he's only got himself about 9 tenths over, of course, Evans, who has moved up a position there in the BPM Chico entry just behind, putting a little bit of pressure on as well. Just having a look in front to see if that might be that is Robson and Johnson in front. So we got a little bit of going on here. Is Robson and Johnson, the 33 entry there. It's Rossi Johnson and Deborah, as these affectionately known, of course, in behind and Johnson. So Rossi Johnson is getting the job done at the moment. Oh no, we've changed over. Sorry, Deborah's in the car. Deborah's got it. Anything can happen. And McLean is right behind there, and the BPM boys, looks like Dan Evans has been put back in the cockpit because McIver, well, he sent it back down the field, and Evans has been brought back in to get him into the top 10 because he's got to finish in the top 10 for Teagan to flip his dad's mattress. That's what's good.
So sorry mate, I was just going to say, the next question I've got, I'm just looking at some of these splits and just trying to work out exactly where some of these guys are going to end up after their next stop. So we're approaching, I think it's around 13 or 14 laps since that last yellow flag period. And a lot of the guys stayed out because they'd only just stopped. A lot of the guys came in. Now, one of the cars that did come in was Wilmington. So I'm actually thinking, given the fact we know that they short-filled, there's got to be a driver change for these guys coming up in the not too distant future. You'd have to think that in the next 5 to 10 laps or so, you'd have to think that they're going to be coming in.
Well, I'm just looking up the pit stops there. So Mansell and Leach have done 3 stops. Wilmington, McCartney have done 3. McLean, Gear and Woodburn have done 3, and we've been told to watch out for Woodburn a bit later. Cotter and McCartan have done 3. Spencer, Harvey and Summick have done 3. Peck and Newens have done 3 as well, McGrade and Radomski. But I think it's really up the top in that top 5. So Mansell and Leach and Wilmington McCartney have done 3 stops each. That's probably an advantage over Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman and Josh Drage and Jake Burgess. As it looks like we've got plenty of action going on. There's the boys have come off. Oh no, they're on the grass. Oh, that's not good. Oh, there we go.
Does it count if you're in the sand trap rather than the grass?
I don't know. Should we go back and have a bit of a replay on that one? Oh, we can probably go back again. Look at the boys here. We'll check it out. The 54 comes around the outside too, and it looks like they're pushing really hard at this point. And Deborah there, hard on the brakes. He's all of about 12 years old. Hasn't even got a facial hair yet. He comes in a little bit of a panel there.
Well, he was far enough up the inside, and it did look to me like the 33 tried to turn in on him a little bit there. And then, unfortunately, the 44 car just gives him a little bit of a love tap. That's Evans behind the wheel now and out in the dirt. In the dirt's not too bad. It's on the grass where it's
so Evans moves back into 7th position. So they've definitely done the right thing by kicking McIver out and putting Dan Evans back in. Hopefully McIver's done his... Well, if they've got 3 drivers, they've all got to do a minimum of 14 laps. So hopefully McIver's done his 14. And I think he did get that done. So Bryant's just got to get 14 done then, unless they're only going to run 2 drivers today, in which case hopefully McIver's done 21.
I have some intel. Guys, I've been off doing some digging whilst I've been on break, on my union mandated lunch break. And Dan Bryant was set to come in and be the 3rd driver, so somewhere within the next half hour. They're having some dramas with the server, and apparently the 3rd driver is not being able to get in and get in the car. So there's a little bit going on there. So McIver's actually quite upset because he's going to have to actually do a lot more racing than he's done.
I think Evans is going to be more upset. He's done so much work to get him up 3 positions, and he's just going to give it up by giving it back to McIver.
I was just down in the room just slaying on him because I was like, man, you went backwards, now Evans is going back forwards, just leave him in the car for a while. But yeah, apparently, they're having some drama, so they're trying to work through that. So we'll see whether we can actually get that third driver in or not.
Oh, that's going to be very interesting because I'm sure it's not just them having some issues then, because we've got a few cars that have got 3 entries. Because Woodburn, we got the message earlier on the stream there that Woodburn was going to be very fast. Look for him to set a track record. And if we're having dramas with the 3rd person, maybe he won't get in. Checking out on screen at the moment, looks like Evans might be doing another move here. He's pushing hard there. Look at the 54 just in front at the moment. Of course, it's McLean holding out the 54. Let's have a look at the change around.
And
Stott's in the wall. Is that Bergen? It's Adam Bergen, the Skate World entry. Let's go back and see if we can get that one on instant replay. How bad was it?
I was just going to say Wilmington is in the pit lane. So I said that they were going to be coming in soon, and they're in. So this is going to be a driver change for them without a shadow of a doubt. Damien McCartney will be jumping in. And the good news for them, they've dropped to 5th, but they're not going to drop any further than that because when you look at it, 2:06 is the gap back to 6th. So you'd have to think if this is around a 40 to 45 second pit stop, they're going to fill it all the way up with fuel. Damien McCartney will jump in, and they should stay in 5th, barring any misadventure on that first out lap.
Do you think that Wilmington did so many laps? I mean, we're lap 60. There's just over 100 left to go. Do you think Wilmington had to do so many laps because Damien McCartney's only just gotten out of bed?
No, there's a good chance of it. There's a good chance.
Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, it is almost 3 o'clock Sydney time. He is in Sydney these days, so he's probably only been out of bed for 40 minutes or so. And you can't just jump in and drive. You've got to wake yourself up, have breakfast or lunch or afternoon tea or whatever you call it. So
gone down to one of the flash restaurants in Sydney and gone for a nice outdoor lunch.
Oh, speaking of which, look, Mount Panorama Winery on the signage there in the background, just on the right-hand side there.
Excellent.
I was going to say,
these guys are driving like they've been there.
The good news for Damien is that Macca's drive-through is open 24 hours. So.
At least there's no Dingus bar here this week. That's not on our bingo. 44 seconds there for that pit stop. So 44 seconds for McCartney. Be interested to see how he goes as Mansell. Let's just check in on him at the moment. He is chasing down. He is only 9 seconds now behind Kevin Norman, who he was 18 when he first took over third position. So he is chasing them down.
Yeah, and Sate's doing a good job as well. He's not too far behind either. So, we got somebody spinning on the pit entry, which is not hard to do here, just quietly. Comes in, looks like it's all under control until it's not.
Yeah, and Deborah in the background was out there on the grass as well. As it looks like Dan Evans in the front. Oh, come on, how many times can we play it? I think I'm going to be banned from going into Hidden Valley Motorsports Complex by the obviously by the manager there, because oh no, there it comes again. Oh no, on the grass again for the 54 McLean. Oh, I tell you what.
It's about that. You just described our punchline there, Rusty, where me and Matty Cav's commentating careers, we're all in control till we're out of control. So it's good that you're here and being a good moderator for the pair of us.
I do what I can.
What is our motto at 2212 Productions, Tegan? It's we're always ready, never prepared.
Yeah, that's how we get through life, day in, day out. It's good to see Josh Drake back on board, though. Jake Burgess is obviously taking a well-needed rest, and Josh just pushed us back up to the front. So when did that happen? Was there a pit stop for Norman?
No, it was on outright speed. It was on outright speed after the yellow flag. So he's consistently knocking out mid to low 207s, or was knocking out 207s. He's now knocking out the last lap was a 210. So maybe starting to drop off the cliff a little bit in terms of the tyres, because he would have used those tyres up pretty quickly in that stint.
Yeah, he's obviously on the move forwards if he's been able to pick them off, and I mean that's the competition portion. It just comes into play so much. We see it all the time, but it's done wonders there, because Mansell and Dicker Leach and Dicker were completely, just stretched out. The lead was huge there, but it didn't look like Josh Drake or Jake Burgess were going to have much of an opportunity to get back at that one. But obviously the speed in this second part of the race has done wonders for them.
Absolutely, and I would expect. This is my bet. I've been not too bad so far today, but I reckon next 3 laps you'll see them come into the pits. I think you'll see them come in, top up on fuel, throw some new tyres on it. It'll probably land him somewhere around 3rd position, I would say, by the time it shakes out on the road. But we'll see how it goes. Now, going back to this other battle that we've got going on, it's Evans, Robson, and you can see Mansell. Who is that further back?
Yeah, I believe
Can't quite see.
Is that Isaac Roos?
It is Mansell, yeah.
Isaac Roos, probably.
It's a blue car, so.
Yeah, it's definitely Isaac Roos.
Yeah.
But yeah, this battle's been heating up for a while, because when I was down getting the intel on what was happening, the battle was already going on between Evans and Robson, and they were going side by side, lap after lap. So yeah, we just see the flash of the lights as Mansell tells lap cars get out of the way and roll on through. So Mansell is in amongst that battle, but he is actually a couple positions or several positions ahead of both those cars there in the Injectors Online racing entry. So he's just trying to make his way forwards and trying to close that gap as much as possible. So there's about 13 seconds between himself and Norman in the 72 car just ahead of him, and 10 seconds between Norman and the race leader, Josh Drake.
Yeah, I don't think Deborah wants to give up that position. She is out of there now. Deborah is on the move.
She is out.
Look at it, the number 33.
It's fantastic.
And Deborah is back in the car, actually driving it from the RR Motorsports. Like we say, yeah, Mr. Robson there, or Mr. Minor Robson. I mean, how old is he? He's about 12.
Minor Robson.
Sir.
I think they call you Master.
Master Robson. That's him. Ryan Robson. All of about 3 years old, not one facial hair, but he can just reach the pedals here on the Sim Racer, and he's been doing fantastic. Now, we love to hear him in Discord. He's a good bloke, and he has a lot of banter there. As Paul Mansell now starts to push his way through, the lights are flashing. Sideways for Deborah. Mansell.
Well, gentlemen, I am going to go and take my union-mandated break. I'll see you back in 20 minutes. Enjoy.
20 minutes, you only get 18, mate. That's it goes down 2 minutes every break.
You were supposed to be on break already. You've used up your time.
Teagues, it's good to be back as Paul Mansell gets through some lap traffic. Oh, no, is that Tommy Orton? I'm just going to go and see if we can do an instant replay on that one. Where's Mr. Orton? No reason at all. Looks like he's just dropped off in the grass. Is it Orton, or have we got... Who's in the car at the moment?
No, it's Nicky
Oh,
Sutton.
Sutton. Oh, no.
Oh, if he pulled out in front of Mansell, then I don't think Mansell would have unsubscribed from his OnlyFans page.
Oh, he's got back out there. The car bounced backwards, I tell you what. As the Injectors Online goes second, looks like we have someone. Dicker must be in the pits there. Let's have a look at the pit stop time here. So Dicker has made it into the pits. We're already 37 seconds. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what we can get. He's out 42.6. So 42.6 for Dicker. And he stays in. Sam Dicker is in the seat. So they've actually had a driver change. 42.6 seconds as Sam Dicker moves in and Kevin Norman goes out. So the number one driver back in. Should we call him the number one driver? Is that mean? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Nah,
Drops back to...
Yeah, we can see a few of them have started to do the driver changes back over. You see Peck's back in the 79 car, the Peck Performance Racing car, the 79. So he's jumped back in. Freeman's back in over Worrell. McGrade and Radomski, I think, have swapped again. Nicky Sutton and Tommy Orton have changed a couple of times. Bergen and Stott as well. Gracie and Nickel. So, a few of these guys are all just swapping backwards and forwards. Evans is trying to keep Kyber out of the car as long as possible. But yeah, it's interesting because you're talking we're lap 63 of 160, 164 now as they just roll across the line, and Dick is back in over the top of Kevin Norman. So, will we see one more driver change or two more driver changes as the race goes on here, Matty? It's going to be
Well, now we see Drage comes into the pits. I'm not sure if Burgess is going to get back in, but we are just waiting as Drage goes up. Let's check out the times. Mansell, though, was 23 seconds behind. He should get back out in front now. He's already done 3 pit stops, whereas Drage has only done 2. So maybe Mansell's going to try and push on those tyres and see what he can do, as Mansell now is our race leader after a unfortunate restart for him after the yellow flag a bit earlier. I'm just doing some stuff in the background here, of course, Tegan, because trying to produce and do everything at the same time is fantastic.
It's the 2-2-1-2 production and the Matty Cab Media production.
Yeah, mate.
Studio.
You know the saying, always ready, never prepared.
Never prepared. So. That's us. Having a look at what they're going to do here, though, because, this is a longer pit stop. We're just, 44.87 seconds is the pit stop there for Josh Drage and Jake Burgess. I'm just trying to see whether... It doesn't look like they've swapped over unless
it happens pretty quick. So Drage has stayed in. I'm not surprised there. He's kicked Burgess out. Where was Burgess running about 4th or 5th? And Drage gets in and he's running 1 for about 20 laps.
Yeah. Dylan Sates is doing a fantastic job out on the track. We've seen Tommy Maxwell at the start of the race and was leading that one, the fake taxi entry. What a great looking Mustang. And Dylan Sates has jumped in. Tommy Maxwell kept him up in that top 5 positions throughout the opening start of this race, and now Dylan Sates has jumped in, but no real surprise there, Matty Cav, that he's kept it up there and now up to 2nd position, because during the NTE series, he did a pretty fantastic job, got around really well in that car.
Expect that maybe he will go in the pits, though, because we have a look up there, the amount of pit stops they've done. He has only done 2, and pretty much everyone else is moving on to 3 pit stops. Deborah and Rossi Johnson need to come in for their 3rd one as well. By the looks of it, they are probably going to be running short on tyres and fuel any moment now. So I doubt Dylan Saints will do too many more laps before we see him head into the pits. You never know, though. He may try and push the tyres as far as they can go. He may just get in for a splash and dash, tyres, fuel, and keep going to see if Dylan Saints will stay in the driver's seat. We're 64 laps down of 161, as it looks like we're just coming off Conrod Straight there. Last couple of corners, he's going to come round. Go through these couple, and we'll see if he is going to take that opportunity to come into pit lane as they come over. And looks like he's...
ScoMo's just threatened us.
What's he threatened us with?
ScoMo reckons that if you mob keep talking smack, I'll have to find some new commentators, which is absolutely ludicrous. Where are you going to find 2 commentators?
As unprepared as us.
As unprepared as us. Where are you going to find the level of professionalism that we bring to the table?
Exactly. I don't know anyone. You might keep talking. Yeah. I wasn't looking at that one before. It's good to log back on. I see Ray Henry, of course. Scruffy's got in there. Of course, Laurie will be getting cranky. He would be if this was his track. So much grass going up in the air and caught under so many cars.
He would have stopped this race by now. I think.
We really need to get him to record that for us, don't we? It'll make it so much better. I'm never going to be allowed back in Hidden Valley ever again. If I walk in the gates, he's going to be stopping me going, that wasn't funny on the live stream. Stop playing it.
Stop playing it. Well, Matty Cav, you know what else we've got to do is we need to talk about the PBE Project's best livery competition. Now, we want to hear from everyone which is the favourite livery out on track. So I think if we get another yellow out on track, we might be able to flick through and have a look individually at all the different liveries. And people can send through to the Medicap media page which one is their favourite livery, because PBE Project's jumping on board and making sure they look after people who have put in the effort to do a good livery, which I don't think there's anyone out on track who hasn't done a good livery.
No, and most of them are loaded up, all except for Mark Pex, of course, a great sponsor of the series, Peck's Performance and Dyno Tuning, and his livery is not loaded, so that's... we're almost there. I think we got everyone else's to load, though. The Chico boys got on in the end. It took a couple of restarts of trading paints. I don't want to do it again because the injectors online wasn't on last night. We've got that working, and I'll tell you what, Paul Mansell, he is so...
he gets upset.
He does these liveries. That's what he does. It's part of his thing. Is he oversteers that out of the corner. Looks like those tyres are starting to wear down and go off at the moment on the back of the 46 car of Mansell and Leach. He is driving this car hard.
After four cruises, he gets very aggressive too. So we have to be really careful.
Oh, in the background, look at Deborah go. Deborah is sideways in the background. It must be getting loose out on track. How much dirt, how much grass do you reckon has been dragged all over it from everyone going off?
Oh, there'd be tons of it. Enough to re-grass the whole of Hidden Valley and keep Laurie happy.
I tell you what, these boys have got a little bit of a battle going on there, because right behind them, they must have come in because Callan Gear is now back in the 54 car. And I'm just going to have a quick look and see how many pit stops do you reckon they've done, whether they've caught up on that one. As it looks like McIver is McIver back in? Oh, that's all right. Callan Gear will go by in a second.
That must mean that, they must be having the issues with getting that third driver in, because Dan Bryant was set to go in. As McIver just drops back to 8th position, doing what he does best. He is going backwards in the field at rapid knots. So we'll see what he can do here, of course. McGrade just in behind them, but he is back in 13th position. So that's not a battle for position there, but the battle is on between McIver and Gear. And Gear, we've seen him through the NTE series, Matty. He gets around in the iRacing world fairly well, so it's not surprising to see him go by McIver. Not to knock him too much, he's generally a dirt track racer rather than the black track, so he's jumped on board. He, up until about a month ago, he was running a full sprint car simulator and didn't even have any gear sticks, so he had to buy a new wheel, new simulator and everything just to be able to do this race.
Yeah, it's good to see him get on board with the Black Track boys and have a bit of fun. Of course, it is the state versus territory. He is representing the territory, and I believe the boys have had to fall in the territory line, Dan Evans and all that. If you want to race with McIver, you've got to race for the territory. It looks like Callan Gear, he really only started the NTE series that we started off, I believe, it was that April or March we did earlier in the year at the start of all the lockdown stuff, and he has definitely been cutting some laps. You look at Callan Gear getting over in the 54 now. He's just in front of Jason McIver. Now, the minimum amount of laps if you had 3 drivers was 14. I think McIver, that's all he did was 14 laps. He may have done a bit more. We just want to stir him up a little. But what is interesting is, will he only do 7 laps now? As Dan Evans just said to him, will you just do 7 more laps so you can do the minimum 21 and I'm getting back in?
Just get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Oh, just make it happen. All right. Look, he's opened up a bit of a gap, though. It looks like McIver's going to get stuck in a little bit of a stoush there with Sammy McGrade. For no reason, McGrade's obviously lapped down, so we will change this over and see how we are to the leader. This will sort of show you where everyone's at the moment, as McIver there is 1 lap down, and we look at right behind Sam McGrade 2 laps down, so it definitely is a back marker at the moment as Callan Gear opens up that gap. It's almost 2 seconds now. Got a nice little lead. If we go back to our leader now, he's got a 33-second lead over Josh Strage, who is in second at the moment, but those tyres starting to go off for Paul Mansell. He's going to have to hold on to it. He must be due for a cruiser too. He's been busy for the last 40 minutes driving.
Well, that's the thing. I was talking to Zenik just before on his on one of his union mandated breaks from racing, and he was saying that he was trying to drink a beer as he's going down Conrod and started to spill it. So he's going to have to get himself one of those beer helmets for the next time he does an enduro race. So he can just keep pumping the beers.
Well, that's because he's got that virtual reality goggles on. See, when you look upwards to take your beer, you're just looking at the roof of the car.
Yeah. I did a few laps with those, and they were ridiculous. I felt sick.
It's going to be interesting to see here, though. We have seen them push 292 kilometres an hour. They were 289 last night in qualifying. There you go, just blips 291 kilometres an hour there as they come down Conrod Straight, and they're hard on the brakes all the way back to second gear now. That's got to be hard. A lot of heat starting to get into the cars now, and we do know in the iRacing world it's a simulator, so it will simulate that. As look, here we go, pit time. Let's see what the pit stop battle is going to be. Time to down a cruiser. Will they change drivers? Jumps over the curbs, cuts every corner he can. Paul Mansell, is he going to stay in the car? The lights are on. He's got a 33-second lead over Josh Drage. They have done one less pit stop. This is what I'm looking at now. 3 pit stops for everyone. Mansell's going to come in for his 4th. So McCartney and Wilmington have done this as well. They have had 4 pit stops as well. Let's have a look. They've all been around the 44 seconds for their last pit stops, but like we say, they were for Dicker and Norman. That was their 3rd one. As we've reset, I reckon they have changed. There you go, Guy Leach goes back in. That's why we see the car disappear and come back. So Leach now has gone in. We can confirm a change of driver. Mansell will have his union mandated vodka cruiser waiting for him. He's got to have his cruiser break.
And now our stream chat is going to go through the roof once again because he's going to want to talk to us. And have a look at that. I was about to say Dicker and Norman changed again. No, they were already changed.
Yeah, they did. I just want to see how long this pit stop is for these boys. They go, and looks like Deborah is in the background too, and might be getting out. No, Rossi Johnson's getting back in. So Deborah going to have a little bit of a break there as Leach gets out 42.9. So that is very interesting for Leach, 42.9. So Sam Dicker, Josh Drage and Guy Leach, all very similar times there for their pit stops. Let's get that off screen there, and as we go back to Drage, who is now back in the lead, as we have a look at how far it is back to second place. Of course, it is Sam Dicker there with a 9 seconds behind in second position. Guy Leach pulls back out 20 seconds behind the leader at the moment. Oh, sorry, that'll be 20 seconds behind second, so about 30 seconds behind the leader. Saints and Maxwell came in the pits earlier now, so they're a little bit further back again. Then we get back to McCartney, who is in the car at the moment with Wilmington as a co-driver. Callan Gear in 6th. It is Rossi Johnson in 7th, so McIver has dropped back to 8th. Rossi Johnson's managed to get by and just came in for that pit stop and still leading.
Say no more.
Say no more, as it looks like the field has started to spread out now. We do seem to have a bit of a spread out in the field, as we thought we would probably happen to the second half of this race. We haven't quite got there. We're almost halfway of this 161 laps. We're a few hours into our broadcast. Thanks everyone who is joining us out there on the social medias, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch or Facebook. Doesn't matter which page you're watching from. It's great to have everyone joining in. Don't forget the bingo card is on at Madicav Media page. Go and download the bingo card. If you hear anything called out like that, we have been playing the grass sound a lot. A lot. So we've got a few more things to go through on that one. If you get them all ticked off, take a photo and of course comment on one of the streams with the words bingo, and we'll have a look at that one. The first person to get it done, get themselves a 2212 Productions hat. We'll send it out. Don't know when, because of course we're never prepared, so it'll get to you one day.
Yeah. But we sound confident.
It's confidence. Let's just walk in and pretend we're professional commentators. Walk in and own it. That's what you say, don't you?
Yeah. It's good to see McCartney in the car now over Braden Wilmington. So he's still sitting in 5th position and not too far away from that 4th spot. So McCartney 14 seconds behind the 4th position of Dylan Sates. So David McCartney hasn't dropped off at all. He's been doing a lot of iRacing as of late. He's jumped on and done a whole heap of official races and built up his licence. And Wilmington did a fantastic job in the opening stage of this race. And now that Damon McCartney's woken up and he's in the car, he's doing a good job and holding out that 5th position in behind Dylan Sates. Guy Leach is in 3rd still. Sam Dicker is in 2nd. And then back to the 1st spot is Josh Drage leading this one with his team partner, Jake Burgess. In behind them, of course, 6th position is Callan Gear. Rossi Johnson's in 7th. Jason McIver in 8th. Back to Harvey, who's 9th. McCartan, 10th. Then back to Freeman, Peck, McGrade, Orton, Nickel, Stott, and then Morabito. So that is all your positions right now. 17 teams competing for this race. We were going to have a couple more, but unfortunately, a couple of the guys having some technical difficulties and not being able to get out on out on the track.
I've just got one question, Tegan. Where's Isaac Ruse in here? Which one is he racing under?
Ruse is one of them. I think he's in a blue car.
He's in a blue car. I'll keep looking for it. I'll just keep looking.
I've let him know that you thought he was in this race already. He thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Hopefully he's joined in. He doesn't know how well he's going. I mean, we've talked about him a whole lot. Oh, it's good to see us having a little bit of fun, of course. So if you tune into all the I series, whether it be the ICOT series, the NTE series, a lot of banter that sort of carries on between the two, and then they got the BPM boys, which is a bit of a private race session there, but I'll tell you what, the boys are great with the banter. And if you ever get a chance to get in part of these series and get on the Discord channels, you know the boys have some good fun. As we know, we give a little bit out to them, and it's all a bit of a laugh here. We like these amateur series. It's all a bit of fun. 161 laps is a big race for these guys to take on. Josh Drage looks like he's going to have to do all the heavy work there for Jake Burgess, so he's doing another stint. So I'm going to say he's probably going to do, what is it, 140 laps. Jake's done the minimum 21, and Josh is going to have to carry it home. Big shoulders.
We're out of a job after this one, I reckon,
well,
Matty.
You know, the amount of hours we've put into trying to get these overlays back up to scratch and get this done in the last few weeks. Good luck, Jake. Good luck. I've got a good.
But he's having a good battle here with one of the lap cars. That's the 14 car of Harvey, who's back in 9th position. So that's your race leader going into lap 9th position. So a long race, Matty, and so many long laps here. So of course you do see a lot of lapping going on, and these guys. Getting up and close with some of the cars. You just see Josh Drage just flashing the lights to let the 14 car know to move on by, so you can get on through. Of course, Pencab Media bringing us this broadcast. Make sure you jump onto the YouTube, Facebook, and the Twitch page and give them all a follow, so you can keep up to date with everything that's going on. Have a look at the NTE series as well.
Make sure you hashtag that in on your photos. You're having a bit of a viewing party at home. Loving the production team. Keep it up, boys. I'll keep you employed. Good to see Zdeněk Radomski. So, iSpark, Electrical and Fire have got our backs. Well, it could just be the...
so we're no longer working. We're no longer working for the NTE series. We're working for iSpark Electrical and Fire.
Mate, the country is not run by ScoMo. It's run by private enterprise, and that's why we're going to work direct for iSpark Electrical and Fire.
I do believe that Isaac Ruse has been watching in, because I just received a message. I can't repeat what it says, but there's a few expletives in it. But yeah, he's excited.
He's excited that he's doing really well in the race. Yeah. Is that him in the background? No, there's too much white in that car. That's got to be Sam Dicker, I reckon, from Sam Dicker Motorsport in the background.
We're making the Ruse brothers great again. That's our mission in life, and that's what we'll
I think McIver should have got him in. Dan Evans and Isaac Ruse would have done a lot better, I reckon. McIver could have just been like the team principal.
I think the ICOT boys and the BPM racing boys would have caused too much carnage in this one.
I don't know. We saw a fair bit of carnage earlier on. It could have been anyone. This one is Josh Drage is our lead. Let's have a look around here. Sam Dicker just closing that gap down, though. It's down to 3.4 seconds. We look at some of the previous laps here. This is what's really going to show is, look, Sam Dicker at 2:07 to Josh Drage's 2:09. Jake, stop watching the live stream. Stop listening to us bag you out. You need to tell Josh to get a move on, because 2 seconds or 1.3 seconds a lap, that's he's making some moves on you, mate. Guy Leach back in there with a 2:08, 3:84 in third. Saints is still going there, 2:10, 2:12 for McCartney. Cullen Gear at 2:09, so he's starting to push up. He's in 6th position at the moment. Rossi Johnson at 2:11, 2:13s for McIver. Oh, that's right. No, Evans was at 2:09, wasn't he? Yeah, so they were up to 7th, I believe. So we've dropped a spot there. Harvey with a 2:11, McCartan with a 2:10, 2:10s for Freeman as well. Peck at 2:12, not too bad. McGrade's still in there. Zdeněk, you need to stop having a beer, because at 2:21, I think we need to get the Radomski back behind the wheel. Tommy Orton's back in the driver's seat too of the race of the OnlyFans car. Good to see Orton's back. He's had his mandated drink break. Blue flag's optional from Paul Mansell. Is that blue cruiser's optional? What colour cruisers is it? Colour blindness. Is this Isaac Ruse? Oh, no, it's all right. It's Tommy Orton. I've got a big overlay. I've made the overlays big enough that we can read them.
Yeah, that's good, because you and I aren't getting any younger, so we need them big enough.
Oh, I tell you what, when you do the sprint car racing, there's not much gap like this. They are tiny. I've got to stop watching on my iPad. Maybe that's it. It's just too small a screen.
Yeah, that could be the problem. It's interesting to see though the gap's getting smaller and smaller between the top spot of Josh Drage and also Sam Dicker, who's in second position. It's about 3 seconds the gap. It was 2 seconds just before, so yeah, having a look at that. I think the race could start to heat up very soon, and let's see whether the Injectors Online racing entry of Guy Leach can maybe start to close the gap a little bit as well. He's about 27 seconds, I should say, behind Sam Dicker, so a little bit of gap there, but we've seen Guy Leach do some pretty good things here already today, so he might be able to claw back and close the gap there.
Only 5 cars on the lead lap at the moment, so Wilmington's and McCartney are going to have to hold on to that one. They're a minute 19 off the leader, so they're just over half a lap behind them. It's 3 seconds from obviously Josh Drage, who's leading back to Sam Dicker. Then Guy Leach is 27 seconds behind our race leader. Just over a minute for Dylan Sates. McCartney, that 1 minute 19 at the moment. Lot moving on. So it looks like Callan Gear's trying to make a move on him, trying to get that lap back so he can get back on the lead lap. You never know what will happen. We are only 72 laps down of 161. We're not even halfway yet. And I don't know about you, Tegan, but it's been a long day. Maybe we should have got another 3 commentators in.
It's pretty incredible, eh? The first 10 laps seem to fly on by, but now we're lap 72 of 161. It's like, we got a long road ahead of us, don't we? Rusty Gregory, he's off taking his union mandated smoko, but every time he takes an extra 5 or 10 minutes, he's one of those guys who just pushes the boundaries a little bit and makes you and I.
He's normally the boss of the commentary team when it comes to Sydney Dragway, and look at him just taking advantage of that. Taking full advantage.
That's it, yeah. He's making us do the It's good that we can talk about him while he's gone, and I hope you guys aren't doing the same thing while I'm gone.
No, we wouldn't talk about you at all. In fact, you're not really important to us.
I think there was another bingo square just marked off then. The Mark Taylor feature. So on the Fujitsu sign, there's a bloke named Mark Taylor, and I just seen him on the screen. So I might end up with this 2212 production hat.
Do you need one, or have you already got a couple? Oh, sideways there for the, looks like Brad Stott coming down the skateboard entry, the independent motor mart. If you've ever lived in Darwin back in the 90s, this is prime advertising. He even got the Street Commodores back on there, which is still around. The NTD8 logos and Radio 8 Darwin, whatever is on top. I like that too. What was it called? The channel? I can't get the rooftop. Maybe we should change over to the Mr. Stott entry, and I'll try and get a chopper view and see if we can get that one down there, because we're all spaced out at the moment. We're not in too much of a rush there. We'll try and let's just try and see if we can get down on that logo there. Of course, there's the 8DM logo, isn't it? 8DN, the old radio station there in Darwin. The Video 2000, that's a name.
You've lost me. That one must be too old.
Oh, mate, you're still young whippersnipper, mate. I mean, I can tell you're starting to age, though, because you're starting to get into boats and sailing. Yes, you're starting to understand all the boat language out there as when we talk offline. There's the Video 2000, a little bit sideways there for Brad Stott. Street Commodores on the back. Of course, they are racing in the Commodore this weekend. The Mobile Mayhem stickers on the side. And I reckon he's got Hot 100 on this one somewhere as well. So Brad Stott and Adam Berg, and they've called themselves Mobile Mayhem for the weekend. I believe the talk earlier was it was going to be Team Backmarker.
They love getting out there and having a good run, and both guys absolutely love doing the iRacing thing. I enjoy it. Ansets on the wing, apparently, Brad Stott reckons.
Yeah.
So Anset, there's another one, as we have a look at the chaplain on the side. I don't remember the Indies logo having that picture on it.
I think that's much better. Where's Uncle Sam's? That's what
Yes, that's another classic.
Where is Uncle Sam's? I'm just trying to have a look around the car now as we go through it a bit. Here we go. Look, the NTU. Oh, look, there's Brad on that side. That's a man's beard. That is definitely a man's beard.
Oh yeah, there's Ansett on the wing there.
Oh, we grabbed that one. Oh yeah, the old Ansett symbol, that was around too. Yeah, so it's good to see the boys having a good time with the liveries out there. Of course, Skateboard on the front. That place was an icon of the Northern Territory. I suppose lots of skating rinks were around the country. We swapped Hot 100 for Telecom. That's there. Is the Vic close enough? I don't know. I haven't seen the Vic logo. There's so much on here. I need you just to stop and have a look at. How is Brad Stott commenting when he's meant to be in the car, or is this like we've got Bergen in the car and they haven't changed over their logins? Hey, we've caught them out here. Luckily they're down the back. If they were number one, this would be controversy if they were winning at the moment.
Maybe he's got Siri going and he's just talking through messaging. How good was the old skateboard though? You and I had our first kiss there.
Yeah, I think we did. You were about when was I? 16. So you were what? 8?
8. Well, what's that about? What's that, Mr. Officer?
Yeah. Oh, the Morabito entry.
I know how to pick my marks to come back in, don't I?
Yes.
I come back in and Peggy's talking about
really
boats again, and it's just...
Oh, is that the BPM boys in the background? I'm just going to go back there. Oh, let's check this one out. Instant replay. So come around. As Tommy Orton spun him around. His only fan has spun him. Oh. No. Oh, I've got to get ready. Oh no, I've missed the mark, haven't I?
Everyone get off the grass. Coming in. One's coming in there handy, and the other one's an 80 fan.
Oh, look at this. How sideways. Is this McIver still in there too? I'm trying to have a look down there. Sideways again. He controls onto this pretty well. Not bad for a sprint car driver. Gets on the gas too. Tries to pin it back into the pits. Maybe he's getting ready to change over with Evans and get him back in. Locks the front wheels up there and they'll just leave a few marks in the grass there. So that'll upset our race controller.
Logo. He's got Icod on there. He's got the TKR. He's got iSpark. Heckie's is on there. He's got a bit of everyone. I think there's 2212 Productions. He's really looking after all of us guys.
He's got the Chico roll on the side, but the Batter Sav on the front. What's going on? He hasn't made his mind up, but obviously it's deep fried. The Bunnings snag hasn't worked for him, or as a Mitre 10. So he's had to go back to the deep fried sausage.
He's confused. He's willing to try anything at this point.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. No more to be said.
It's like me and Matty. We're willing to give anything a go once.
Yeah, I know. Well, Peggy, I think I've got my mandated break at the moment, so we're going to let you and Rusty get on with it.
Rusty joining us.
I thought we'd get to at least lap 80 before it got loose.
No.
I thought we'd reach at least half race distance, but no, apparently not. No. So what have I missed? It looks like Drage is still out in front, but the gap is certainly shortened up a bit.
Yeah, definitely. You haven't really missed a whole lot of action. There's been a couple of more of the drivers just change over again and swap out between the first drivers. And Josh Drage still leading this one away, but yeah, Sam Dicker has been on the hunt. He had about 1.5 seconds quicker lap time for a few laps there and just really started to reel in that front car. So we'll see what happens here. Leach hasn't been able to close the gap on that second position, so we'll see if that can continue on or what Leach is going to do to try and combat that. But the race definitely starting to spread out now. We're about 5 laps away from being the halfway point. So we'll see what happens. I mean,
lap times are starting to come back down as well, looking at it with Dicker logging a 2:07.6 last time around, Drage 2:08.5 or essentially 2:08.6 when you have a look at it. So lap times, there's a bit of a spread across the field, but it looks like the marker's in the low 2:08s at the moment, with the exception of Dicker, who is obviously on the hunt for that first position. It's actually been really good today. We've had quite a few different runners up front. We've had Drage up there, we've had Dicker, we've had Leach and Mansell at some point, we've had Wilmington having a good crack at it as well. So there's certainly plenty of competition out there today.
Yeah, that's dead right. And as you said, I mean, Dicker is just definitely on the hunt down, just trying to just reel in that 116 car of Josh Drage. And you can just see the gap there as we look on the front view of the leader and the second place car. There's not a whole lot of distance between those front two cars. Lukey's Auto Repair Centre, 116 car of Josh Drage and Jake Burgess doing a fantastic job here out in front. Moved up 2 positions since the start of the race, but it's really been up and down and all over the place, really, Rusty. I mean, they're back and forwards. And as you said, I mean, we've had so many different race leaders, but, those top spots have sort of hung in there. I was talking about it before while you were just offline. Damien McCartney's woken up about an hour ago and jumped in the car. Braden Wilmington did a whole lot of the opening laps. And but Damien's definitely holding his own. It's not like he's jumped in the car and dropped right backwards. He's held out that 5th position and continued on. So, 22 seconds between himself and Dylan Sates, but he's holding in there. And another yellow could just change everything up, and potentially you might end up moving forward another position or two.
And you would have to think that McCartney is probably, I don't want to say not in the same kind of car speed as what Wilmington has, but he probably knows that he's in the car. He just needs to do his job, hit his marks, make sure he doesn't do anything silly, doesn't stick it in the wall or go a couple of laps down or anything like that. And once he does that, Wilmington will probably jump back in, I'd say, for the last 40 or so laps. Maybe even a little bit more. You may even see 2 driver changes between now and the end of the race. Who knows? But McCartney certainly, as you said, doing a good job at this point in time.
Yeah, and that is the interesting thing that comes up as, you just threw the commentator's curse out as McCartney gets a little bit loose there. Must have run across some of the oil that the OnlyFans team let down at some point during the race. But, he's doing a good job. And I think you're dead right there. It's going to be quite interesting to see what happens. I mean, we've already seen, your guy who's in third right now, who will have a look on screen, Guy Leach, into the opening stages of the race. Then Paul Mansell jumped in. They've already swapped back, so Guy Leach is back in the car.
Yep.
What's going to happen here? Are we going to see Paul Mansell do the last end of the race, or are we going to see 2 or 3 more driver changes for each team? Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, you've only got 21 laps to do if you're a 2-car team. Potentially, Braden Wilmington could leave Damien do his 21 laps and then jump in and do the rest, or they could equally share it. So, yeah, it's definitely interesting to see what they're going to do.
When you take 21 laps off a 161 lap race, that's 140 laps.
Yep.
Have you ever tried to do 140 laps on your own of Bathurst in a V8 supercar? It is not easy.
I've tried to do 40 laps, and that was tricky enough.
I've done 4, but I was lapping at 220s and I was basically not hitting 6th gear, so... Anyway, looking up front, that gap has just stretched out a little bit more now. Drage is still leading with Dicker. Probably using up a little bit of tyre trying to catch him. He's down to 3.1 seconds. It was down to under 2 seconds just a couple of laps ago. So Sam Dicker, with a little bit of a moment coming down the hill there. Certainly trying to chase him down, but we're in that period of the race now where it's just kind of starting to pace itself out. Everyone's just starting to find their rhythm again, and as we said right at the top of the show, it's all about getting to that last 100 or so, last 60 or so laps. Getting to lap 100, that's the key. Once you get there, anything is possible, especially with a couple of yellow flags.
And I wonder too as well, Rusty, is how much are these guys actually talking to each other? As teammates. Because everyone's basically jumped in the Discord chat and they're all sitting in there. But, are these teammates talking to each other? Because obviously, there's teams like Stott and Bergen who are actually sitting in the same room. But, there's a lot of guys here like, McIver and Evans, one's in Darwin, one's in South Australia. So how much are they interacting with each other to sort of discuss that racing strategy? Because you can sit down, you can talk about a strategy. I mean, I know the 3 of us talked about a strategy for commentating this deal, and it's all gone out the window because me and Matty. So, but how much are the guys actually talking to each other and just working through the changes that are happening and making some decisions on the fly?
Well, I think it's one of those things. When you're at Bathurst, when anyone goes to race at Bathurst, you go in with the best intentions of sticking to the plan, but the plan very, very rarely plays out. It's one of those things where you really just need to be able to make the decisions on the fly. As the yellow flags hit, you need to be able to make that decision. Like, for example, what would you do if you were Damien McCartney and Braden Wilmington if the yellow came out and there was still 2 or 3 laps to go for the minimum driver laps for McCartney? Do you put him in for a full stint? Do you let him lap around and then get him out of the car? Who knows? But that's one of the things you need to keep an eye on. As McIver gets very loose at the top of the hill approaching Skyline, I think he might have got on the grass. I'm not 100% sure there. Would love to have a look at the replay on that. Yep, definitely on the grass.
Well, this is generally McIver's nap time. So generally by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he's got to go for a nap. So it's it's going to be tough for the poor fella having to stay awake because his third teammate hasn't been able to jump in. But ScoMo's just sent me a message. As the Medicab Media replay continues on for the battered Sav Chico entry of McIver going a little bit loose there, and I don't think he lost any positions there at all because I believe that's Josh Drage in behind there who didn't move up a position. But yeah, Jake Burgess, our fearless leader and dictator, has let us know that basically they use the iRacing chat and so they can actually talk to their teammates. So if they go just at team and push to talk, they only talk to their teammates, so they can actually talk in between each other. So interesting little thing, another iRacing special thing that they can do, so they can actually discuss with each other and make sure that they can talk through their strategy.
Make sure they're all on the same page. Now, this is Worrell that's in the car at the moment, coming out of Murray's corner, who actually bounced back into the path of the leader, Drage, which I'm glad damage isn't turned on, but that's not a way to keep your car straight. Drage looks like he stayed in front, but what it's done is opened up a massive opportunity for Sam Dicker to really put some pressure on here. He's closed the gap up to under 3 seconds now, and that's starting to shorten in as well. Good pick up there by our replay team, the vast production team that we have here for this event today.
So the race continues on lap 79 of 161 here, and we've had it all here today so far, Rusty. It's all been happening, and the different strategies. I mean, leading into this one, I sort of guesstimated how you would sort of approach this, but I don't think anyone's had the same approach across the board at all.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think, it all depends whether you've got 2 drivers, 3 drivers, where you start, where it all finishes up. It's one of those things. You really need the yellow flags to work for you, and you need to be able to make the changes on the fly. And I think coming into this, I don't think anybody would have expected Drage and Burgess to be right at the pointy end of the field, knocking out the lap times that they're knocking out right now. But certainly, they're doing a good job. We're almost at the halfway point exactly, lap 79 of 161. So, from here on in, it's going to be a matter of managing the race, managing the tyres, trying to save fuel, and this is where fuel saving starts to come in. If you can save fuel at this point, it is going to help you at the other end of the race.
Yeah, have a look at your third place sitter right now. That's Guy Leach in the 46 Injectors Online Racing entry. Him and Mansell have been doing a pretty fantastic job here. Dropped off a fair bit now, so 29 seconds the distance between himself and the second spot of Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman. So bit of distance there, but knowing Paul Mansell and Guy Leach, I do believe that there would be some sort of strategy leading into this one, and that they would have a plan of how they're going to claw back at that. Now, whether they're relying on there being another safety car or competition caution, or whether they just think that the pit strategy could come into place. But either way, you got a person like Sam Dicker in front of you who is absolutely pumping out fantastic lap times, and it's hard to really reel that in. Good thing with Guy Leach here and Paul Mansell is they don't have to sweat too much, because 29 seconds from the car in front of them, but then behind it's basically a minute 19. So a minute 19 back to the 4th spot. You don't have to stress too much, and I know that Paul Mansell and Guy Leach are right into the Joel rule timing, and they look at exactly what everyone's doing, and they would be looking at the lap times and going, righto, just push it, just cruise, don't stress yourself. There's no reason to push this car too hard right now.
Yeah, just keep knocking out the numbers that you need to knock out. Make sure you're hitting your marks, doing what you need to do, keeping the car straight, in inverted commas, when damage is turned off. And from there, as you said, 28 seconds sounds like a long time, but all you need to do is just get the car to that last part of the race. As soon as you do that, you should be on a pretty good path to, at least a good finish, whether or not it's in the top 3, whether or not it's a podium position, who knows? But you just got to do what you got to do. And at the moment, Damien McCartney seems to be doing that, considering he's only been out of bed for about an hour, 15 minutes now. Yeah. He's gone down, he's seen his personal waiter at McDonald's in the morning. They're on a first-name basis. He's had his sausage McMuffin. He loves a bit of sausage in the morning, and off he goes. Doing a good job.
Yeah. I think he's doing fairly well for himself, and Wilmington must be sitting back looking and going, well, you're holding on to that 5th spot, so when I do have to jump back in, because you'd have to imagine Wilmington's still going to jump back in at some point throughout this race. So we'll see what happens. But he must be sitting back and looking and going, you know what, we're sitting pretty here. It's there's a lot of distance between himself and the 4th spot of Sates and Maxwell. But either way, he's holding his own and doing a fantastic job. Have a look at the Injectors Online racing car. Out in 3rd position, then up to 2nd position, that's Dicker and Norman in the Sam Dicker Motorsports 72 car. Just coming up behind the car of Tommy Horton and Nick Sutton, who are back in 14th position. It's going to put another lap on the board for those guys. Tommy Horton doing the right thing there, moves over to one side and lets the car of Sam Dicker through. So no stress about getting the race through. I just seen the McCartney car just buzz on by there, Rusty. So that's 5th position that we just seen buzz on by. That's not too far ahead of the second spot car of Sam Dicker.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of strange, actually, when you're talking about the spread that we've got. So almost in the same frame, almost in the same shot. So it's going to be interesting. Does McCartney move over and let them all through? Who knows? But he's got the race leader up behind him now. So the race leader about to put a lap on the 5th position car. In fact, he takes the emergency road there and probably feeling a little bit of heat. Not the place that you want to try and move out of the way for somebody there either. It's a difficult part of the racetrack to get out of the way, because as soon as you get off the racing line, it starts causing you problems in terms of the angle of attack to the next corner. So it looks like he got through it cleanly, but what it has done, it did slow down Drage ever so slightly, and Dicker is now, he's going to get the tow down Conrod Straight, and he's also going to start closing up on the back of that first position car.
Yeah, that's the thing. McCartney moving off the line there, that could have caused major issues for himself. He's sitting in a 5th position, so yes, he's getting lapped, but he's still holding a pretty solid position on this race, and could end up finishing in the top 5 here. And he moved off the racing line on as you said, a pretty difficult part to sort of move in the track here at Bathurst, and potentially he could have caused some issues. It looks like he just moved out of the way there. Not sure if he got a love tap to sort of help him on the way. He just gets back on the track, but Sam Dicker gets on by. And of course, Dicker here, having a look at the Madicav media replay.
I think he might have locked the rears up, and I think Dicker might have used him as a little bit of a brake marker as well. So it'd be interesting to look at this, because the car sort of started drifting left with the rears locked, and I think Dicker certainly made contact with the rear of the car. So maybe even, in fact, it looks like he might have just got on the brakes a little bit early there and tried to do the right thing. You can see the back of the car starting to slide. Well, whether or not he got a tap, I don't know, but it looks like all's well that ends well. He didn't lose too much time, didn't lose a position. But Dicker not afraid to get out the bumper here at this mid part of the race.
Yeah, the FUDAC carts entry of Sam Dicker looking fantastic there. It's a great looking race car out on track. Having a look back in 3rd position, that's the 46 Injectors Online racing entry of Guy Leach and Paul Mansell, just coming up on the back of the 8th position car of Jason McIver, Dan Evans and Daniel Bryan. So looking to put a lap down on him, but still 27 seconds, but I say still 27 seconds. He's pulled off about 2 seconds in the last lap or so of that distance between himself and the second spot. So see what he can do here, whether he can starting to just claw back some of that racing distance between himself and the second spot. 2.733 is the distance between the first and second position. As I say, that goes to 2.5. So Dicker definitely closing in on Drage. This was what it looked like earlier on in the race between Dicker and Leach. We just seen they swap positions a number of times, and you just seen the interval between them grow and shrink a number of times. They swapped it backwards and forwards, and now it looks like it's ready to happen between Dicker and Drage here in the later stages of the race.
I'm actually wondering, because it looks like McIver has really slowed up Guy Leach, coming down the hill there, couldn't move out of the way, couldn't find a way through. I'm actually wondering, is Dicker used up some of his tyres, because he's now dropped off by almost a second just in the last 15 seconds or so. Has he used up his tyres trying to chase down Drage?
Yeah, it'd be interesting because as you said, that's a significant drop off that he's just had. I mean, he was really starting to claw it back and start to close that gap a little bit, and now he's dropped off majorly. So not sure what's happened there. Yeah, you might be spot on that it might be some tyres there that have gone away on him, or potentially something happened in that last couple of corners of the last lap that he did that maybe caused some issues there. As we jump on board in the cockpit of the Dicker and Norman entry, thanks to Sam Dicker Motorsports, and have a look as they roll on through. And you know what, we might maybe have a run in the cockpit for a lap here, Rusty, because I think it'll give everyone a pretty good perspective of exactly how they get around the track, and you can have a look at the wheel as it turns on through, have a look at, say, we've got the Tim Nicol photography dashboard on the side here, but it's a pretty cool perspective when you jump in from this view, really, isn't it? Because we've all seen Bathurst, we've seen many laps thrown around here time and time again, but it's really great to actually jump on board and see the reactions to the wheels as they roll on through, the change downs of the gears and all that sort of thing.
It gives you an idea of just how tight this racetrack is and just how much input you've got to have. You've almost got to anticipate the corners as they come up, as he comes up on the back of the 24 car, which is the car that's running 17th position, the Morabito car. But as you said, you know, it's all about being smooth with the inputs. What I am picking up here is that he is getting a lot of understeer. Getting a lot of understeer on the turn into the corner. So that says to me that the tyres have almost certainly fallen off that cliff. And they do have a tendency to do that with these cars. You've got a big, heavy car. You're working them very hard. See how much he had to really tip it into the corner to get the thing to bite. And you can even hear the tyres squealing as he goes through the corner. I'll be quiet as we go into Murray's corner this time around. And you'll actually hear as he tips the car in, you'll hear the tyres squeal. So there's a fair bit of understeer there at the moment for Sam Dicker, and he's pulled back about half a second or so over Drage in terms of the gap, but whether or not he's going to be able to maintain it, I still don't know.
Yeah, you did right there, and you know, it might be a bit of a game here where they're looking at it. It's lap 84, so we're over that halfway mark. You know, we're what 16 away from being at the 100 lap mark, and you know, being on that home run to getting through this race. You know, what's he doing here? Does he know that the wheels are falling off a little bit, and is he just trying to just conserve for a few laps there, even though, well, he's actually clawed back some of that time once again, so potentially his Drage starting to fall off with his tyres as well. But is it just a matter of getting a few more laps in and being able to just get a pit done later on rather than going too early?
Did they stop around the same time? I was out on my break last round of pit stops, so
I couldn't tell you actually. I don't believe so. It's been these top 5 cars have definitely been sort of pitting at very different intervals, so it's quite interesting. No one's really holding that same strategy.
Everyone's certainly been on an alternative strategy, because we know McCartney Wilmington was short filling the car, deliberately short filling the car to do those stints back to back for Wilmington at the start of the race. Everyone else probably been more running a more conventional strategy to just fill the tank all the way up to the top, run it out and try and give yourself more options, because that is the way that you do give yourself more options. The fuller the tank is, the further you can go. All you need to do then is manage the tyres, which is easier said than done. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this shakes out, because Drage doing a good job, but look, you can see both of them sliding the car massively as they come down and approach Murray's corner. I would say you're probably only looking at another absolute max 5 or 6 laps on these tyres, and I would be expecting both of these guys to come in.
Yeah, you did right there, and having a look through the pit stops there, we just had all the different pit stops, so, you know, but it's interesting to have a look at that. You know, Paul Mansell made a comment on our stream chat saying that they got out of sequence in their stops, but you have a look, Sates, Dicker, Drage, all the exact same, three pit stops so far. So yeah, probably some pretty similar strategies, just different timings and when they actually went in. So I think you're spot on. We will probably see at some point or another, we'll see Dicker and Drage probably going to the pits in the next few laps.
Yeah, and I think one is going to trigger the other. If they're spotters and their teammates are watching the stream, you would think that one is going to jump and the other one is going to follow, because wherever they end up, if they do want to stay towards the pointy end of the field, they are going to have to jump pretty quickly, because once you're on fresh rubber, you can go out and you can quite easily go out and start logging laps that are potentially, you know, 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds quicker. And once you start getting a couple of those in a row, you start building yourself a gap and you go for the overcut. So whoever jumps first is going to dictate exactly what happens for the rest of these top 5.
Oh, boys, I thought it might be time to come off my unionised break. I've already got ScoMo breathing down my neck saying, do more work. Do more work.
Oh,
Seems fair.
Isn't he hard? Isn't he? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know that I would want a boss like him, because, yeah, he's harsh. Like, you know, I figured you'd have to be back any second now, because I just took my last...
Yeah, there was that timing.
Yeah, great timing. We're in sync now.
You can go for a quick vote.
And I'll have you know, Matty Cav, while you've been gone, Rusty took us to a pretty dark place and made a joke that really was setting me up for failures. And I resisted. I didn't say anything, but he was talking about Damon McCartney and sausage McMuffins in the morning.
Oh, no. I overheard a little bit of that as I was trying to take my union break, and I thought, you know what? Is this the Bunnings Mitre 10 fiasco all over again?
I know
you
nothing.
know nothing. Don't worry, we've got a special guest hopefully coming on a bit later. That we've been contacted by Bunnings about the BPM boys having their sponsorship on board, and the marketing manager may be calling in a bit later just to talk about their Bunnings sponsorship and whether it is actually real that it should be on the BPM Chico car. Controversy already. We're over halfway through this race now. We're 86 laps of 161. The field is spread out a bit. Mark Peck there, of course, getting around the number 79. Ewan's in the seat at the moment, and looks like he's not doing too bad a job as we check out some of the previous laps that have been on at the moment. Dicker there has moved to the lead there, so it looks like Drage and Burgess have come in and done a pit stop. Let's just check that one out as we're checking down the back markers here. The pit stop is happening at the moment, and Burgess is getting in, and the yellow. Who is going to come in?
The yellow flag has flown. Now that's really, really interesting, because I thought that Drage was going to be in probably at some point in the next 5 or 6 laps. That was what I said. That was about 2 laps ago. So you could see the lap time starting to fall off a cliff. Now with this yellow, is this going to mean everybody else comes in under the yellow, and Burgess, who's now in the car, is going to inherit the lead?
Well, this is going to be interesting. It might actually be better for him to come around as fast as they can, because Burgess is going to have to get out. If he gets stuck behind some back markers, he won't be able to overtake, will he, under yellow? So now it's a chance for Dicker and Mansell to try and get in there and maybe catch up a few seconds. Maybe Sam Dicker can get the undercut on this one.
We could well end up with a back marker leading the field, pacing the field here.
That's no issue with us. As we look at Sam Dicker on screen at the moment now, he's going to have to come down. Will he go in? Of course, race yellow out at the moment. It is a cautionary race yellow being pulled at the moment, and he's just got to make it around here. The Team Timmy just in front. Hopefully he's not doing a Team Penske and holding up the rest of the field.
No, he doesn't come in. Does he come in? No, he doesn't.
No. Interesting, isn't it?
Right. That's surprising to me. Unless... no, maybe not. I was going to say maybe he was hoping the car in front would pull in and he would be able to maybe make up a couple more positions and then come in later on, but who knows. And the tricky thing for Guy Leach, who's in the car now, he's in behind Orton at the moment. Now he can't pass because this is a yellow flag, so you can't pass under yellow. You need to stay behind line and stern. I would be expecting him to come in. And he doesn't.
He doesn't either. They're going to go with the strategy.
See, this is why I'm a commentator.
Maybe they took a lot of fuel on, though. We do look at Sam Dicker has only had 3 pit stops. Mansell's had 4. Burgess has now just had their 4th. So they're on very different strategies. We are only 87 laps into 161, though, so there's still plenty of racing to go. So interesting to see what the strategies are going to play out, whether they're just going to stick to the strategy they started with and hope for the best, or whether they are changing strategies as the race goes on, because they are communicating amongst themselves on their race radios.
To me, the team that's in the best position right now is Burgess and Drage, because they came in, they've done their driver change right when the yellow flag came out, and you would think they're going to be on the freshest rubber, they're going to have a full tank of fuel, they're going to be in a very, very nice position, and some of these other guys are going to have to stop under green flags if they don't come in under this safety car.
Yeah, that's right.
There we go, pits are closed at the moment, that's why we can't come in. So we've just got the comment from these guys. So the pits are closed on the first lap of the yellow, so you would think they will be coming in this time around.
So there you go, lap 1 of the safety car, they've closed the pits. That's interesting. That is very interesting.
Tell you what, that was very fortuitous for Drage and Burgess, because they were already in the lane, they were already ready to go, and that's going to put them in a very, very nice position, provided most of these guys will pull into the pit lane, as we expect they will.
Yeah, I expect they will too, as he starts just trying to push that pace car around. Of course, Sam Dicker will want everything to go his way at the moment. Of course, the injector's online. Guy Leach is behind. I think he'll be doing a splash and dash. I don't think, why wouldn't you put some fresh rubber on and throw some fuel at it, because you really can, really. That's where it's at. They took a early pit stop, and that's where you see they've got 4 pit stops already. So they've gone on a slightly different strategy. It could be changing, though, as they get around. We're just going through some of the cars at the moment. They're around 3rd position. Just trying to have a look down. There's number 4, the fake taxi, coming around to try and catch up at the moment on the rest of the field. Just go back to our leaders. You can see them lined up there at the moment. We will turn around, try and get a shot as they come down the straight there. So it's the 54 who's 2nd at the moment. Not in the race, but obviously in the lineup there to the pace car. Conrod straight, though, a good chance for everyone to bunch up again. So everyone is going to have to bunch up once again. And we saw a bit of carnage last time after the yellow flag. Everyone sort of bunched up.
Oh, yeah.
It was all excitement after that. And unfortunately, Paul Mansell was caught in the middle of that. Let's hope this time, though, because the boys are going to come in, they are going to end up at the back of that pack again.
Well, it all depends on how many cars come in, doesn't it? So if everybody comes in, then you're not necessarily going to end up at the back.
No, I think everyone should come in. Should be a mandatory slot.
Look, given where we're at in the race and the fact that you've probably got another 4 stops, minimum 3, maximum probably 4, depending on how you do your fuel loads, that you would expect everybody to come in and treating this second half of the race as a completely different race from here on in, because that's really what you need to do.
Well, the race really starts after lap 100. You just need to stay on that lead lap, really, as it looks like Dicker is up a position down. Guy Leach are down 1 position as Dicker goes into the pits there. Looks like Tommy Orton's going to go in as well. Mansell, McIver, just having a look further back then. Oh, late entry. Morabito jumps in there too. With the Isaac Roos livery on, Morabito goes in. We're not quite sure which one is actually driving there because both the same last names. 54 stays out though, which at the moment is McLean in there. Just having a look. It is McLean still driving that one as the rest sort of duck in. The number 7 stays out as well. Of course, a Worrell driving it at the moment. Did see the boys before just had a photo up on social media about their rig. They had a toilet seat there. Plus, then they had the pedals and the steering wheel and the table set up. So you've covered yourself for the whole race.
Sounds like the commentary desk.
You don't have to go anywhere. Look at that. You're right. The field's gone. You've pretty much the whole field's gone in. So if they can get back out, and I don't think, I'll see if I can get pit lane up. So if everyone can get back out at the moment, this will be very interesting.
Look at the car that's slotting in a couple of spots. I think it's only going to be 1 spot behind Burgess is Wilmington, who's back in the car. So at some point, Braden Wilmington's jumped back in the car. He's swapped with Damien McCartney, and he is going to be, I'm pretty sure, in 2nd position at the restart of this race. And he's only going to be 1 car behind the leader. That's a very, very good strategy from Wilmington. Yeah,
well, I'm looking at this. Leach goes out again. They've done a dash for cash, a 37 there from him. So we go back to Dicker and Norman. Looks like they were in for 45 seconds. So they've stayed on a fair bit longer. They're in 3rd now. But they're going to have the chance. I reckon we're still going to have. We might go back to our pace car and just see if the lights are still on at the moment, because really this is going to show whether we are going to go back up. Oh, next lap.
No, lights are off.
So we're going to go. So they're going to have to be fast, aren't they, to catch up to the back of this pack, really. So that's going to come down to Guy Leach and Sam Dicker are going to be pushing hard to come over as they are just coming up the hill. Just go back to the start. Looks like they are already on the descent down. They haven't made Conrod, though, so they're going to make up a lot of laps there. He's going to get through some back marker races, though, for Guy Leach and, of course, Sam Dicker. But that means Guy Leach is probably the biggest mover, moved up 1 position, and even if they get off the back of this pack, he was almost 30 seconds behind 2nd position earlier. So really a good move there from Leach and Mansell, despite not being able to come in on the first lap of the safety car. It's probably hurt Dicker a bit more. Maxwell and Sates are doing right in 4th, and like I say, Wilmington back in the seat, given a chance for McCartney to jump out in the 27. If they can get off the back of the pack in this one too, they could move up. Look, there you go, already at the back there, Mansell.
So I'm going to give you the hot tip right now. Keep your eye on Braden Wilmington. He's got a few lap cars to get through to get to Burgess, but he's going to have his race face on. Remember, he did, I think it was around 62 laps or something like that this morning, or in the first part of the race, I should say. He's had a little break. He's had his cup of tea, and guess what? He's going to have the race face on, ready to go this time around.
And just remember, Josh Strage, or Jake Burgess, who's actually back in the car, still has to get through lap traffic, and he's a number 2 driver. So Josh Strage is out, who was run the faster times in the 116 car. He's out. Guy Leach is fast. Him and Mansell, probably fairly similar. Sam Dicker's probably the faster driver in the 72 car. They've got a bit of traffic to get through too. So it's going to be, let's hope there's not too much carnage at the restart of this one, as it looks like the safety car's about to go in. We've still got the yellow, but I think that's about to go off. Everyone just trying to warm up those fresh tyres there. The 221 in the background, the iSpark Electrical and Fire entry, of course. Big thanks to those guys for sponsoring this fantastic E1000 State of Origin, of course, state versus territory.
Now, there's some pressure on McLean here. He's setting the pace in the field, and he is certainly going to be getting the hurry up from Jake Burgess. Jake Burgess will be wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. And this is what we were saying. We've ended up with, I don't want to say back marker with any disrespect, but we've got a back marker setting the pace on the field now because of that pit stop situation. So how is this going to play out? We will find out very, very shortly. The pace car pulls away and he's straight on it. Straight on it is McLean in the 54 car. He's out of there like a shot, and I think he caught some of the field napping. Wilmington is going to be filthy. He got held up behind Bergen, who's currently running 16th on the road. And Wilmington has now got a big, big gap to make up.
Check that out. You see Guy Leach just make a couple of moves on there as well as he pushes through some of the lap cars as well. Look, Sam Dicker, though, in the back with Morabito Racing. I think that's going to be some contact there. Let's check it out on the replay here. They're hard on the brakes. You can see Sam Dicker on the inside in the 72. That's what we're checking out at the moment as they go through the Chico entry in front.
Oh, you got a bit of help from behind, I think. There. Yeah. You got a little bit of a nudge coming into the corner, and Dicker is just tried to apex it, go straight for the ripple strip on the outside, and he has just pushed Morabito way out. Is that Isaac Cruz in that car?
I think it's the Isaac Cruz livery. He might be team principal, actually, I believe. He's team principal for the Morabito car. But the boys having a great time here as part of the E1000. Of course, there's some great banter going on, and we just love out here having a good time. The amateur series, really, that it is, the NTE series that got underway when we all started our lockdown. And it's good to see us back doing an endurance race as the green flag is out and we are racing once again. So our leader is Jake Burgess at the moment in first place. And just in front of him looks like it is McLean in the 54 car as well, who was leading us off from the pace car. Of course, he is a lapped car, but still leading us out of what is a race restart after a yellow. Look at Wilmington in the background there, though. He is making some moves as well. This is what he's starting to put that pressure on. Like you say, he was just caught up behind a back marker before trying to get through. It's all happening as they come down the hill this time. Having a look there, it looks like Guy Leach now starting to get past a few cars and chasing down Wilmington as well. So that is our number 2 car at the moment. Let's check him out as we go through, of course, the number 46 entry. As we go into Conrad, Sam Dicker is already right behind him, though. So 2 and 3 are already getting back into the battle.
Yeah, they're not mucking around here. Geez, aggressive on the entry to the chase there. And, Dicker almost locked up the inside front. Didn't quite, but that is the last thing you'd want to do on a fresh set of tyres.
Yeah, I reckon he's going to put a few marks on those tyres. That's going to hurt him a bit further on, I'd say, if he's going to push hard and try and get past Guy Leach right now. Maybe best just to stick behind Leach and try and get through this lap traffic first.
Look, you would think they'd try and work together here, and I know that sounds strange when you're running, second and third on the road, you're in tough competition with each other. This is going to be a little bit tight here. Hopefully the back market sees everybody and moves out of the way accordingly. But you would think that they'd be trying to work together here to get through this lap traffic, because trying to do it on your own is hard enough, but when you've got somebody to work with, it does tend to make it a little bit easier. Oh no, the lap traffic split them, and that is going to hurt Dicker.
Yeah, Guy Leach going to take full advantage of that, as it looks like that's Worrell that's being pushed out there in the number 7 car. So Worrell just gets pushed a little bit wide there, but still maintains on the race line. So Dicker not too much of a disadvantage here. What's really going to hurt Guy Leach is trying to get past Wilmington, because he's probably on par for pace. Hasn't been in the car for quite a few laps. So although they are a lapped car, the pace that he can produce can match the guys that are in the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, Wilmington went a lap down when the co-driver Damien McCartney was in the car. He had a couple of little moments which just cost them, and look, they're trying to get that lap back, and as he said, his pace is on par with the guys that are all around him. We've probably got the 4 quickest cars on the track in line and stern at the moment, led by Burgess, with Wilmington in there as well. Even though he is a lap down, you've got Dicker and Maxwell there, so they are the 4 quickest cars on the track. So this is probably going to get a little bit fiery, I reckon. Yeah,
so let's see how they go. As we come on to Conrod Straight, it's going to be a big one. They're going to be putting the pedal to the metal as they head down. We have seen 292 kilometres just to go. But look, as they go to the left-hand side of Wilmington, they can't get the job done. Now he's going to come down the inside, right up under that back wing, trying to get that draft on. Now it's going to be hard on brakes. I don't think he's going to get it done, though. Wilmington's going to hold out there, like we say, the pace is the lock-up of the brakes there. See the puff of smoke. Now the injectors online entry. The number 46 Guy Leach goes wide, but on the inside Sam Dicker. Now they're side by side. You think Guy Leach should have the run here on the inside. It looks like hard on brakes, and he will get the nose in. Let's hope there's no contact here as they come out. Hopefully we get a camera angle change, and there we go. Both cars get through. Looks like Sam Dicker has followed through, and now we are back to 1, 2 and 3 behind each other. As looks like Jake Burgess has a little bit of a gap there at the front there. They've still got a lapped car right in front. Number 54 McLean is doing a fantastic job there. Jake Burgess still hasn't got past him, but now we're starting to see him get back to what is really 1, 2 and 3.
Well, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to catch Burgess as well. When you've got 2 cars in a row, it's always punching a bigger hole through the air, so you can tend to work together and try and catch him a little bit quicker. But at the same time, as you said, Burgess has got that 54 car out in front who is a little bit loose at the moment, and he does the right thing and moves over and lets the leader by. So the car in first is now first on the road, and second and third not too far behind, only 1 lap car between them. So this is going to get very interesting over the next 10 laps or so.
Well, this is where the big battle is now between 2 and 3. Look at Sam Dicker is pushing hard right up under the wing of Guy Leach. Just a little bit wide of the curb. They're staying on the bitumen, not pushing too hard. You don't want to overcook the tyres, I suppose, at this point, because there's only lap 191. We've still got 70 laps left to go, and Jake Burgess is out in front. And you think that Guy Leach and Sam Dicker are a little bit more pacey. I suppose they've got a bit more pace than what Jake Burgess normally does. So you think they, like you say, they would team up to get past the back markers, which they have done. Maybe it's just a chance for them just to get into a bit of a groove, close that gap down to the leader. Of course, he's 4.3 seconds in the lead. They can get that down to 1 or 2 seconds, and then they can get on with their battle a little bit later in the race. As we can see the cars going down Conrod Straight, it is big speed coming down here. Doesn't look like Sam Dicker's going to get the drive. He goes really wide, drops off into the grass there for a second. That could have been disastrous.
Shades of Fabian Coulthard tumbling through the gravel trap there. That was, I honestly thought he made a big mistake. He was going to lose the rear of the car then, but he's done a good job. I bet you he has a go to coming down into Murray's here. You can see Leach sits out wide. I thought that the Mustang was going to put the nose up the inside, but Leach is definitely using up a few tyres here. Now, what's going on? Burgess is in the pit lane. So we've got a lead change. Leach is now leading alongside Mansell, his co-driver, Dicker in second, and Norman as well, who's done a great job today. And Burgess and Drage are pulling into the pit lane. So what is going on here? Because that was not that long ago that he had a stop. That was only probably 3 green flag laps ago.
I'm just interested to see whether Drage gets back in, or maybe they're just going to do a dash, splash and dash. Yeah, look, maybe not quite enough fuel, or maybe they're going to try and get Jake Burgess' stint run and done. They're taking fuel now. The tyres are done. I don't think he hurt them, though. So he's gone back into 4th position. They're taking on a lot of time, a lot of fuel.
But see, they already took on 30-odd seconds last time around. So what I'm confused about is exactly why they've come back in so early in the stint. You'd think you'd at least try and free up a little bit more fuel, because the chances of a yellow flag coming out are probably a little bit less than what they were straight off the back of the other one. So you would think that they would have tried to stretch that out a little bit. I'm a little bit confused.
Well, I'm just getting some feedback from our race officials. He got a black flag. So I'd say something's happened there. He's made an error there, maybe in the restart. He's pushed a little bit too hard. Black flag penalty, so that's hurt Jake Burgess. Josh will be kicking him out at ASAP.
Or was it because of the he was in the pit lane when the yellow flag came out, or was he in the pit lane when the yellow flag came out? Did he enter a closed pit?
Possibly. I'm just going to... we'll have to be interested too, because we do have, obviously, incident points. We don't have damage turned on in this race, but we've got incident points. And after so many incident points you accrue, whether that's rubbing panels or going off the track, off-track incidents and stuff like that, it will give you a black flag run through. So maybe he's just pushed a little bit too hard. They've accumulated enough that they've been penalised for that. That's how we've done it. Keep the damage off so everyone stays out on track, but give people penalties, obviously, if they're going to start doing the wrong thing. And that's how we have set it up in the NTE series. Of course, is the amateur series that gets underway, and it's good to see the state versus territory has got a few people ringing in from WA. It must be lunchtime over there by now. And of course, the East Coast a little bit ahead, only half an hour ahead of the guys in Australian Central Standard Time. But we're out in lap 93 of 161 at the moment, and here is the news. Guy Leach is now in the lead with Paul Mansell in the 46 car. Right behind is Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman, only less than 0.3 of a second behind. So we've got a battle on our hands for first after a black flag there from Jake Burgess and Josh Drage. The car has just gone in, done another pit stop. So Thomas Maxwell will move into third, and he is actually back in the cars. We might check out and see how the fake taxi is going at the moment. The 21 car comes around. He's just in clean air, so that's probably not too bad for him there. As the guys battling out the front are probably going to slow him down a little bit. We'll check out the previous lap times on this one. To 2:07.909 from Mansell, a 2:07.988 from Norman, and a 2:08.619 from Thomas Maxwell. So he's about 0.7 of a second, 0.6 of just over 0.6 of a second behind what the boys are running out in front. But Sam Dicker is all over the back of Guy Leach. I don't think Guy Leach could look anywhere in his screens, whether it's side mirrors or rear vision mirrors, and not see the livery of Sam Dicker's car, the Flat Out Karts Racing entry, using up the entire track. I tell you what, he must be pushing some incident points there, to some penalty points there. The way he's just so aggressive on the curbs at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And Tom Maxwell, great to see him back up in a contending position. Sace did a good job, dropped down a couple of spots over his stint, but now that Maxwell's back in the car, as you can see, logging a 2:08.6 last time around, a little bit off the kind of times that we've seen from the top two guys, but give him a couple of laps, he'll warm up. He's been out of the car for a little while, so I think you'll see the lap times really start to tumble as we see a mistake from Guy Leach, and Dicker goes through and takes the lead. Well, after all that, you'd think that there was going to be some kind of a move put on by the Mustang, but no, it was a mistake from Guy Leach, who just overshoots the brake markers. Did he actually lock up? Or
I did see the wheels slow down a bit. I did see him slow down a bit. Oh no, they get off the grass. Oh, he's back on there. Rejoins the race though safely though. That's the main thing really, because he's down now a couple of tenths of a second, but could have been a lot worse for him.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it's, some people say it's easier to follow than lead as well. So depending on his point of view, maybe he might prefer to be where he is at the moment, given the stage we're at in this race.
So we've got 67 laps left to go in what is the E1000, the first ever NTE Series Bathurst 1000 race course. The amateurs are out there. We're having a great time. There's been plenty of banter going on today. Good to see. We need to thank all of our sponsors, of course, iSpark Electrical and Fire, Pecky's Performance and Dyno Tune, Medicab Media, Rusty Media Solutions, PBE Projects, Proprietary Limited, of course. Go and check PBE Projects out, and they do have a prize for best livery too from this weekend. So we will be giving some iRacing credits away. And we need to thank Timmy Nickel Photography and, of course, 221 Production. If you've got the bingo card downloaded, you're striking it off. Let us know when you get bingo. Put it up there in the comments and send us a photo of your bingo card all marked off, and we'll send out a 2212 Productions hat to whoever wins that one. As our race is underway, as you can see, a bit of a spread out field at the moment, but it's Dicker at the moment in the lead. Sam Dicker in the lead. Guy Leach behind, who got there just because Guy Leach made a slight little error in braking on the previous lap, went out wide, just touched the grass there, and Sam Dicker got through. But so much pressure, that's really where it was. Darwin weather update, big dark clouds, thunderstorm Virginia. So if we disconnect, that might be why. So a bit of a thunderstorm heading out to the rural area of the northern of the Darwin region. So people do start to drop out. We haven't seen any of those Humpty-Doo dial-up modems dropping in and out that we have seen on previous E-Series. Just going to check out, maybe we'll go down the field a bit there, and let's just have a look down the field. As it looks like in 11th position at the moment, it might be the boys from iSpark taking on the Pecky's Performance and Dyno number 79. They're not too far apart. Coming down the back straight here, I'm just trying to see who's in the car at the moment. Looks like Zanik Radomski has moved back in. He's finished the beer. He's kicked Sam out. Mansell's doing the rain dance. Oh, Tommy Orton. I reckon we got over this last time, Tommy. Last time we had a good race on. Tommy Orton was doing all right. He's about mid-pack, and he lost power to his house, and he said, I'm getting a generator next time just in case. And also, main reason was because the beer fridge went out. Didn't want that to get warm up there in Darwin.
So I don't want to bring any kind of responsibility back into this, Matty, but just talking about the race, I've just got word that Wilmington will be staying in the car for the rest of the race. So the plan was for Damien McCartney to do 21 laps, do the minimum stint, and Wilmington was going to jump back in. He is going to take it to the finish, which that is a massive effort. It's a massive job. But what it does do, he's a lap down at the moment, remember?
Yes.
But if he's staying in the car and the other guys do a couple of driver changes, he could very well especially if they do driver changes under green flag conditions. He could very well get himself back into this.
Yeah, if he looks after the tyres and the fuel, maybe he's just going to back off a fraction and try and knock out one less pit stop. It's probably a very fine line. It's a risky manoeuvre, but it could happen, especially if he can hold out long enough just to get back on the lead lap and something happens and a yellow comes out. He really could be back up in that sort of 5th position there and within shooting distance to make the podium.
You would think that most of the other guys have got one more driver change in them, wouldn't you? That's pretty safe
Yeah,
to say.
that'd be my prediction, yes.
Yeah, so you think one more driver change in them, depending on what happens. But, as you said, if you can stretch the fuel out and do one less stop, he could be in a very, very good position.
Yes, he could be, yes. And there's we look it up here, looks like the boys are going to fight it out here. For 6th position at the moment is Deborah there, the number 33 entry, as it looks like a lap car in front at the moment. That is Evans, McIver and Bryant in 8th position, so a lap down as a taxi goes through. Thomas Maxwell pushes through some lap traffic at the moment in 3rd position. The 21s you can see up on screen, the big yellow taxi. Hasn't taken on the traditional Australian style, he's gone the American style yellow and black.
Yellow
cab. Here we go, pushing through. He's chasing down the Chico roll. He must be hungry. Looking for a battered Sav. They go around the outside of the 54 at the moment. Who's in 54? It's McLean.
Oh. Was it the 33 there getting really loose at Robson? Because he came off the corner.
Who's Robson? I know there's a Deborah on track. Oh, yeah, Deborah, yes. Oh, here we go. It just looks like Dan Evans is back leading the BPM Chico entry. Look at him go. He's holding out Thomas Maxwell. He's not going to let him by. Maxwell's got the lights flashing, saying, look, I'm on a lead lap. Get out of my way.
You know what the flashing lights mean, don't you? He's looking for it there.
He doesn't have the light on top. I wonder if we can actually get that put in the graphics. Oh, sparks there as a Chico car goes by. Deborah's all over the back of Maxwell, though, doing everything he can, putting heaps of pressure on. No need to. Maxwell's in 3rd position at the moment. He's just caught up in these lap cars.
Yeah, you'd hope that he kind of backs off a little bit here and just lets Maxwell go and do his thing. Now, it looked like the Chico car might have got a little bit wide there. I think he might have got on the grass, but it was only by a little bit, so we don't need to play it. We don't need to upset anybody.
I think we played about 400 times today. We can't miss that one, can we?
Everybody stayed off the grass, you'd be right.
I don't know what's going on. It's Laurie's lawn mowing are definitely going to have to and landscaping. Laurie's lawn mowing and landscaping are going to be back reseeding the grass here after this weekend at the E1000. So we get on board now with Evans as he goes down. Can we see Thomas Maxwell just show up in the left of screen as they go down? He's right out there. He's pushing hard. Here we go. He gets the move done. And Maxwell, who's in 3rd position at the moment, overtakes Evans, who's in 7th, and puts a lap up on him. As it looks like Deborah now going to put the nose in and goes past Evans as well. So the 12-year-old goes on the inside and gets around Evans, who's an experienced racer, and it looks like it's going to be the teenager taking him out.
That's a nice move for a kid, for a preteen.
Yeah, we've got him in a short chair. It's all the way forward, 3 phone books, and he's tall enough to race.
And the stilts to hit the pedals.
Oh, I tell you what, he's going to be a weapon when he's actually old enough to get a licence.
I was just saying, lads, the battles have really been going on down in this mid-pack area, hasn't it? Like, 5th through 8th has been where it's all been going on so far throughout the day, and we're just seeing the Evans battle going on. He was mixing it up with Robson and with Maxwell as well, and the race has really been going on there, and as well as McLean and Gear also being mixed up in there as well. So I think the talent in this race is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we're going to come across a few battles. That's what's going to happen. It's not just going to be the 2 guys at the front. I mean, that's obviously where the prizes are. Well, of course, the Pecky's Performance and Dyno Tune plaques will be handing out. You're handing them out personally, aren't you, Tegan? You're going to be flying around the country?
I'm handing it, yeah. I'm going to have to fly down somewhere.
I tell you what, I'm going to ring Taylor from High Tech Drift because I want Deborah in the drift competition because that's what they're pushing hard. That car has not been straight, I reckon, on any corner so far out of the last 10.
Whoa, he threw it in down over the skyline, didn't he?
Yeah, no care for the tyres. I don't think they're worried about changing tyres. Just throw another set on it. We're just going to go hard.
Well, the mid-pack's probably so separated at the moment that there are some good battles going on, but everyone is either on a different lap or a different strategy, so it's not like you're actually racing the guys that are around you. So you would think that it's not going to hurt too much. But what I'm really curious about, yeah.
There they are. They're just floating around. So they are 51 seconds behind Maxwell. And
so we still don't know why they got that stop.
No, but they got a black flag. That's all we know.
That's all we know. They were very naughty boys.
Look at look, Evan Kay's joined us. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him racing tonight. I know the man is very busy. I'm not quite sure if you're in Australia, Mr. Kay, or if you're overseas doing what you do in the army. But hit it hard, boys.
Say his last name, Matty.
Kuklanos. I tell you what, Rusty would know, because when it comes to ethnic names, Rusty is the man.
Yep, I can say I've definitely got part Greek, part Maltese. I've got it all going on. So throw a name at me and we'll get it done.
We were calling him Evan Kay in our last E-Series because Kuklanos, we're in and out of that one. It's a bit like Keithus.
Oh, mate.
Old mate, Mr. K, that's what we called him. Special K.
So I've just had a little bit more intel, so the boys are telling me now. McIver says that basically he's doing another stint shortly, so Evans will jump out in about 15 laps time. McIver will jump back in, and he'll do his last stint of the day, and then Evans is going to do a double duty and keep going. So that's their strategy. Not sure about the rest of them, but yeah, basically they realised that they need a strong finish here. And McIver's.
Is it true McIver's getting in because he only puts a barbecue on when he wins a race, and therefore he gets out of supplying the sausages for the barbecue? He doesn't have to do the Bunnings barbecue if he doesn't win.
Yeah, that's spot on.
That's
really.
pretty expensive. I like
All
that.
right.
I just heard before as well was McIver's on his own Discord channel with Evans, and Evans must be running out of drinks right now. So McIver was saying, "Can I text someone in your family to bring you a drink?" Like as if it was a life or death situation. So this 7-hour race is the enduro is pretty serious stuff, and we all got to look after each other.
I love it.
It's about, mate.
I am getting word here, passing under yellow. Jake Burgess, ScoMo, breaking the law, passing under a yellow. That's why I got a.
Right. Well,
that's why I got a black flag. So naughty.
All right, gents. Well, I might go and do my union mandated break. I've got the bloke with the stopwatch here.
Yeah. You better get out before we get fined.
Yeah, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. So I'll see you back in a little while.
Thanks, Rusty. And good to see Teagues. You're back on and you've had your little break and got some stuff. McIver has a curfew. Ankle bracelet will be going off. I do like that comment, actually. That's a good one, Paul. As looks like the team principal Isaac Roos car in the background. Morabito just getting around in the back of this scene there. You see him come up the hill. Is that what it is? Isaac Roos is the team principal?
I believe he is. He's team principal of every blue car that's out there, I believe.
He is in my eyes.
So what did I miss while I was away? Jake Burgess is back majorly. That's what you're just obviously talking about. Stock go penalty for Mr. ScoMo.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Josh Crane as well. So do you think Josh is trying to kick him out of the car?
Well, he's giving me all the dirt on him actually at the moment, Josh, because I reckon he's dirty on him. Yeah, we're going to have to... How many laps has Jake done, mate? Can you just kick him out of the car? Get back on with it, Josh. You're up the front. All I'm saying is you're in the lead, Josh, and you let Jake in for 5 minutes, and now you're fourth. You're 53 seconds behind the car in front of you, and let's see what you are to the leader at the moment. I mean, you're going all the way back. You're a minute 15 to the leader. Like, really, who would team up with your ex-flatmate like that? Just unbelievable. It's all.
But isn't it interesting, Matty? We're nearly at we're nearly at lap 100. So we've been talking about this since the start. We've got there. We're nearly on the home stretch, and it's all about getting to lap 100. And isn't it interesting that when you look at the start of the race, the battle was on between Sam Dicker and Guy Leach, and they mixed it up time and time again, and that gap time was always really, really close. We've just ticked over to lap 100 and have a look who's back up the front. and how close that gap is again.
Oh, it's right up there, isn't it? 1.4 seconds between Sam Dicker and Guy Leach. So, not sure if they're going to let Mansell come back in. Of course, the champ always wants to finish first, so maybe he'll want to get back in. He's probably hoping that Guy Leach does all the hard work and he can sit back, have a couple of cruises, and then he can just get in on the last few laps and come across the finish line and get the champ signal as he goes over. Of course, he loves holding up the gold. It's multicoloured vodkas and gold trophies. That's all he's interested in.
All he cares about in life, really. Good view on board with the Morabito car here with Morabito Racing.
Yeah, good to see him joining us. We didn't have him in our NTE series, so it's good to see them come on board. Of course, the number 24 car, it's Julian and Reese. We're not quite sure who it is, all thanks to APS Service Centre in Frankston, driving the Commodore.
That goes in hard. Tries to take off some of the tyre power signage at Mount Panorama there as he goes in hard into that corner. That can be fairly tricky. Have a look at the Medicab replay here. Oh.
Glad damage is turned off.
Yeah. We should call that the battered Sav replay from now on. Just throwing that out.
The battered Sav replay? Well, we should have done that. I actually could have got some of that up. A bit late now, you know. You think of these things later, don't you?
Yeah, I know. You know, what do you do? I see Wilmington's back in the car as well. That's pretty good. You've just been given an award on your stream chat as well. You've received 100 messages today with the re-stream chat.
Oh.
And, yeah, that's predominantly all from Paul.
Paul's done 87 of those. Does that mean he's done many laps at all? Like, is he going to turn a lap, or is he doing 21 laps and Guy Leach has got to hold him up again?
I think Guy Leach has got 2 computers.
Oh, you don't know.
Just throwing that one out there.
Paul Mansell's 12 vodka cruises in and he just can't take part anymore. He can't hold on to the steering wheel. Wilmington, up on screen. He's trying to get that lap back. That's what we were talking about earlier. He's still a lap down. He's looks like he's coming up on the Morabito entry again, the 24 car. So he's going to try and push past there. You think Wilmington would have the pace. Me and Rusty were actually discussing him earlier. If he can get that lap back, he might be in with a chance there. All it's going to take something like a yellow flag, but unfortunately it looks like he's got a minute 12 to catch up to Burgess, and that means he's got quite a bit of time there to go a full lap around. We'll just have a look at his gap to the leader. If they're doing about a 2:10 at the moment, Wilmington, it's not going to tell us how much he is over one lap, so he's got a little bit of work to do there. As you can see, Thomas Maxwell in the background starting to push through and goes into third position, still holding on in the Barry Bandits race entry. So Thomas Maxwell back in the seat of the yellow cab taxi. The Barry Bandits trying to make their way forward. They are 23 seconds behind Mr. Leach, which puts them about 25 seconds behind the leader. So they're still in with a chance at the moment. Oh, Morabito in the background.
How good is this, Medicab? We're doing an enduro race, so you know, multiple drivers, and we got them all sitting here on the stream chat talking to each other. We've got Dylan States and Paul Mansell talking to each other.
Oh, look at that. That was unfortunate for the boys there. Just couldn't hold on to it. So, yeah, they've been pushing hard too today, the Morabito Racing boys. Good to see them join the NTE series. Hope they're having a great time, of course. This is just an amateur series. We broadcast it. Why? Because we love it. We just like putting it out there. iSpark Electrical and Fire getting on board, of course, and Pecky's Performance and Dyno Tune. A little bit of exposure for the businesses that just enjoy the art of sim racing. Dylan States, what are you doing? White girl wasted. That's Paulie, all right. White girl wasted. As we go back to our leader battle at the moment, this is 1 and 2. There's 2.36 seconds in it. Sam Dicker leading from Guy Leach. If Kevin Norman gets back in, I don't know, Kevin Norman, has he done his laps? I'm just trying to have a look at the moment to see whether he would be in contention there, whether we will have to see him get back in. I can't get that up on my screen at the moment. I reckon we're going to see Kevin Norman jump back in for one more stint. And here we go. This is how we get 100 comments up in our stream. We get the boys to start having slander battles on the comment section.
That's the thing, with 59 laps left to go. I would imagine we're probably going to see maybe two driver changes happen still between all the teams. You know, I mean, depending on how they're actually setting it up, we've seen probably only one team being the Wilmington and McCartney team, who did a long stretch with the first driver and then swapped out the other one. But all the rest have done relatively short stints. Probably Tommy Maxwell was another one with Dylan States, who did a slightly longer stint for the first one. But yeah, you would have to imagine here, Matty, that we're probably going to go each driver will probably swap out one more time over the next 59 laps.
You would think so. There'd be at least one driver change. Paul Mansell showing his age. Whippersnappers. Paul, don't make us stand old. Don't say that. Here we go. Thomas Maxwell up on screen. The Barry Bandits, 21, just holding in there in third position at the moment. They are 24 seconds behind Guy Leach. Just trying to hold in there. You never know what's going to happen. As Evan K, he's watching us all the way from Malaysia. How good's that he is over in Malaysia, working hard for the country, and he's tuned in. He's obviously found the live stream and thought, you know what, I've got a break. I'm on my union-mandated smoko. I'm going to join in and watch the boys in the NTE series and see what's going on at this Bathurst E1000. Wish he could have taken his sim over there. Malaysia's got pretty good internet, doesn't it? I'm sure it does.
Who knows, really?
It's probably just a bit of wire hanging from the pole to pole, but good to see the boys. If he's got enough internet to watch, he's got enough internet to play the game, or racing the sim. It looks like the fake taxi's coming up on Wilmington now. Wilmington, I don't know, will he step aside? You reckon he'll leave him through, do the nice thing? I don't reckon he will. I reckon he's going to push hard because he doesn't want to go a lap down on someone else. So Braden Wilmington's going to probably close the gap down here at the moment. So we've got this on the bingo card, nah, but it's normally from a driver. Was Evan K a driver? He's just not in this series today, but he's written nah. Nah. Internet's all right. It goes all right. Up on screen though, Wilmington, will he open up the gap there and let Maxwell through? It's going to be very interesting. He doesn't want to go a lap down on another car. See, we like saying game because it just upsets Paul Mansell.
Yeah. You're just throwing out the race.
He's going to have to. He might rage quit now. We are waiting. Is that why we haven't had a bingo yet? No one's rage quit so far.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul Mansell. He's going to be on a rage quit. We'll just keep calling it a game. I'm trying to get to 200 comments. Just keep stirring him up. Oh, Deborah in the background. How is Debbie going? Let's have a look. That was a big one in the background there, but he's pushing hard. Ryan Robson, affectionately known as Deborah through his iRacing account. Maybe it's his mum driving. Maybe that's what it is. Going pretty fast.
Oh, might be getting the job done for him.
You never know. Oh, I like this. Now we've got all the boys commenting about it being a game, though. That's going to get Paul riled up. Could go either way. Could upset his driving. Could make him better.
I think there's this gap between the two cars at the front, though. I mean, it's still sitting there, less than 3 seconds the distance between first and second position right now. Leach sitting in second, Dicker still sitting up the front end of the field. Tommy Maxwell's the next car in behind them. He's back 25 seconds behind second position. And then it's back to Burgess. Jake Burgess is in fourth, 57 seconds behind third place. 1:11 is Wilmington behind fourth place. So they're really starting to stretch out a little bit here. But these top two cars, we seen at the start of the race, they were battling it out. They were close to each other and the gap was always changing, and they changed positions a few times as the tyres started to go away, and they're doing it again on the later stage of this race. As we check back in with the BPM Chico team, Dan Evans back in the hot seat here over McIver. Unfortunately, Dan Bryan not able to get in on the service, so it'll just be a two-car team, which means McIver's going to have to work a little bit hard here and going to have to do some things. But, basically, it'll be Evans who finishes off this race here is their strategy. McIver's going to jump in for another stint after this one, and then Evans will bring it home after that. And McIver said he might jump in for a chat with us in a little while as well.
Oh, I think we've got to get him in for a chat. We've got to find out exactly what it takes to go from 7th to 10th in such a short period of time, like 15 laps. Oh, sideways there for Deborah. Locks it up. Bring on the high-tech drift series, I reckon. Let's get him in. He's getting close. The entry's not there. He's got to get the entry right, but he's definitely got the exit done really well. We're getting a little bit of angle there, and he's definitely not getting off the gas. So that's what we'd like to see. Smash some tyres on the back of that one too. He's got to be running out of tyres in the rear of this car, I reckon, with the amount of driving he's doing at the moment. Really pushing hard. Wonder what the feedback's like on the steering wheel.
Have a look at that there, Matty, as well. So Deborah is in 6th position right now. 7th is Dan Evans. And the 33 car of Robson is right behind the Chico BPM entry of Evans. So 206 is the distance between them. So it's a whole lap down.
Oh, look at that. Sideways again there for Deborah. Oh, you got to get him in with we've got to get him back, and whatever the NTE series does next, he has to be back. 12 years of experience racing, and he's only 13. In the pits, though, it is the 54, though. Just trying to see, McLean is still in the car at the moment. Be interested to see what the pit stop time is for this one, too, the number 54. Will Callan Gear get back in? I'm assuming Woodburn might have some issues getting in. If you're having dramas, McIver are having dramas getting the third entry in, maybe we'll see that. The car normally goes out and comes back and we change drivers. So I think we are going to see McLean stay in this one. Of course, that is Justin McLean comes out and is going to do another one. 39 minutes, so taking a fair bit of fuel on that time. As we go through some of the rest of the people in the field at the moment. Looks like we're going to bring up Zdeněk Radomski. Pardon me, as Radomski is on track at the moment in the 221 entry. Of course, the iSpark electrical and fire car. You can see there. Nice and smooth, though, as he starts to head down the mountain. We're 105 laps into 161, so we're 2/3 of the way through here. Not quite, nearly. Doing a nice job there. Sam McGrade and him have teamed up this weekend to see what they can do with the orange Mustang. Of course, got some great faces on this car too, just keeping things lively. Will he be the PBE Projects livery competition winner? You never know. Let's see how fast they go to get some drive out of here, though. Zdeněk Radomski coming down Conrod straight at the moment, 284.5. No, doesn't get it up to that 290 kilometres an hour as he goes around in the iSpark electrical and fire entry. Just having another look at who else we've got going. Freeman and Worrell out at the moment. Looks like Freeman now is behind the wheel. So Michael Freeman. Of course, all thanks to Queanbeyan Diesel Service, Penrite and TCB Racing. Of course, Queanbeyan Diesel Service just over the border here from the ACT. Guess Mr. Freeman there, just normally a track day enthusiast with his WRX. And of course, used to be do some rally driving as well. So getting behind the sim. Only been on the sim for about 9 months, and it is a very different world when you don't have all the things happening, the wind going past you. I mean, you could do that, really. It is a simulator. We know the guys get kickers under their seats so they can feel the vibrations as they go around the track and everything going back. What do we got?
Tommy Orton-Regan's Deborah Van Gisbergen.
Deborah Van Gisbergen.
New nickname, not just Robson. It's Van Gisbergen now.
Deborah Van Gisbergen. We can start a rumour here. This could be controversial. A love child. Oh, look at Freeman on track at the moment in the TCB Racing from queanbeyandiesel.com.au. You can just see that down on the side skirts. Sam Dicker just in front there. There's one, there's two. That is Guy Leach. You can see him just a bit squirrely under brakes, so just try not to lock those front tyres up. They are starting to get a bit of wear. Just trying to think, how many laps have we done on this one at the moment? No, that isn't the amount of laps. Looks like this stint, 18 laps. I reckon we've probably done 18 laps on these tyres now since the safety car. So they will starting to wear. What are we getting? Somewhere between 20 and 30 laps before we're normally coming in for a pit stop.
Yeah, that's interesting. So we should start to see some of these cars roll into the pits after the next couple of laps. And yeah, so we're still going to have 3 or 4 pit stops, really, aren't we, Matty, to get us through to home?
I reckon we're going to have at least 2. It's going to depend how much fuel they want to take on. Of course, we've got 50. I'm just going to go with 55 laps to go. Oh, no. Oh, there he is. Laurie's back. Can everyone get off the grass, please? Oh, let's have a look at this one. Timmy, we'll bring him up on the replay. I love it. Boom! Just clips the wall on the inside, throws him out there as we get the footage there. Sideways on the grass. Looks like he's going to come around. I'm just trying to see if we get to wall again here. It's boom, bang. Oh, he did the livery. He knew what was going to happen there, old. That's Tim Gracie too. That's not even Mr. Nickel. Timmy. Getting around there in the number 20, what are they in the 23 this weekend? So good to see Team Timmy getting around.
Must have been pretty worrying. Must have been pretty worrying there for Sam Dicker as well, being the lead car and just having that car slam the wall in front of you and bounce back onto the road. You got to be really careful of that because that could ruin a race altogether if there was enough contact between those 2 cars. Have a look at the gap starting to stretch out between the front car and Guy Leach in second spot. So it's up to 4 seconds now, or nearly 5 seconds, as Team Timmy pulls in for a pit break. But yeah, bit of a gap going on there now.
But it's all going to happen, mate, because I'm getting told the champ has tuned in again. This is how I get the comments up. This makes my social media look way better. He's tuned in and said 18 laps they've done, 5 laps to go on those tyres. So they reckon they only get 23 laps. And the question is, will the champ be in? Will he put down the vodka cruiser? Will he jump in for the last 50 laps and smoke the field? I'm just want to know, is there 50 laps in Paul Mansell where he can come in and he can really put a move on Sam Dicker and make this, the Guy Leach Paul Mansell car go back up number 1 on the ladder, go back up on the podium and be the champs of the first ever E1000 Bathurst race, State of Origin, State versus Territory, all thanks to iSpark Electrical and Fire. 17 cruisers down, he's telling me. You better keep running those 207s and 208s, otherwise if he runs a 250, I'm going to tell him it's like driving a cruiser around the track. Evans is back in too. McIver hasn't done, he isn't back in for his stint yet there, but like 4.3 seconds, so caught up a couple of tenths there for Guy Leach. Just trying to get around, I reckon, and make these tyres last another 5 laps. Champ will be in regardless, here to entertain. We're getting the champ back, which is good. I don't think we haven't played his theme music yet, so we've got to get him in.
No, but we're going to have to. So as soon as they pit, I reckon you just need to start playing it just to find early up. Because I think he needs firing up.
He needs plenty of firing up. We just we want to see him get back into the game.
I've got him pegged. I've got him pegged to be one of the leaders in this race.
Yeah, you got him pegged?
Yeah, I've got him pegged.
It's always good when you peg someone, so you can see where they are going to end up in the race. Of course, the number 6 up there, Cotter and McCartan get around in 9th spot, and it looks like that is just getting a marked car going around the outside. Our leaders in the background, of course, the number 72, Sam Dicker, they're hard on the brakes. He'll probably get an opportune passing moment as they come around. Looks like Cotter getting right out of the way, the number 6 being nice there. Looks like Justin Cotter in there, all thanks to insightfulsystems.com.au and bushfooty.com. Another one of the Commodores. And
tell you what, boys, I come back in and all you guys are doing is navel gazing. I just can't believe
well,
it.
you know, we're just talking about how Tegan has Mansell pegged to be the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You reckon that's the way it's going to play out?
If I was going to pick anyone to be the leader, it would be Paul Mansell.
Well, it's probably a pretty safe bet at the moment.
Evan Kay reckons he's got him pegged too. Special K, he said no, I got him pegged as well, so that's good to see. As Cotter getting around there, Mr. Snow, as they know him as Snow. Okay, I'll just that awkward silence, tick it off the bingo sheet.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing.
As Rusty's off, he's just been off for a nap for 20 minutes, and you think he'd be firing on all cylinders when he gets
I'll have you know, mate, I just made dinner for the kids, so, you know.
So you were hungry is what you're saying, so you made dinner that you could eat while making?
No, I ordered menu log, it'll be here at about 5 o'clock.
David McCartney's coming by for the Macca's drive-through run.
Yeah, no, I don't think it.
Oh, our leaders are still Sam Dicker at the moment and Guy Leach. We're waiting. Any moment now, we're going to see them come in the pits, and the champ is hopefully going to get back in the seat of the number 46 car, of course, in second position as we head over to those guys and see what they're doing in the. Obviously, it's not going to change for me. That's what it wants to do. It's just going to keep going there. I want the cameras to come down on him. The Injectors Online entry, the number 46, Guy Leach now, just getting some laps done. He's 4.8 seconds behind Sam Dicker. Doesn't look like there's much movement in that sector. Whose union brake is it? Is it mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, boys, I'll take my union brake. I'll let you boys get back to it. Of course, we've, what do we got? 53 laps left to go.
Exactly. Something like that anyway. No, thank you very much, Matty. Doing a great job. Enjoy your break, mate. I'm sure you'll be watching plenty of TV. As we have a look at the replay, what are we looking at here? So we've got a replay of the 7 car. That is the Freeman Worrell entry, getting very taily coming in. And that sand trap comes up quickly. He's on the grass again. Well, that's the way it goes. So, by the look of it, not a whole lot has changed at the top of the leaderboard here since I was last on board. DK Leach and Maxwell still running first, second and third. Good to see Maxwell sort of staying in touch. 37 seconds, it's a fair way back. But It only takes one yellow flag for that to all close up again, doesn't it, Teagues?
Yeah, that's right. It could definitely start to claw that back, and depending on who's going for a pit break whenever, it could be something that just changes the whole game. And I mean, you talk about back to fourth position, Burgess and Drage, 1 minute 39. It's getting close to a full lap behind that third spot. So these front three cars are really running away with the field here, and the battles are still going on further back in the field, but yeah, I mean, these front three cars are just really starting to get out in a league of their own, and I think it's going to be all down to the pit stops from here on in, and who stops when, and it's going to show exactly how they all sit up. But I was just saying while you're offline, and the gap has grown a little bit, but the start of this race, it was Dicker and Leach battling it out, lap after lap after lap, and we're getting past lap 109 now, and it's the same picture once again.
It's pretty impressive to be 110 laps in for all intents and purposes, and only having 5.5 seconds between the top two. That's seriously impressive, and it's a credit to Dicker, Norman, Leach, and Mansell, the four drivers who are involved with those two particular teams, all doing a great job. But you look further back in the pack, as you said, everywhere from 8 through to 11. So you've got another 4 cars there. They're all on the same lap. You've got a couple of guys that are only 1 lap behind. So there are still battles to be had further back in the pack, and you'd hope that those ones are going to go down to the wire as well, because although not a huge entry list, 17 cars started the race. We had 19 on the entry list, a couple of mechanical issues before the race started for some guys, but 17 cars, and to have the competitiveness that we've had, it's been good to see.
So checking in with our 5th place spot right now with Robson and Johnson with RR Motorsports. So yeah, 5th position back. They're a lap down, so a fair way back there. But sitting in 5th, they had some good battles going on between Wilmington and McCartney, and Evans was in there as well. So see whether we can continue on with these battles. But these guys have done a fantastic job today so far, and done good around the track. Wilmington back in the car over Damien McCartney. The 27 McKitch Racing iSpark Electrical sponsored car, the Mustang. It's doing fairly well. We just see in behind them another iSpark Fire and Electrical car. That's the 11th spot sitter of Zdeněk Radomski, who's currently racing. Sam McGrade, his co-driver, currently sitting out in the 221 car.
Yeah, it's is there an award for driver of the day, a single driver of the day? Because Braden Wilmington, by the time this race is finished, if it all goes to plan, he will have done 140 laps of Bathurst in a day, not including qualifying. That is a seriously impressive effort.
Yeah, that is a solid effort. Was that the plan? Have you spoken to the boys? Have you? Or
yeah, so I did touch base with Damien, and he said, yep, he's done his minimum number of laps. He wasn't overly happy with his stint or the way he drove, but he handed the car back in one piece and in a top 5 position, so or close to a top 5 position at least. And yeah, the plan is that Wilmington will stay in the car for the rest of the race. So as I was talking to Matty about, it actually puts him in not a bad position if he can, get a couple of fuel-saving pit stops. So fill it all the way up to the top, save a little bit of fuel, and maybe skip one pit stop when you consider there's at least 1, maybe 2 driver changes left for most of the other top guys. He could quite potentially get back on the lead lap, and depending how the yellow flags fall, he could actually end up in a pretty good position as he gets loose and clobbers the wall coming down over Skyline, and that's a commentator's curse right there, isn't it?
That wasn't the most ideal way to run through the top of the mountain here as we have a look at the Battered Sav Madicav Media Pay replay, as Braden Wilmington just gets a little bit wide there and smacks the wall. It's a good old clout, and keeps the car going though, doesn't lose any pace really, and he's 20 seconds behind that other car in front of him, which is Robson and Johnson. So see what these guys can do and see if they can start to claw back onto these. And as you said, Rusty, it's going to be interesting. I think the pit stops are still going to come into play in a big way here, and it'll be interesting to see whether some of these guys can move their way forward and who goes into the pits at what time.
Yeah, it's spot on, and that's the way it's going to happen, and that's the way. I mean, that's the way it plays out at Bathurst all the time. You know, the safety car works for people sometimes, and doesn't work for everyone all the time. It's very rare that you hear people who get through a race without getting beaten by the safety car at least once throughout the day. So it's one of those things. It's just the way it's going to fall. But you know, the cream always rises to the top. Dicker and Leach currently 1 and 2. The interval's starting to stretch out, as you said, out to almost 7.5 seconds now. And Maxwell's actually holding firm at the moment. He's at around about that 32, 33 second mark in the fake taxi Mustang. So, you know, the top 3 looking pretty much set in stone at the moment, but as we said, there's still a long way to go. Still another 50 odd laps, 49 laps at this point in time. So still plenty of racing left to go. And as we have a look at the OnlyFans car of Orton 77, good looking car this one. Good to see some corporate involvement there as well.
He's looking after himself there with his OnlyFans account, but yeah, the boys always put on a pretty good-looking car. They did so through the NTE series. That is Tommy Orton and Nick Sutton currently in the hot seat. So onlyfans.com and /Tommy_Mose is his main sponsor. So must
have you checked that one out, mate?
Yeah, I'm subscribed. Yeah, it's not bad.
All right, I'll take your word for it. I'll have to check in on that one later on.
So here's an interesting fun fact about Nick Sutton. So I won't say the first bit, but once sold a dirt bike after it did a wheel stand and scared him.
Really?
So, obviously not very scared at the moment, but have a look further back. Our 17th spot sitter at the moment is Morabito brothers. So Julian and Reese Morabito, thanks to APS Service Centre Frankston. They're in the ZB Commodore. Their average lap time is about a 2:10. So they're not way off the pace, but they are a little bit slower than some of the other guys. Yeah, good to have both of them jump on board. They didn't run the original NTE series, so either way, it's great to have them jump on and do some racing and confuse the hell out of the three of us commentators with not knowing whether it's Julian or Reese in at any one time.
Well, the great news is we know that it's a Morabito in the car,
exactly right.
And we can't get that one wrong. So it's nice to be right all the time with at least one of the cars. But look, one thing I do want to say as well is if you're watching the stream, wherever you're watching from, and you're not familiar with the iRacing platform, the simulation as it stands, there are different license classes in iRacing. And, you know, depending on where you are in your iRacing career, and I say career because there are guys who have made careers out of it, you could be what's considered an A-level racer, a professional level racer, all the way through to a rookie. Now, we've got every single type of license class in this race. So that's one very, very good thing about this NT E-Series and the iSpark Bathurst E1000 is that we are catering for every different type of racing ability. You know, you've got guys who almost live on iRacing, and then you've got guys who are only casual competitors, casual racers. But that's the beauty of this platform. It does give you the ability to compete against everybody and anybody on any given day.
Yeah, have a look at the 79 car of Peck and Newens, running in 13th at the moment. So, unfortunately, one of the only cars out there that the livery hasn't actually loaded up on. But these guys have been doing a pretty safe job all day. You know, they've sort of bounced between that sort of 13th to 10th positions and just gone forward and backwards. So, yeah, they've been doing a fairly good job. They're just ahead of Tim Nicol and Tim Gracie, the Team Timmy cars. As we have a look at them, we got the CU and the NT on the back of the 23 car for the Team Timmies. And another one here, PBE Projects on the side of the car, and Tim Nicol Photography, RACQ as well. But man, that's another fantastic looking car. It's looking great. They got a fair few sponsors on board there, and done a whole lot of work into making that car pretty cool.
There's actually a couple of cars in the field that have got different paints or different liveries from side to side. It's an interesting strategy, that one. I guess if you've got too many sponsors, you don't want to cram them all in on one side, well, give them the whole other side of the car. Not a bad theory. Not a bad theory. As we can see, which car is that? The 22 car of Bergen and Scott, I should say. Which there's a bit of a story behind the livery on this car, isn't there?
The could be. I'm not sure.
Well, I heard you and Maddie talking about it earlier on, and there's a whole bunch of different organisations that are on the car that, was it that they're all Darwin local businesses?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, and they're all unfortunately no longer around. But Independent Motor Mart was a famous Repco-style store for motor parts and that in Darwin, and Indies was a long-standing supporter of all the mechanical trade in Darwin and Skate World, where Matty and I had our first kiss. A number of good things on there, and it's a pretty cool looking livery and a nice paint scheme there in itself. You know, let alone the sponsors that are on the side. It's the colours just work well together there.
I'm surprised I haven't got a photo of you and you and Maddie's first kiss on the bonnet of this car. It'd just finish the livery off perfectly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's upsetting, really.
It's upsetting. We've already got your head on one car, so don't complain too
we've
much.
made it on one car. We've made it on one car. You've missed out altogether, and
I'm
still
on nothing.
blaming you.
Yeah, I'm on nothing. So anytime you're feeling bad about it, nobody put my face on their car. So, all right. Just remember, I've got to sleep with that on my conscience. Looking back at the race now, looks like we've had a driver change. Dicker has jumped out of the car, and it looks like I think it's Kevin Norman is back in. So looks like he's going to be bringing it home for the next portion of the race. Mansell is back in the car as well. So 10 seconds behind, or 9.2 seconds behind. And Maxwell's actually pulling back a little bit of ground on these guys now. It's only 31 seconds behind. So the top three are all still on the same lap, still on the lead lap. And still looking to get a little bit racy as we approach the fun part of the race, the money round, so to speak.
Yeah, there's your race leader there. As you said, Kevin Norman out in front, so his hit time was 43.75 seconds. About 10-second gap between himself and the second spot of Mansell. So see what Mansell can do, and whether he can start to claw that back here. I mean, you just see the interval drop off a little bit there, so the gap a little bit less. Maxwell's still holding out that 32 seconds. You know, not too much more than that between himself and that second spot. So Burgess has managed to claw his way back, and is 6 seconds between himself and Tommy Maxwell. So some tight battles still going on for the top four cars. Wilmington in behind them in fifth position. He's a minute 50 behind, and then it's back to Johnson and Robson, who are 1 minute 3 behind fifth place. So yeah, definitely spread out. McIver's jumped back in the Evans and McIver run BPM Chico car. So
where did he start? That's the next question. So
I think he was seventh. So
he's back in seventh. So yep. Where are we predicting he's going to finish this stint?
His stint, he could end up back as far as 17th, if I know McIver.
Yeah, right. Okay. So we're giving him a rap. Zdenek Radomski on the chat says, next time, Rusty, the face will be on the car. I think that's what we're talking about. So fingers crossed that's the case, because I do feel left out. I've got feelings too, and I appreciate that, mate. Brad Stott, there's a spot of rust under every race car. That should count. That one is true. I'll pay that. So there's nothing like a bit of WD-40. Someone should do a WD-40 car with me on the front. How's that? There's an idea.
I like it. Keeping the rust under control, and it's sponsored by Rusty Gregory.
There we go.
There's a big taxi entry. The Barry Bandits race team of Tommy Maxwell and Dylan Sates, the 21 car. Good looking Mustang there, 1-800 Fake It on the side, and running third currently, 29 seconds. So he was 32 seconds before, now 29 seconds behind the second spot, the Mansell Leach car. So he's closed the gap slightly. See if he can do much more in these later stages of this race here. So 115 out of 161 laps. So we're on the home stretch now, and the wheels haven't fallen off the bus too much here, Rusty, I don't think.
No, not yet. We've still got a long way to go here. But
still time.
How long's Mansell been back in the car for? It's not a long time, is it? It's only a handful of laps, and it looks like he's still just trying to settle back into a bit of a rhythm here, because as you touched on, Maxwell is picking up some time on him. He's actually made up about 4 seconds over the last 2 laps. I'd be interested to have a look at the at the last laps. Now, having a look at it now, Burgess is in the lane, and are they doing a driver change, or is Drage bringing it home? That's the next question, because we know they did get that black flag penalty just after, or just as that yellow flag came out last time around. They got the black flag for passing under yellow, which is naughty. Can't do that, and it looks like Drage is back in the car. So he will start this stint in 4th position, but he's a long way back. He is a long way back from 3rd, so I think it was about 1:15 behind. So I think those guys are going to be praying for a safety car.
Yeah, that really hurt him, because I went on my smoko break, and Josh Drage and Jake Burgess' car was leading the race, and had a fairly strong lead as well, and they've gone backwards now. So very unfortunate for them. Having that penalty's really hurt their chances of winning this race, because for a number of laps there, it looked like there was a high potential that they were going to pick up the win here. But now they're 1 minute and 11 seconds behind the 3rd position of Tommy Maxwell.
Yeah, and they were the quickest car on the track at the time. They were knocking out 207s without any problems in the world. As we have a little bit of a challenge here, McIver. Oh, who's that went around the outside? It was McLean in the 54 car around the outside of Jason McIver, so drops a position. He's only been in the car for a handful of laps, and he's binned it as well.
Oh. The Matty Cav media replay here. Let's have a look at how it went. McLean and McIver had such a close battle going on there for position. And there's McIver in the BPM Chico car. Pretty handy. And he's just spun it by himself there. Puts it in the wall. Once again, lucky not to get stuck in the sticky wall. We talked about it earlier today, where in iRacing, when you slam a wall hard enough, you can actually get stuck in the sticky wall, and you have to, all you can do is tow back to the pits. And basically it's a 2 or 3 minute penalty where you basically sit in the pits for that. And so, that alone, you end up a lap down.
We haven't seen a sticky wall today, or a Venus flytrap, as I like to call them.
Yeah, no, it's actually very lucky.
It's been fairly clean, all things considered. You can see the marbles that are really starting to come into play. There's a definite groove around this racetrack now. And if you get offline and you get out into those marbles, you are going to find yourself in some strife. As some of these guys are starting to find, they're really starting to slide the cars as we're approaching, I think, the next pit stop window, because the way these guys are sliding the cars, I would think that these tyres are pretty much at the end of their use-by date right now.
Yeah, you're right.
We are hearing from Brad Stott that they did find one of the sticky walls, so we missed that one earlier on. We'll have to sack the replay guy, Matty Cav.
Yeah, we were talking about that just before. We wouldn't have been too far off with a lot of these teams for needing to pit, because they're all getting to that about lap 18, lap 19 of their stint. So we figured that they would have to come in sooner or later and get a new set of tyres thrown under them. They get about 25 laps roughly to a set of tyres, and then they need some fuel as well. So yeah, it was. I would imagine we're going to start seeing them all drop into the pits now.
100%. Looking back at the lead-in now, that is Kevin Norman and Sam Dicko, or the car that is shared by them, the 72 car. And Norman is in the car now as he comes over Skyline. Beautiful part of the racetrack. Very difficult part of the racetrack, but if you get it right, it is very satisfying. And Mansell's actually just dropped off the back of the wagon here. He's almost 12 seconds behind now. So Norman is doing it very, very easily at the moment. And you'd have to think he's almost got one hand on the trophy. I know we've got a long way to go, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but you'd have to think they are absolutely in the box seat right now. He's knocking out laps that are around about 0.3 of a second quicker than Paul Mansell. And Maxwell knocking out 209.4s as well. So he's keeping pace with them. Wilmington a 209.1 last time around. But have a look at Drage, a 206.38. Now he might have left his run a little bit late here, but that is a ripper of a lap this late in the race.
Yeah. Looking at lap 117 of 161, he pumps out a 206. That is seriously impressive for Josh Drage there.
I think he's got his angry eyes on.
Yes, I would say so. Not happy with the penalty that was served up to him earlier on in the race. I mean, yeah, when you look at a lap time like that, there's no one else really out there who are pumping out laps quicker than that. Just having a look through the time of the fastest laps there, and that was one of the fastest laps of this session so far. So yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's really beat that time. So 2:06.382 is the fastest lap.
Yeah, and
Josh Dragan and Dicker and Norman have gone to 2:06.620. So that's the closest time to the top spot.
Like that's 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else. And he's being super aggressive on the curves. He's using every inch of racetrack. Just missed the apex a little bit there as he comes over Skyline down the hill. And this is where you've got the opportunity to pick up a lot of time if you get it right. But if you get it wrong, it can bite you very hard. Through the dipper, down the hill towards Forest Elbow. And yeah, he's absolutely on this. Looking at where he is on the racetrack and listening to the car, there's no fuel saving going on here. This is literally get on it, go fast, and do it every lap. And hopefully for them, they can start making up some positions. They're only one lap behind at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It'd be good to jump on board once again with Josh Dragan and just maybe have a look at how he gets around the track in the cockpit, because have a look at how he steers this car throughout would be pretty interesting if he's not pulling in towards the pits.
I think this might be another quickest lap of the day for Drage, because he's certainly on it. He was flashing the lights coming down Conrod Straight. I don't know who he was flashing him at. Oh no, there we go, 2:07.4. Still a very stout lap, all things considered. But the one thing you've got to remember is you're not going to be able to maintain that kind of performance, that kind of lap time for 20 laps on end. The tyres won't hold up to it. You know, you've probably only got 5, maybe 6 of these laps in them before the tyres start falling off the cliff, and then you've got a whole other problem to deal with.
Yes, just jumping on board in the cockpit of the 116 car, the 0 to 100 Motorsports entry of Josh Drage and Jake Burgess. Fantastic looking car. Lukey's Auto Repairs on the side of that one. Have a look at the Medicav media replay here as he goes into the corner.
A little bit crossed up coming out of the corner. Just a touch. He had a nice, healthy armful of opposite lock. Right about here, he got on the loud pedal and the back started washing out, and he certainly caught it nicely up over the ripple strip, and it was still sliding. That wall comes up on you pretty quick on the outside. I can tell you that from experience.
Yeah, and that corner is very tricky. It's, we talked about it plenty of times, it's a very technical track, this one, and that corner is tough in itself because you're carrying so much speed heading into there. And then as you get into it, you've got to really get down through the gears and slow the car up. But then it's also a really sweeping corner, so it's quite unsettling because you can carry a lot of speed through there, but you've got to be careful not just to jump on the loud pedal, as you said, and just really unsettle the car.
And it's also one of the few corners on the track where you've got a seriously uphill braking area. So when you're braking into that corner, you can actually go so much deeper than you can on just about any other corner on the track, just purely because you're uphill. So it's a hard one. It's a completely different corner to anything else on the racetrack.
Having a look as the 4th place sitter coming up on the tail end of McIver in the BPM Chico entry. So McIver sitting back in 8th position, and Josh Drage in the number 116 car in 4th position. Just going to put a pass on him on pit straight here and gets the job done fairly easy. McIver moves out wide and lets him on through there. So the Lukey's Auto Repair 116 car gets on by, so that's a lap car, so not for position at all. But now it's coming up on the tail end of the 6th place spot of Johnson and Robson.
Thought I'd better jump on, boys. I think my union break is run and done. Is it? Is that run and done? Does that mean you're up for drinkies?
Oh, well, my cup is empty, so I would say so.
You would say so. We do have someone, though, who has sort of jumped in before, so we're gonna drag him in. Of course, let's drag him in for a bit of a chat. Brad Stott has joined us. We've got him up on screen. Adam Bergen's in the car at the moment. Brad, good to have you on board here for the E1000.
Yeah, we're still here, mate.
Just cutting them in the back of the pack there. Just having a good time.
Someone has to come last, and the point is coming up.
Go us through, take us through the livery. Who we got on board? I think we've got most of them so far. I do like the fact you've actually put your bearded face on one side and Adam's face on the other side for the independent motor mark signs.
That was real tricky. cheeky way of putting them in there. But maybe next time we'll put the commentators in there instead.
Where are you going to stick Rusty? Is he
don't
going to
want
be in a
do that, mate, trust
WD-40?
me. You want people to like your livery.
No, if you can actually paint the underside of the car, when we hit a sticky wall or roll, we'll definitely make the replay.
Ah, there we go. That's actually a good theory. That's a good theory. I like it.
Have a sponsor sticker on the bottom of my mud racer. That was the most lucrative spot to put a sponsor sticker.
I love how you've got these up, actually, the old NTDR. I didn't notice the Vic until just then. You did have it in the comments before, but the good old Vic, many a night spent there.
Yeah, that's actually a photo I took off of one of the old Vodka Illusion shakers and then cleaned it up in Photoshop. There'll be plenty of people out there who've got memories of sore heads after a couple of illusions.
Wasn't that like the late 90s? That's what you did. You ordered Vodka Illusions and then you took home the mixer?
Yeah, and somewhere there's security footage of me jumping off the balcony onto a pine tree, down the pine tree and off down the mall so the bouncers didn't catch me.
Well, you got to have a plan. You have to
Always have a plan when you're going to take something like that. What's the go?
Nah, it was more like a drunken seen Superman one too many times or something, I think.
I like it. Well, it definitely looks good to the car. As far as the race, I mean, it looks like 4 laps down at the moment, but how's it been going for the afternoon, other than the obvious?
It's been going pretty well. Our lap times are fairly consistent. We always knew we were going to be slow, so it was more just get out, have fun, and hope the fast guys play fair when they go around us. A few of them could have given us a bit extra racing room, but yeah, that's the way it goes.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Yeah, you kind of have to expect when the damage is off that there's going to be guys that are willing to take a few more risks, especially when they're coming up to lap cars.
Yeah, well, it makes us think about next time they come around, it's whether we just accidentally forget to brake. But Alec Adams doing a real good job here now of getting a couple of cars past us, so we're just doing our best to stay out of everyone's way.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Well, the car certainly looks the goods, and as long as you're having a good time out there, that's the main thing.
Yeah, mate, have a good time. You guys are doing a ripper job too, keeping the commentary going. We're just sitting here wondering how you guys keep finding stuff to talk about.
Well, that's why you're in here. We've run out.
Good question. We often ask ourselves the same question.
Well, the chaplain did say at one stage that you guys shouldn't have to go to the toilet to sit down because enough of it dribbles out as you're talking.
Well, he'd be correct there. I've got nothing else to say except he's correct. How is the chaplain going out of your place today? You guys are teamed up. You're in one room.
Yeah, we're sitting here in what is affectionately known as my pleasure room. Yeah, we've crammed ourselves in rather well. The chaplain's got a big screen TV in front of him. And, yeah, we're
So
living the
he's
high
not
life.
racing off the 15-inch laptop monitor he usually does.
Nah, mate, he's living Gucci right now. He's got a 42-inch big screen TV. We've got air conditioning. I even cooked him lunch while he was racing too. He's
Well,
loving
he
it.
may never move out. You better ring Lisa and tell him to come get him.
I think Lisa will come and rip him out if he doesn't come out of this room.
You might have to build a pleasure room for him, mate.
Although we do have a couple of Lightning McQueen Ushis here that are our lucky charms. At the end of the race, they'll be going off to Adam's young fella, Joshy.
Oh, it's good. Thanks for joining us, Brad. We might let you get back to it because, I mean, Adam will probably want dinner soon.
Yeah, well, that could be Lisa's job. Or maybe by the time he gets home, he might have to make up for spending all day on a game. He might have to cook tonight.
Oh, man, we'll let you go. Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, well, you're breaking up there, Matty, so it looks like you better go, mate.
All good, thanks. Thanks for that, mate. Matty, you're just breaking up ever so
Yeah,
slightly,
that's
mate,
might just be hitting something there. Looks like I've come good maybe now. A lot of internet being used right now. We might just be pushing the limits of upload speed.
Maybe. I don't know about come good, but
Yeah, I'm
you're
back. There's
How's
nothing
that?
you can do about this voice.
There's nothing good about it. But you're back.
But there can't be anything good come out of me being on a production team or a commentary team. Nothing good can come from that. Look at back to the race.
Now.
So it's good to catch up with the boys there. Of course, the livery from the old traditional Darwin up on screen. If you ever lived up in Darwin back in the 90s and early 2000s, that's probably what you would have seen. As it looks like Kevin Norman still in this lead by 8.5 seconds over Paul Mansell. The champ just falling off the pace at the moment. Then it's back to Maxwell. It's Thomas Maxwell in third with the Dylan Saints co-driver. Josh Drage, though, is still on a charge, only 1 minute behind now. He has caught up quite a bit of time. As I'm just going to bring up the previous laps here and see if he's still lapping faster than anyone else. He's a tenth faster than Mansell, who's pulled a lap on Norman as well. Both 2:08s.
Now that's the question. What's happened with Norman here? Because he's gone 2:12 last time around, and that's 4 seconds off what we've seen from them earlier.
Might have been a small mistake that we haven't seen up, I reckon, because but Mansell, 2:08 in race mode, I should say, probably not in the sprint mode. They're sort of sitting back and just trying to get the laps done until the last probably 20. I'd say they'll come in for fuel. They get about 23 to 25 laps out of a set of tyres. I'd say the last 20 laps they're going to come in. That's going to be full sprint mode, as it looks like the yellow flag is coming out. So the yellow flag is out now. This is going to be very interesting because we are not even 38 laps out. 38 laps out. I'm just wondering what has the stints been. So we've had 11 laps for Kevin Norman and Paul Mansell, 10 laps for Maxwell, 14 laps for Wilmington. What will Wilmington do? He's just kicked over 15 laps. 18 laps for McLean. That's going to be very interesting for him because Justin McLean might want to come in and change tyres on that one as well. Peck's also done 20 laps.
The one that's in the box seat here is Drage, because he's only done 7 laps on this one. You'd think it's probably a coin toss to see what the other guys do. I'd expect at least 1 or 2 of them to come in and top off on fuel. Given that they do have laps on everybody else, they may as well throw a set of tyres on it. But depending on where the safety car pulls out here, Drage might either stay on the lead lap or he might go a lap down. It depends on where the safety car actually comes out. So he's coming up, is that Mountain Straight at the moment? No, that's Conrod. So he's going down Conrod at the moment. So yeah, he will stay on the lead lap. The one who it is going to hurt is going to be Wilmington.
Yes, and we do know from experience too, you can't come in on the first lap of the safety car, so they won't be able to come in right now. They're going to have to wait to do a full lap. They'll bunch up. So if someone comes in, what do? Do you come in and follow them? Is that what you need to do? They can't come in on this lap now that the safety car has come out.
Yeah, so you've got it's always the second lap that the safety car's out that you can come in. Pits are always closed. So really, the only way you can jag it is if you happen to come in at the right time before the yellow comes out. Come in 1 lap before the yellow if you can pick it. That's how you end up putting yourself in a box seat. So
they will be starting to slow down there, but the pace car hasn't left pit lane yet. But I still do believe they won't be coming in. They won't be able to overtake either. So good chance for everyone to bunch back up at the moment. See the BPM boys in the background, just right behind the car of Brad Stott, who we were talking to earlier. Adam Bergen behind the wheel at the moment. The Independent Motor Mart car, of course. Skateboard on the front. Good old Darwin liveries, the Vic, and many a drink had at the good old Vic up in Darwin. You probably didn't get a chance to go there when you had your short trips up there. The Vic was already run and done by the time you visited, Rusty. But some big nights there dancing on the table at the Vic.
I'm sure there was, and you even had the people putting the money down your
I was up there getting dollar bills, dollar bills, y'all.
Make it rain, baby.
Get rain. So we are on board with the pace car now. Let's check in on this one. Of course, it is going to start bunching them back up. You can see Mansell in the background conserving tyres. I reckon that's exactly what he's doing, conserving tyres.
So we're going to end up with at least 4 cars on the lead lap here. You're going to have Norman, Mansell, Maxwell and Drage all on the lead lap. The question is how many lap cars, how much traffic is there between those guys under this yellow flag? So we know that the first car in the line is Norman. Looking further back in the pack, you can see Mansell. I think he's 2 cars further back from there, so there's 2 cars between them, and we don't know where Mansell is. That yellow car stands out pretty well, the fake taxi car. So
it looks like second in the line. Then we'll go back to the 221 car, which is, like we say, that's 11th place, but it's still, you're going to have to get around the lap cars. Right behind him, the BPM Chico boys, who are actually in 9th position. Then Mansell is there. So Mansell's got 2 cars to contend with. Although he's in second place, there are 2 cars in front. Tommy Orton looks like he's behind him. Tommy is in the driver's seat. Looks like he is in the OnlyFans entry. And just waiting to see who is going to come up on the back there as he's just... Oh, my God, we're going to have to do it. Oh, he's on the grass. What's Tommy doing? He was just waiting for it.
He really was. He's probably watching the stream.
He just wanted to get off the grass, I reckon. That's all it was. And I'm just trying to see behind him. It looks like, that's the Team Teme is behind him in 14th position. And then it's Maxwell, who's in 3rd position.
So we've basically got 2 cars between every one of the cars that's on the lead lap. So it's not going to be an easy one, but we don't know what everyone's going to do here when we pull up to the pits. How many people are going to pull in? How many people are going to stay out? What would you do, Matt? If you're in Norman's shoes right now, do you come in, do you top off on fuel, and do you... I mean, you can't make it from here, but you can certainly go close with the splash and dash towards the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether with this safety car, whether if you can conserve some fuel at the moment, conserve some tyres, whether you push on, because we know we're going to get about 23 laps if they sit in there and do a 40-second pit stop. Fresh tyres, fill it right up. They're going to get 20 to 23 laps. Now, we are less than 40 away. Now, if you can just conserve right now and just go out there and keep pumping out laps, you've got to remember, Norman also has 2 cars between him and, of course, Paul Mansell. So Mansell should be able to get past those cars reasonably easy, but it's always a risk. You're probably going to buy yourself a few tenths of a second. Can you go out there and just keep cutting some laps? Make sure you can push for another 14, 15 laps. Get to that point where you can put your final fuel in, your final tyres, and then it's a sprint race home.
And that is the question, would you be expecting Wilmington to maybe try that strategy? Is he the one that's going to be putting around and try and get back on that lead lap and try and pick one up here? This is a real coin toss as far as what they're going to do on the strategy. I don't know. It's my gut feeling says you'd go in, top it off with fuel, put some tyres on it and go, and then just drive it as hard as you can through the back end of the race. Now, is there some games being played? Norman pulls in at the last minute and gets a love tap from McIver, I think it was, who was already in the lane. Now, it looks like pretty much all the major players here are coming in. Mansell is in behind Norman. I can see Maxwell's in as well. The one that I wouldn't expect to come in is going to be Drage, and Drage is going to stay out, and he's actually going to pick up track position here. So he will move into the lead, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. You're right. He has stayed out on track at the moment. I can't see him pulling. They're all in. Everyone's obviously going to go for 2 more pit stop strategy because they're not going to make it through to the finish of the race off this one. Unless that's what their plan is. They drop back a few tenths of a second, just let it all sit there and maybe just try and make it home on the next set of tyres. I mean, we have got a full 36 laps. I don't think they're going to get enough fuel to do 36 laps. Just checking out. Yep.
So Leach is back in for Mansell, and it looks like we've got a driver change for the Dicker Norman car as well. So Dicker is back in the car there.
Yeah, so they put the 2 number 1 drivers back in. That's where it is. The 2 fastest drivers out of that team are going back in. Not quite sure if I look back at Evans is going back in the car as well. So look, 32 seconds there for Dicker. So that's a 32 seconds. Look at Thomas Maxwell though. He's come out in front of Guy Leach. So let's just have a look at Leach, what he did. So he did a 30-second one, but Thomas Maxwell, he stayed in 25 seconds. So he's done a 5-second undercut there on this one.
He's going to be going for the splash and dash, I think, on the way home because he's not going to be able to get home from here. We know that. So he's short-filled it here to hopefully be able to pick it up at the other end of the race. So the last 10 laps are going to be really
I think he's banking on the fact that everyone's going to have to pit one more time. So everyone, I don't think will make it. So I think, like you say, he's done the splash. Let's undercut. Let's get in front. See if we can get up in the maybe in second, maybe push for first on this one. Slightly lighter fuel load. Probably going to have to take an extra 5 seconds fuel load later on though. But it's a risky manoeuvre. But you're in third. You're comfortable in third. If he stuffs this up, he gets in front. Can't get a big enough gap coming into the next pit stop. Gives up 5 seconds, he'll end up back in third. So, do you take that risk now and make it happen? Does he think he's got better pace than what Sam Dicker does? That's going to be the interesting part because Sam Dicker is the second fastest person on track. Josh Drage, who is now in front, has cut the fastest lap so far in race mode today.
But has he used up all his tyres? That's the other question. Because Drage is essentially the number 1 car now. He stayed out here. I think he's got about 7 or 8 laps on those tyres, maybe even 9 laps on those tyres.
10, but I mean, we've done 2 or 3 under pace cars, so you think he'd be conserving them right now.
Exactly. But the thing is, he was knocking out that low 206 on these tyres. So how much life have they got left in them? Who knows? He's obviously on that alternate strategy here where they got out of sync, they got out of sequence, and they're probably going to run it out to maybe a lap. If they can stretch it to lap 135, 140, they can get home from there. So this is going to be a really interesting race.
Yeah, he may sacrifice a little bit of time, and having a look there, they've already caught back up, so you can see Sam Dicker is only 3 cars behind. 1 car he's going to have to get past, though, is Wilmington. So does that mean Wilmington's actually come back onto the lead lap? That's what I'm going to go, 2 leader. Wilmington's now on the lead lap. So he has made it back. Very good strategy from Wilmington.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier on in the race, isn't it? So we spoke about how he was going to try. He's had to stay out here in order to do it. So, again, that's probably going to hurt him at the other end of the race. I'd love to know how many... well, no, he didn't stay out. He has put a lap on these tyres.
Yeah, so he's got in Wilmington. I don't know how he's got in, but he's got in really quick. Maybe he did a real splash. Like, maybe we're talking only like 15, 20-second pit.
Yeah.
Wonder if I can actually bring up... It doesn't look like we're going in on this lap. It might give me time to bring up Wilmington and look at the last pit stop there. 45 seconds. So maybe he got in just before the yellow. Maybe it's just played out really well for him.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Quite possible. So... who does that put in the box seat here? All of a sudden, we've gone from what was essentially a 2-car race with the 72 car and the 46 car, and all of a sudden we have got 5 cars that are in this one with a shot. As we've got a big crash further back in the pack, it looked like Orton got way loose. Doesn't look like any of the contenders got tied up with it. But Drage is certainly looking to pick up some spots here and make some moves, as he has got Wilmington pushing him up Mountain Straight.
He's trying hard, Wilmington, isn't he? He doesn't want to give up that lead lap. He wants to get it back. It's going to be very interesting. The battle is on now. Wilmington needs to stay on that lead lap. He really wants to. Anything could happen from there. He's in 5th position at the moment.
No, okay, so Wilmington is actually still 1 lap down. He's trying to get that lap back.
Tommy Orton's like a pinball machine in the background. He's just bouncing off the walls.
Absolutely. So Wilmington is trying to get back in front of Drage. As soon as he gets back in front, he gets his lap back. The chances of another yellow, though, are pretty slim at this point in time. So it is a 4-car race now. You've got Drage, Maxwell, Leach and Dicker. Those are the cars you need to keep an eye on. And Dicker in the 72 car, how far back is he? He's a fair way.
So he's in 4th position at the moment. So I think he may have been... No, he hasn't been relegated back. Looks like Thomas Maxwell's got the job done on him, got in front too, because he came out behind him. So it's really... And Leach has gone through too. So he's had an issue too. Leach has just gone past all this traffic cars, really. It's where they're stuck in traffic. He may have just gone on the wrong side of someone at some point. And it looks like Leach and Maxwell has made their way through. And Maxwell now in 2nd position. So that dash has really paid off, as it looks like the 2-2-1 gets out of the way. Good to see the boys there doing what they can to back off the track. That's Sam McGray trying to stay out of our lead cars who are coming around. A lot of traffic. That could have been absolute chaos if we'd made any contact, turn any car sideways. And Maxwell's flashing the lights to Orton saying, get out of the way. The taxi's coming through. I am taking someone for a ride of their life right now. The fake taxi pushing through as he locks up the front wheel there. Leach is right behind him, putting lots of pressure on. Then it's Dicker there, 0.6 of a second behind that. I think Guy Leach might do the right thing here and just tail on, get under the wing of the Mustang and try and push his way through the field as well. Probably all you can do with Thomas Maxwell at the moment is just help him get along so you can get back up through these lapped cars, because Wilmington's still in front of them. They've got to get past him, Rusty.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy. And to have the 2nd, 3rd and 4th cars essentially in a line here, it's great for us. It's pretty nerve-wracking for these guys who are going at it hammer and tong. But the guy who is absolutely rubbing his hands together at the moment is Drage, who's out in front. He's 4 seconds up now on the number 2 car, and he'll be trying to build that buffer. He'll be trying to build it up so that when it does come time to come in, because as we said, he is off sequence. He stayed out on that to pick up the track position. He is off sequence. When it does come time for him to come in, he needs that gap to be as big as humanly possible in order to not drop back too far in the running order.
And there we go. Guy Leach just comes in, holds it in tight on that line. He's looking for any little gap. He's looking for daylight. All he can see is yellow and black. It's hiding all of his vision. He just wants to look past. Here we go, on board now with Thomas Maxwell as he goes around. He is currently in 2nd position after that splash and dash. He's looking at some lap cars. Oh no, he makes contact and off he goes. It's not good for him. Oh, the get off the grass didn't get played. We're too busy to play that one. Just trying to see if the instant replay is going to come back. Maybe we can go back a little bit.
He clipped the inside wall.
Yeah, he's clipped the inside wall there. That's unfortunate for him. Just comes around. We saw it there in the in-car footage, didn't we? The input from the steering wheel there, goes over the ripple strip, gets the wheels just in the air slightly, and here it is. He makes contact with the wall on the outside. We just get covered up in our vision.
And when he tips it in, you can see he tips it in a little bit late, which means he has to be more aggressive on the steering wheel to try and get it turned in. And you'll see he actually tries to apex it, clips the inside wall, and that just fires him to the outside. He's actually very lucky that he didn't get all the way to the outside. Oh man,
he's on the grass.
Laurie's not happy.
Laurie's going to be fuming. Mind you, his business, Laurie's Landscaping and Earth Moving, will be making a good profit margin after this race.
Absolutely. What does Virtual Lawnmower go for? As we see Mansell go around. Leach go around.
Let's try and get that one, if we can check that one out on replay, because this one's going to be really interesting. It's Leach.
Now, he was trying to go deep. He was trying to go deep underneath the Mustang, and it looks like the Mustang's turned across in front of him. He's taken a whole bunch of ripple strip to try and avoid the contact, and he's just looped it, and then Maxwell's come through from behind. He had nowhere to go. That was not his fault in any way, shape or form. But that is a big moment in this race.
Yeah, Mason Harvey hasn't seen him coming the inside there, the number 14 car. So Guy Leach goes back to 4th position. Good thing is the car is turned around. Hopefully, the damage is turned off. So hopefully we don't get too many instant points and he can get back into this one. Remembering, we've still got 33 laps to go. It is a sprint race from here, and it's pit stop strategy. Of course, 4th is really where we're looking. Dicker's made a move now too, as it looks like Sam Dicker has moved up into 2nd position. Let's check him out in the race. So the flat out kart's entry now. Looks like he's chasing down Wilmington. Obviously, it looks like Maxwell had a bit of contact there in that incident as well. So that's pushed him back into 3rd position after that pit stop strategy, which got him into 2nd. He was right behind Josh Drage. Well, that's really what's happened now. Drage is the one that's got the advantage out of all this going on in the back of the field, because he's opened up a nice little 5.6 second lead over everyone else, and he still has the fastest lap so far today in race mode.
He needs to get that gap out, though. He needs to get that gap out to at least the 20 to 22 second mark, you'd have to think. By the time you traverse the pit lane and put new tyres on it, put freshies on it, you know, he's going to have to stretch that out as hard as he possibly can. Because Dick is not going to be going away. He's actually reeling that gap back in.
Yeah, well, Sates and Leach are going to be the same, aren't they? They're going to have the opportunity to maybe put a fresh set of tyres and some fuel in at maybe 15 laps to go, where we know Josh Drage is really going to have to go in for tyres and fuel right on the limit of where they can be, around the 20 to 25 lap region. So he's going to be pushing hard. He's going to have to try and conserve a little bit of tyre wear. As you can see, 5 seconds in front only now. He's dropped 0.6 of a second. So they're probably going to eat away at that gap. Maybe he can just hold him out there. Maybe that's what he's looking to do. He's got clean air at the moment. That's probably his advantage compared to Dicker, who's still trying to push through some lap traffic. That'll take a bit of life off those tyres at the moment. So as you can see on screen at the moment, it is Dicker in the car. So Sam Dicker in 2nd position. Just pushing on there. The flat out kart's entry. You see him come on screen. Got past Wilmington. Looks like Wilmington just gave in that time, but was going to let him pass. Get back in the slipstream right under the wing of the Mustang. The 2 Mustangs head down. There you go. Thomas Maxwell in 3rd position now. He's only 3 seconds behind. But Josh Drage is out in front. Tegan Peck. Hi, Rusty and Matt. What are you doing, Tegan? Get back on.
I just was trying to get a word in, so I thought I'd just send it through the stream chat and just let you know.
You're trying to get me up to 200 comments.
Nice to see you, mate.
A bit of a yellow there, and it's changed everything.
You could say that. You could say that. It's certainly shuffled the order, and the one who's really lost out is the combination of Leach and Mansell.
Yeah, he's back to 4th position now. So yeah, that's yeah. Every time I go on break, it seems that we flip everything on its lid. So it's pretty good here. But yeah, jumping on board as he comes up behind the comes in pretty handy. Chico BPM entry of Evans, who's back in the car now. He's going to do the home stretch. He was Mackay was just asking me whether I could just start penalising everyone who's in front of him, so that he could start making up positions. Apparently that's something I could do, but I don't think I'd be very popular.
You don't think you'd be very popular at all? I reckon let him in. Make it happen.
Yeah. Be a go-getter.
Why can't you be a team player, mate?
Make it happen. All right. I'm part of the BPM team, so I'll do it.
All right, gents, I'll leave you with it. I'll be back a little bit later.
He's gone off to make his family dinner now. Look, Rusty's gone. He's gone to pick up his Uber Eats.
No, I've got to put the kids in the bar.
Oh, is that what it is? Mate, you're going to miss out on all the action there. Guy Leach with a big run there on the chick entry. Goes wide too. Dan Evans just drops a couple of wheels on the grass. And it looks like Guy Leach is going to get past. So he's got to start making some moves. He is now 7.3 seconds behind Thomas Maxwell, who is fast at the end of this race. Plenty of racing experience all over Europe and through Australia now. Thomas Maxwell, now we are in the virtual world. Someone's smoking it up on pit lane. Who is that? In the pits. Who is that? Oh, that's got to be Tommy Orton, doesn't it?
It would have to be.
Oh, he's doing burnouts again. Tommy Orton.
Right.
Causing some mate. Now he's crashed into the pit lane. I don't know what he's doing. He's going to be a new roller door required for that one, I think.
Who else is that in the pits? I think that was the number 14.
Yeah, number 14, I reckon that is Mason Harvey. Just trying to see if he is going to jump out of the car this time, because looks like Spencer's getting back in for the last stint. Craig Spencer's going to jump in. 3 guys in that car as well, and I'm not quite sure if they had the same issues as the others with 3. As it looks like Gear, Woodburn, McLean. We haven't seen Woodburn come in.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Summich come in either for the Spencer Harvey team. So, yeah, I think there's definitely been some issues with being able to run the 3-car team. And I think Morabito's changed their driver. So.
But it's a Morabito getting back in.
Yeah, from Morabito.
Yeah, Morabito taking over from Morabito. Good to see the boys there. And, of course, Isaac Roos, the team principal, getting behind those guys.
Isaac Roos at the back of the pack and all that.
Yes, and you know, just in lap traffic, he's just been a lap car, hasn't he? Oh, Tommy Orton's had enough. He's going to bed. It's bedtime for him. It's after lunch.
He's going to bed.
He's about 14 beers in.
Going to get fuel for the generator.
14 beers and he's ready for bed.
Oh, Josh Rage back out in the lead of this race, and have a look at it. Second place there, Sam Dicker from Sam Dicker Motorsports in the 72 flat-out karts entry. Fantastic looking car there, and does a fantastic job. Fake taxi car, looking rather dirty now. It's been on the grass one too many times there. How cool is that with iRacing, that as the cars continue on with the race, they just start to look a little bit speckled from all the stuff all over the track. So a bit of rubber on the front end of the fake taxi. So 1-3 Taxi's not going to be happy with that one. They're going to have to get that clean professionally.
Yeah, you're going to need a bug and tar removed to get all that off. And we go back to 4th position, of course. It is Guy Leach back behind the wheel. Paul Mansell has bowed out. He is tonguing for a vodka cruiser, so he's jumped out. And Guy Leach going to finish this race off. We're talking about strategies, though. Drage stayed out. This is where it is, Tegan, at the moment. Drage has stayed out. He has done 16 laps now on the tyres and fuel that he has. When we had the yellow car, he had just gone in. So... well, he'd done a few laps there, and so he's got 10 additional laps on the tyres. We know they get 20 to 25 laps out of a set of tyres and fuel if they can be relatively conservative. Drage went really hard. He ran the fastest lap of the race. That was a 2:06.3. So no one has beaten that time so far. He's got additional laps on these tyres. Is he going to try and hold out? 30 laps now left in this race. He's probably got to get a few more done. So we check out the interval back to, of course, Sam Dicker. It's down to 3.5 seconds. It was out to 5.8 earlier. So Drage is taking it easy. I think he's going to be like everyone else. He's looking for a one-lap strategy, as it looks like. Guy Leach is pushing hard, just bounces the car off the wall. The injector's on line entry, pushing really hard now. Of course, the Tim Darwin on front. He'll need that as the sun starts to set in the background here at Bathurst. We go on board now with the 46. Yeah, where are you going? The awkward silence. Tick that off.
Oh, Jackson's online racing entry of the Leach and Mansell has just been consistent all day, and I mean, really, the front end of this field has just been there the whole time, and really tight racing, and yeah, it's good to see these guys all battling it out. They're all throwing different strategies at us and all having a go here and there. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the last 30 laps go here, because we're on 131 of 161 now. So it's really the home stretch now. There's more smoke there. Do you think Tommy Orton's made it onto the track somewhere?
He could be anywhere. No, he's at the pub already. I reckon he's in bed. Do you reckon Sutton's got back in? No, Orton's gone. Sutto's gone. They've gone fishing again. Look at the marks in pit straight. No, he must be back out. The car's gone and the marks go all the way out. He is out doing burnout somewhere. So Wilmington on track at the moment. That's Maxwell trying to get around. So he's about to go a lap down on Maxwell, who's in third position. We tried everything. Wilmington was right up the front there before. We got his lap back, but the boys there, Drage, Dicker, have already gone past, and Maxwell now gets the move done. So Wilmington will go a lap down now for Maxwell as well. As we keep going on this race, we've got 29 laps left to go. We're on the home stretch now, only less than a quarter left to go. Of course, the first ever iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000, all thanks to the NTE series. Don't forget the PBE Contracting Best Livery Award is also out there, so make sure you comment on that. If you think there's an outstanding livery you've seen today, make sure you comment on that one. We are going to give away some iRacing credits to the boys and girls. Deborah's still out there somewhere, aren't they? Oh, no, big contact there, Wilmington. Let's check that out, see if we can get a replay on that one, see how hard that was as he comes around. Trying to get a better view, just chasing down the taxi. He's caught under the aerodynamics of the wing, just caught in the drag. There comes around the 27. Wilmington's on board, and we see it so much on this corner. Comes in too tight, brushes the car off, and then it's out on the grass. Nowhere to go. All the steering across the gravel. Just waiting to see if he can pull this one up. Doesn't look like he will. No, another glance of the wall there. Gets back on track. Glad damage is turned off at the moment. Drage it is now out in front as they come around. Looks like he's got a nice little lead. It's down to 2 seconds though. He's taking it very gingerly around here, I reckon, at the moment. You can see that 1.9. So Sam Dicker is closing down, but Drage just needs to hold out. Josh Drage needs to just get to that point where he can fill up, put tyres on, and make it home.
Yeah, did I catch the tail end of that, of you saying that that he hasn't actually pitted? So on that yellow, he didn't actually.
No, so he's got 10 more laps. We check out the stint. Actually, we'll throw the stint up here, and he is got 10 additional laps on Dicker and Maxwell. As it looks like we are joined in commentary by the man, the BPM Chico man himself, Jason McIver. Thank you. Welcome for joining us.
Thank you, lads. It's been a long day, but it's been a very fun one, to say the least.
So how many laps have you done in total, do you think?
It's 61, and Evans is going to complete the other 100. So we've been alternating all day.
So Evans carrying the team again.
Yeah, he's carrying the team on his shoulders. He's the guy who can do the quickest lap times. Therefore, I've given him, 3 piss breaks. So that's as much as he's going to get from the team owner.
He's got to hold it. He's got to hold it now.
There was a bit of a mess up with.
What's that, mate?
A bit of a mess up with the 3 teams, the 3 people teams. You couldn't get your third driver in, so you had to work a bit harder.
So Dan Bryant, luckily, didn't make it in because I think he's worse than me. So we've got the top two BPM Chico drivers in here. No, actually, to be honest, Dan Bryant's probably far better than me as well. So we've got a yin and yang. We've been battling with the Gear McLean duo all day. It's been super fun. I think we've been on opposite strategies. When I'm in, Gear's in, and then when Evans is, McLean's in, and we're both basically on 2 different type of lap times. I think we've been battling all day. It's been a lot of fun. We've been our ultimate goal at the moment is that McLean and Gear have just come on the same lap down as us, so we're trying to hunt them down and get them at least for 8th for this race. So yeah, Dan's going to double stint it now till the end of the race, and because he's the best one. So that's it. Yep.
So does it still stand top 10? You'll go and flip Mark's mattress?
Look, Mark's mattress is not looking really safe right now. So.
What's your thought on a Knoxville E1000?
I think it's going to be pretty slick. we go there. She goes slick in about 30 laps there. I think 1,000 will be back to rubber down bitumen racing. But today's been a lot of fun, to be honest. It hasn't felt that long to us at all doing it. Doesn't feel that long at all. So yeah, a lot of fun. It's been good hard racing mid-pack where we've been jammed in there. It's been a lot of fun.
Is it true that now the union's got on board with the E1000 series and required 20-minute break out of every hour, that the ICOT series will now have to give its commentators a break every hour?
I didn't recognise any union that the ICOT has joined, and you'll be all working for free for many hours. Like normal.
Oh, good.
All right, McIver, we'll throw you out now because, you get enough airtime anyway.
Something happening. Look, I just want to say good thanks to the Chico Rollers, kept us plenty nourished. And if they're watching this, please send us money. We're desperately broke. And
Thank you, Jason.
bye-bye.
Oh, good to see you. At least you're eating Chico rolls, you're getting your vegetable intake.
What do you reckon, mate? We everyone's just sort of, there's a bit of a battle going on now, but should we have a quick chat to some other guys?
Yeah, see who's down there, see who can come in. Jake Burgess has done nothing. We can bring him in. I mean, his co-driver is currently leading us at the moment, Josh Drage, and it's really fallen on Josh to make this happen as Jake joins us in commentary. You've done very little today, Jake. You got a few laps in. Oh no, we go off the course there. Let's check this out in second position. Dicker goes wide. You've been let off the hook again.
Yeah, it's been an up and down race, that's for sure, but we're hanging in as much as we can, and we'll see what happens with the next pit stop.
Good to see we can hear ourselves in the background there, mate. Could you turn that down? Professionalism there. Lock up of the brakes it was for Sam Dicker there as he goes wide, and you know what that's going to call, don't you? No, that's everyone get off the grass, please. It's just come out. That's what's happened.
Okay.
You should know this by now.
I've only got the live stream on, so I can make sure you guys are staying on track, eh?
Well, we haven't achieved much by doing that, have you?
So, what do you reckon of today's race? It's been pretty cool. It's had it all.
Yeah, it sure has. You think the race is sort of set, and then the safety car comes out and it flips it all on its head again, and it sort of start from scratch. So, yeah, it's been pretty good. As McIver was just saying, the day feels like it's gone really quickly when you're driving. It's sort of been a pretty fun and interesting day, and we'll see. I think there's plenty of action lined up for the last few laps, that's for sure.
How do you yourself and Josh? How do you feel the day's gone? Was there a strategy leading into this, and do you feel like you've deviated from it much, or has it been a bit on the fly? Or
bit of both, a bit on the fly and a bit sort of judging on what other teams are doing. We had our strategy to start with was every pit stop we'll swap over, and then you sort of get comfortable in a groove. So it's like, all right, you want to do a double stint, and then keeping an eye on who's jumping in, sort of some of the other cars and who the co-drivers are, trying to match up as best as possible. So yeah, it's been a bit on the fly, but it seems to have paid off a little bit. We'll see see what happens.
Yeah, not sure if you've had much of a chance to check out what's going on, but there's one team who have basically gone for the minimum for one driver, and the other driver's doing the rest, which is the Wilmington and McCartney team. What do you think of that one if you had to do 140 laps?
Yeah, all I can say is Damo's being a bit of a slacker, and I think he should be pulling his weight a bit more for that team, I think. But I don't know how Braden's doing it, and props to him for doing that many laps, because I've done far less than that, and I've had enough.
What about some of the talent we got in the field? Like, we were joking about Deborah a little bit earlier, but he's really stepped up. He's only a young kid, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I had to ask him before on Discord. I said, how old are you actually? Because they keep referring to you as a 12-year-old, so I should probably clarify that. But he thought it was hilarious, and apparently his mum's loving the coverage of him being called Deborah.
I'm glad we could play somebody. It doesn't often happen when we do commentary.
Yeah, it's been a pretty entertaining day, but yeah, it's good mix of sort of standards, and I guess that you can't get much more practice than doing an enduro around the place. So I think even how cars have started to how they've finished, there'll be a huge improvement just between that.
Well, what's your strategy in the last few laps? I mean, you guys have been out for an extra 10 laps. Is it just hold on till you can do your last fuel and tyre stop and then hope for the best?
Yeah, we can't give too much away for those listening. So it's we'll just wait and see.
Oh, look how coy was that?
Go, mate.
Yeah. That's best politics. When are you running for to be the real Prime Minister of Australia? That's what the next question is.
That's never.
Come on, ScoMo, don't be like that. You're looking.
It's been enough managing 18 teams, let alone millions of people.
All right, one more question before you go. Is Deborah bombs away?
Deborah is bombs away. Yeah.
All right. I think we might have to have a chat to Deborah next.
All right, you do that. Thanks again for all of your help today.
25 laps left, obviously, to go in this first ever iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000 as part of the NTE series. So don't forget, hashtag the NTE series, obviously, on any photos you got from the day. The bingo card's out there, and the only thing that I haven't ticked off is Rusty singing Purple Rain. Shattering. I really wish I'd downloaded the music for that now so that I could have played it and just forced him to sing it online. He's run away to do dad duties. He'll be back in just a second. The union will be calling him in about 7 minutes and saying, mate, you're due back on. Your smoko time's over. As Josh Drage is still leading us out there, we heard Jake Burgess doing very little in the background there. He came out and did the bare minimum, I think, for the team. Just held it out there on the track. As in the background, looks like Leach has gone off there. Well, let's go to that one. Instant replay there. Some real issues for him. This is not what we want to see. Leach has been pushing really hard. Like from the restart here, he had some incidents, pushed him back into 4th place and locks the brakes up. Paul Mansell will be sculling a cruiser after this one. He won't be happy.
Yeah, not good for guys there. And I don't know, at the tail end of that, it looked like Braden Wilmington. Yeah, here we go. I was going to say, it looked like Braden Wilmington had come off as well.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of debris starting to head out on the track. Maybe we can see those little rubber pebbles everywhere as it starts to go round. It is a long day. The times are starting to go off as well, and that's what we see. They're getting to the last bits of these tyres. The previous laps up there, a 2:07 there for Dre. So he's still holding on nicely with a 2:07.9, 2:07.4 there for Sam Dicker, closing that gap down half a second each lap. Then it's Maxwell in the background, a 2:07.89, a 2:08 there for Leach, and a Wilmington, a 2:08.23. So he's just under the rear wing there of Leach now as they get around back in 4th place. He's got a little bit to catch up to 3rd if he wants to get on the podium there with Paul Mansell. But it's really all happening at the front at the moment. So Dre's just holding out the 2-car battle as we bring it up. Sam Dicker just behind. You can see him. He'll be right in the rear vision mirror at the moment. Drage now still holding on to this lead, half a second in front. We've only got 24 laps left to go, so he will be able to come in soon and get those last fuel and tyres. Not quite sure how much fuel he does have on board, but he'll be coming to the end of these tyres. Let's have a look at the stint that's actually out there at the moment. He's done 23 laps at the moment on these tyres. So 23 laps on the tyres there for Josh Drage at the moment. There can't be too many more left. You can see the time starting to come down. Dicker there, though, big surge. He's only got 13 laps. I don't think, though, he'll make another 23 to make it to the end of this race. So he's going to have to come in at some stage, but he'll be able to do the tyres and a splash of fuel and make it to the end with a sprint race, whereas it looks like Josh Drage is going to have to come in the next 3 to 4 laps and get those tyres changed. Pecky, you've got someone else who brought into commentary to have a chat with.
Yeah, Ryan Robson joins us in commentary. Ryan, you by your Discord?
Yeah, I'm here.
You've been one of our most popular drivers of the day. You're affectionately known as Deborah now, and I think that name's going to stick forever.
Oh yeah, that name is definitely one of a kind. But it's quite good. It's a funny joke, and everyone takes a piss, so that's the main thing.
It's been a pretty solid race day for you and the team. You and Rossi Johnson have held out in that top 10 pretty much all day, and you're sitting in 6th currently. How's the race day been for you guys?
It's been pretty good. My teammate's doing an amazing job to keep the car straight, and we're doing very well. Just hopefully through this pit stop and see what we come at the end of the day, and hopefully we can get a couple more spots.
How's the strategy worked out for you guys? Have you sort of had to change a few things on the fly, or pretty much what you've worked out before getting into the day today is what you've stuck to?
Can't really just go into this event planning it and think it's going to go the way. Safety cars, so we've just whatever's come, we've hit it and gone through it. So we're just seeing whatever plays out, and we do what we need to do to get the best out of it.
Yeah, perfect.
Hang on. What? I'm not allowed a question now. Is that right? See the disrespect I've got to put up with Deborah? This is disrespect from co-commentators. What I want to know is, are we going to see you on the drift scene? Because you're not doing too bad out there, I reckon. We can get your entry in. The exit's fine. I know you can get the angle coming out and the smoke scores. We just need to get your entry done right.
Yeah, the car last stint was a bit drifty. I heard some rumours I was getting called some names when I was drifting. Yeah, tyres were shot
the last stint where I was in, and yeah, that's why I was a bit drifty.
No, mate, I reckon we can get you in a high-tech drift car for sure. You could fit right in there, I reckon. Smash some tyres, that's what I say.
Nah. As long as I look good doing it, that's the main thing.
Well, it's not hard with the rest of the people we got in the pack. You're probably a standout for that one.
That's the main point.
All right, mate, we'll let you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, how good is it? Good to see Tegan stepped up as part of the production crew and is actually getting some people in to have a chat with as we look at them up on screen. It's good to see you, mate. Finally, carrying some weight in this production crew. 2-2-1-2, and we're finally getting something out of you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll do what I can do. As Rusty's on his 50th minute of his smoke break. The race continues on lap 139 of 161. Josh Drake Drage, I should say, is just still your race leader. And Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman in the second spot. Then back to third is Tommy Maxwell. Guy Leach in fourth, and fifth is still Braden Wilmington. Yeah, Josh Drake, like we talked about it before, and we was just having a chat with Burgess, the 24 laps is the current stint, so 24 laps on those tyres. So you have to imagine that they're really starting to be put, those tyres. They're not going to be able to last much longer, and they've got about 10 laps on those next three cars in behind them, 9 on the fifth place spot. So, you know.
Oh, no!
What's
I've got to get to the instant replay on that one because it looks like they've tried to go around the back marker there in second position. Just trying to have a look at Dicker. Let's bring him up on screen at the moment there. Looks like Bergen's just yielded a little bit, but he's come in tight on that one. Didn't see Dicker coming through. Just clipped him there. He's held on to this one. Oh, no, that's not what we want to see. And then it's, we're back into it. Laurie's out again. Oh, he makes his way across. Let's see if he can rejoin this race. I wonder why he actually went first for a second because he's come out in front. That was a strategy, maybe. Maybe Bergen's helped him out there.
He was trying to hold it and just yield a couple of seconds when he could.
Something's gone on, though, because Maxwell's now in front, Dicker's second. So I'm trying to see what has happened to that one as well, as maybe there's been an issue there as they've readdressed this on the track. So it looks like Dicker now in first. We've had an issue there. I'm going to have to go back to, obviously, to Drage and Burge and see where they are. They're in the pit, so that's what it is. They have actually taken the pit stop like we thought. We knew he was going to have to come in before everyone else. Let's have a look at his pit stop time there as we bring him up on screen. So this is now. Josh Drage is going to finish this race out by the looks. He's not going to let Jake back in. He can't trust him. You never know.
Yeah. And that's the thing, Matty. We've got just 21 laps left to go of this one. So it's really interesting because, you know, you sort of wonder, he stretched that out and he's pitted a lot later than the rest of the guys, but he's now taken tyres, he's now taken fuel. So that basically means that he should be able to get through to the end of this race. So another 21 laps, the race is run and done.
There we go.
The other guys, they're on lap 15 of this stint on these tyres. So realistically, they're going to have to pit still. So this could be a really good, solid strategy for Josh Drage and Jake Burgess here in the 116 car. Lucas Auto's on board for that one. And of course, 0 to 100 motorsport.
52 seconds. That is a lot. They must have been almost down to empty, I reckon, on that one.
Yeah, I think they really pushed that car out a long way. And, well, they've obviously taken in as much fuel as possible as well to make sure that they're getting through. You'd have to imagine that ScoMo would have been working behind the scenes and really working out exactly what fuel they're going to get for the last 21 laps. They put in exactly what they needed, so they're not going to have a moment where they run out.
At the moment, they are currently, I'm just trying to see their distance to the leader. I think that's only going to pick them up as they go over the start-finish line there, as the gap to leader does not look correct, because I know that Maxwell is right behind. So some issues there with the overlay system, of course. 0.7 of a second from Maxwell behind Dicker at the moment. You can see up on screen. This is the battle for first position. Guy Leach is another 7 seconds back. Josh Drage 50 seconds behind him. So if everyone goes in, they'll easily chew 50 seconds going down, obviously turning into pit lane. By the time they've got to go down to the speed limit in pit lane, pull up, they'd probably grab, I'm going to say they're not going to need as much fuel, maybe 30 to 40 seconds they'll probably be in, there'll be my guess. So I reckon he can make that 50 seconds up fairly easily. If he just probably needs to conserve some tyres at the moment and save it for a big sprint home, because he has to do a full 22 laps on those tyres for Josh Drage, whereas everyone else is probably going to come in and maybe do a 14 lap stint, maybe a 10 to 14 laps, and it's going to be a real sprint race to the end. They won't need to conserve tyres at all, as Maxwell just drops off the pace a little bit now in the fake taxi. As you can see, it opens up to 1.2 seconds. At 7 seconds back to Guy Leach. He doesn't seem to be able to close that gap to Maxwell at the moment, but it looks like Sam Dicker's got a big charge on as we check out the previous lap there. And Dicker, that was when he went off the track there with that 2:18, but Guy Leach on target there with a 2:08.488 at the moment as we keep the intervals going there. It's 1.5 seconds now out from Thomas Maxwell, who's in second position, but we do believe that all these cars, the top three there, will still need to pit one more time.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting, the last 20 laps. So 20 laps left to go. We're really on the home stretch now, and we thank everyone who's joined us on the live stream today and watched. It's been an absolute pleasure. Myself, Matty Cav, Rusty Gregory, and the entire production team from Matty Cav Media 2212 production group as well, bringing you this live stream for the entire day. It's been a whole lot of fun. We've had a bit of a laugh and been able to watch some pretty cool racing here for the NTE Series Bathurst E1000 for the first time ever. And Matty, will we do this again, do you reckon?
Oh, look, mate, I'm hoping we're not going to do it anytime soon. This is my third weekend in a row where I haven't seen my family, so hopefully we can wait a few weeks. Well, just a few weeks, that's all I need. Jackie hasn't yelled at us on live air today, so that's a good start. It's not the podcast. She's held out on the yelling.
What a shame we couldn't get Hayden in for Hayden's hot laps.
Well, maybe we should just get him behind the wheel. The problem is I actually need to run the iRacing. Oh no, sideways Dicker. Now those tyres look like they're starting to lose a bit of grip as he comes sideways into the corner, trying the drift move there, trying to just initiate that entry. Can't get it sideways enough and carry it out, but he manages to control it. He's had a couple of lucky moments there, Sam Dicker, at the moment. He's pushing hard. Kevin Norman's already got in the chat there. You can see him gritting his teeth. He's hoping for a win up the top, because they did. Norman did really well when it came to the NTE series as well, early with the 5 rounds we did earlier in the year. So if they get on the podium here, I reckon at the E1000 we'll be pretty happy there, of course, and they'll get one of those magnificent plaques that Pecky's Performance and Dynatune have done, personally delivered by Tegan Peck, of course.
I didn't want to bring it up, but now that it's less than 20 laps to go, I don't think they're going to be doing a driver's change. But if you remember back to the NTE series, I believe it was Kevin Norman who was doing fairly well on the final race at Bathurst, and his steering wheel actually gave in.
That's right, yeah.
And because remember, he was hitting it, and he came out just past the exit of the pits, and he just shot off into the wall. It was like something broke on the car, and it was actually his steering wheel.
Maybe that's why he's left Sam Dicker in there. Doesn't want these, the curse of Bathurst.
So, doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it. Well, we just got Guy Leach on screen at the moment. It's 5 seconds back to Josh Drage, so he is just sitting in the background now. Something's happened to Leach as he dropped right off the pace. Well, not off the pace, I suppose, but he's gone back, and Drage now is only 5 seconds away. But he has done his last pit stop, Josh Drage. We're not sure whether anyone else will have to come back in as we look at the stints at the moment. So Dicker's on 17 laps, Maxwell on 17 laps. Leach has come in. That's what it is. Leach has done the final pit stop, so he's looking for the undercut on this one. That's a good move there. Paul Mansell and Guy Leach, a lot of experience in this endurance racing, whether in the iRacing world. They take part in lots of 24 hours, 12-hour races, multiple drivers, and that experience starting to show as he's done the undercut there, and he's still leading Josh Drage. So that's a splash of fuel, tyres, and they are down for the last of what looks like 18 more laps. So they got 17 laps to do on these tyres. It's going to be a sprint race. Dicker and Maxwell, I reckon, are going to have to come in at some point.
And Robson and Johnson, we were just talking to Ryan Robson just before, and they're the same. They've done their final hit, so they're 0 as well. This could play into a really good advantage here because he's only 2 seconds behind. He's 1 minute, 22 seconds behind Wilmington, but depending on when Wilmington and McCartney look to do their final hit, when Maxwell does and that, there's every potential that Robson and Johnson could move their way forward and end up on the podium or at least in the top 5.
I'm just going to write this down here. So Leach and Mansell only dropped in for 27.57 seconds. So I do have to go back to them to get that data, but that is a quick pit stop there as they're going to have to pull in sometime, I'm sure. Sam Dicker, he's just waiting for the opportune moment, maybe trying to stretch this lead a little bit there. As you can see, he's pushing the limits of these tyres now. There can't be much left. I reckon Maxwell's holding in there too, because he's dropping off the pace a little bit, Maxwell. Maybe those tyres are already done with their life. Hopefully his teammate Dylan Saints is looking down the back of the pack and saying, mate, get in now, because Guy Leach is on a charge. You see sideways over the top of the mountain there. Little brake lock up there from Mark Peck too. He's in the middle of this one. This one's a back marker, Mr. Mark Peck in the 79 car. He's obviously just letting his wife know that his mattress is about to get flipped, because Dan Evans is still in 9th place.
Yeah, those back markers haven't changed too much in the last end of this race, but they've all been having plenty of fun around the track. And yeah, you see from 10 onwards, you got McCartan and Cotter, Worrell and Freeman, Newens and Peck, Radomski and McRae, Gracie and Nickel, Bergen and Scott, and Morabito, and then Orton and Sutton have dropped right off. I think they might have given up for the day.
They definitely have, I can tell you that now. As it looks like Maxwell tried to make a move there on Mark Peck, but didn't get it done. Hopefully he can get the drive out of this corner. Mark Peck just holding him up a little bit at the moment. Is that Newens on board actually at the moment, I think?
Yeah, Shane Newens.
Yeah, so that's why, because Mark's had his time. He's probably sitting there with some rage, I reckon, in the gym yelling. Lucky you're not sitting alongside him like you do in our podcast.
Exactly, there'll be potty mouth taking moments. Sure.
So it looks like Maxwell going to get past this time. He's 49 seconds in front of Guy Leach. So Guy Leach just taking a second out of that time difference, as it looks like Dicker now though has a bit of reprieve there with that back marker. Opening up the gap there from Maxwell to 5.3 seconds, but you can see him sliding around as he goes up the mountain there, so it's getting loose. The Mustang, he needs to be very careful here, not push it too hard. How long is he going to hold out till he puts fresh tyres on? I'm assuming he's going to want to do a real light fuel load. Like, this is going to have to be super, super quick in the pits. Guy Leach and Paul Mansell pulled in for 27.57 seconds. Josh Drage is right behind in the 116 car, but he's done his final pit and he's got about an extra 5 laps on those tyres. Let's just have a look at the stint at the moment. As you can see, Drage has done 4 laps, Leach has done 3, 19 laps now for Sam Dicker and Maxwell on the tyres and fuel they have in at the moment. Maybe they're going to try and run that fuel right down to the end, so they've got to do the minimum pit stop. Surely tyres, if they only have to pull in for tyres and they get enough fuel to go to the end, what are you thinking? Maybe 10 to 12 seconds?
Yeah, I think so. And it depends how much fuel they're going to have to take on board. But yeah, it's going to be interesting whether they just try and get a splash and dash, run and done, and so they can get back on out on the track. But either way, I think Josh Drage, as well as probably Rossi Johnson and Ryan Robson, will be really looking for where these guys are pitting and trying to make up as much ground as possible. Wilmington McCartney, another ones who have to get a pit done as well. So yeah, there could be some big changes in the late stages of this race.
Looks like Shane Newens looks like he's pulling in the pits for the final time too. In the background, he'll take his last set of tyres and fuel on board. Maxwell sitting in 2nd position at the moment. We'll turn back to 3rd position. There it is, Guy Leach still in front of Josh Drage at the moment and opening that gap up to 6.3 seconds now. That was down to 4.9 earlier, and looks like he's got a couple of cars between him and Drage as well, which will assist, I suppose, in the last few laps of this race. We've got 16 laps left to go. It's 161 laps. The iSpark Electrical Fire, Bathurst E1000 State of Origin, the states versus territories, and Rusty Gregory, dad duties are done and your union break is over, you're back.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Bath time's done. We are set for the final little sprint. What have I missed, guys? It looks like there's been a little bit of shuffling at the top of the tree. Looks like Drage has dropped back a fair way as predicted with that strategy that they were on. And
Jake wouldn't tell us his strategy. We had him on for a bit of a chat, but no, yeah, they've come in for tyres. They are now already have done 5 laps on those tyres. So something's now happened to Leach. I'm trying to see what's happened, why he's gone back in our system. No, he's gone up to 2nd. So Dicker's come in. That's what we've just missed while we were talking. Dicker has come in the pits. Let's have a look at his pit stop time. So Leach did a 27.57 and Dicker has gone a 35.90. So he is now on fresh tyres.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's explaining a little bit. As far as where we're at.
So now they'll be on fresh tyres. Yeah, so Maxwell is actually leading this at the moment, but he has not come in. So he is 20 laps down on these tyres. Expect to see him come in next.
Yeah, so there he is. Tommy Maxwell sitting at the top of the charts right now, lap 145 of 161. But as the boys explained himself, and it's like Wilmington and Gear and Evans all sitting on that 20 mark of laps done in this stint. So yeah, Tommy Maxwell leading this one away. He goes by the pits once again, so might be trying to get a few more laps out of there because of course he's got a 45-second gap there, so he's got a bit of a gap going on, but he's really going to want to pit at the right time, make sure there's much distance between himself and Guy Leach because we are really on the final sprint home. So we need to make sure that, you know, whenever you're going to pit, someone like Guy Leach or Sam Dicker or Josh Drage is really going to be able to strike at any moment here.
The pace has certainly picked up over the last couple of laps, hasn't it? When you look, everyone in the top 10 is actually, or virtually everybody in the top 10 is in the 2.0 somethings, which is a pretty considerable pace increase over what we've seen for the rest of the day. So I think you're absolutely right. We're at the pointy end of this, and everybody's starting to think, okay, now's the time you need to make a move. But good to see Maxwell, after hanging around the top 3, top 4 for most of the day, they've moved into the lead, and they're putting themselves in a pretty good position. He'd be trying to stretch out that gap as much as he can at the moment.
Yeah, you're dead right there. And, 44 seconds, we've just seen it. A couple of the guys have come in and pitted, and they've been able to get some tyres underneath the car and just some fuel in there, and they've been able to get to the sort of 29 second for a pit thing. So, if they can do the right thing, if he can stretch out a little bit more here on this next lap and pull on in, then there's every potential that he'll still pull out and be in front of Leach on a fresh set of tyres and be able to get that run home, run and done, and potentially pick the win up here.
And how much fuel does he need? That's the next question. Is he okay on fuel with just a splash and dash, just with as long as it takes him to get the tyres on it?
Yeah, I would think so. It depends how much fuel that he's got on board right now, what sort of fuel strategies they've been playing up until this point. But yeah, I would have to think that if they can get 20 or 30 litres into the tank here, they should be able to get the run home and just call it a day. So yep, having a look here, he does. Yep. There goes Tommy Maxwell straight into the pit. So 44 seconds, 149 was the distance between himself. Now he's got to be careful here. Coming into the pits, if he speeds through the pits, he'll cause himself a penalty. So hopefully Tommy Maxwell was switched on enough there to make sure that he didn't speed into the pits, and he's holding on to a sensible speed here. You see Braden Wilmington also pulling in. He's in 5th position. He was on about lap 20 of his tyres as well. So having a look here at the gap, but Tommy Maxwell pulls into the pits. So having a look at what the team will do here. So the Barry Bandits team in the pits, and we'll see how long their pit stop is. So we're at 12-second mark now as Braden Wilmington pulls into behind in the iSpark Fire and Electrical number 27 in the green and white car. The fake taxis now up to 22 seconds. So there's still about 20 seconds between himself. There we go. 25-15 there, Rusty. So still about 20 seconds between himself and that second spot.
But it doesn't.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't count the transverse of the pit lane. So
yes, you're dead right.
Yeah, so he comes out just in front. He worked that out to absolute perfection, and we have got a 3-way battle for the lead. This one is on.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a much better result for the end of this race. Tommy Maxwell pulls into the pits. His tyres were getting really old. Oh, no, Dicker loses it through that first corner there as we look at the Madicab Media replay. So we just see there's Tommy Maxwell at the front in the fake taxi car, and side by side goes Leach and Dicker. And Dicker, I don't believe there was any contact there. I think he just got on the gas a little bit too much going through that corner.
He was out in the marbles, and it's a tough corner at the best of times. And he's just tried to hang on just that little bit too hard on the outside. He probably would have been better just dropping in behind and just biding his time. So we're now back to, unless Dicker can really pick up the pace, we're now back to a 2-horse race. And Leach being in the car, I don't know whether I was expecting that at this point of the race. You wouldn't think there's going to be a driver change between now and the end of the race. So it's all going to be on Leach.
Yeah, Leach is going to bring the one home for Injectors Online Racing Team. He's in behind Tommy Maxwell, so 0.733 is the gap between himself and that top spot, the 21 car, the Fake Taxis entry. And, I mean, Russ, it's pretty cool regardless because you've got Dicker and Norman and Drage and Burgess who are in behind him in third and fourth position. And you're talking from second position, there's a 3.56 gap, and then back to fourth from third is a 3.033 gap. So, you know, we were looking at this before and there was really starting to be a lot of gaps built between these guys, but now they're really reining it back in. And, on the last 11, 12 laps of this race, we're going to have a top battle of the top four.
Now, Maxwell went a little bit deep there. He went a little bit deep under brakes, and it's allowed Leach to really close up on him here. And it's going to be, it won't be at Hell Corner, but it's going to be at the end of Mountain Straight. This is where you're going to see Leach make a move, I think. I think he's going to get right up under the rear wing of that Mustang, and he's going to have a good look up the inside. And you've got to think, if either of these two guys make a mistake, you've still got Dicker back there in third, and even Drage isn't that far behind either. We've got a good battle on our hands when you consider we've only got 13 laps left in this race. It is going to be an absolute sprint to the finish.
Yeah, you're dead right. And I think it's going to be interesting in itself because, I mean, Maxwell, out of the top four, is the one who pitted the latest. So he's going to have the freshest tyres going into the final lap of the race because you have to imagine no one's going to have any pits from here on in. They're all going to race through to the finish. So Tommy Maxwell's definitely got the best set of tyres under him right now. And but Leach, I feel like himself and Mansell are just set for this kind of situation. They'll be putting all the pressure they can on Tommy Maxwell as he starts to open up more of a gap here. 0.666 is the distance between himself and the top and the second spot of Leach and Mansell now. But I feel like Guy Leach and Paul Mansell will have a strategy for this and know exactly what they want to do for the last 10 or so laps of this race.
Yeah, 100% right, mate. It's an interesting one because Leach and Mansell, they haven't had the easiest day, have they? I mean, they had that overshooting the pit lane very early on in the race. I think it was the first or second stop. They also had that half spin at one point as well. So to be right on the tail of the leader here, it's a really impressive effort, and it's a really good recovery drive from these guys as he closes right up on the back of Maxwell. He has got all sorts of pressure on him now. We have got a good battle going on here, and Maxwell will be guarding the inside. He's not going to want to let him through at this point of the race. He's going to want to lead this one as long as he possibly can, and as you said, he's got the freshest tyres underneath him, so he's in the box seat here.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see at the end of this race. It's incredible. It's been a wonderful journey to get here. We've had so much going on for this entire race. We've had multiple lead changes. There's been battles going on throughout the entire race, throughout the entire field. And we get down to the last lot of laps, and it's Leach versus Maxwell with a tight gap as the Tim Nicol photography dashboard comes up there. So we jump in the cockpit of the Tommy Maxwell car and have a look at how he gets through Mount Panorama Circuit. But 0.250 is the distance between himself and the second spot of Guy Leach, the Injectors Online Racing Team. In second position is putting all sorts of pressure on the Fake Taxi Barry's Bandit racing entry of Tommy Maxwell, and I feel like this race is going to be absolutely on.
And I'm not ruling out Digger here either, because Digger's only 2.5 seconds back. And looking at these two lead cars, I've got to be honest, Maxwell's car does not look anywhere near as settled or as planted as Leach. Leach is all over the back of him, and he actually looks like he's doing it pretty easy at the moment. Maxwell looks like he's fighting the car a little bit, maybe just trying to push it a little bit too hard. And you got to think all the pressure is on Maxwell at the moment to be leading at this point of the race. 149 laps in of 161 at Bathurst. This is a big race. This is a big deal. And to have it come down to this again, Bathurst just always manages to throw this up, doesn't he?
Yeah, and have a look at the previous lap there. 2:07.329 is the lap time for Guy Leach on that last lap. 2:07.459 is the lap time of Tommy Maxwell, which is pretty good. They're pretty close there, but that third spot, you just mentioned it before, Sam Dicker, one of the guys to watch. He's got a 2:06.389, so nearly a second quicker than what Guy Leach is on that previous lap. So Dicker definitely on the charge, and we've seen it throughout this race. Dicker gets in behind these other cars and he really starts to storm home and try and make the distance. And I mean, Rusty, you speak to any race car driver, and you know whether it's in real life or on this simulator, they will say that you don't want to be in the top spot. Second spot is where you want to be because you know where to put your marks. And yeah, Sam Dicker back in third might even be in the better seat. About to go into some lap traffic too here.
This is going to be really interesting, and I hope that the admins are on the radio asking the lap traffic to make sure that they do keep an eye on their mirrors and they do try and keep an eye on what's going on behind them, because you would hate at this point of the race for lap traffic to be the influence on the race. But look, Maxwell is out in front. I think Dicker is certainly going to be one to watch. He is chasing hard after that little mistake. He's only 1.6 seconds behind now. He touched on it. He's logging a low 2:06, and I think he's absolutely on it to get on the back of these guys.
Yeah, he just brought that gap between himself and the second position down by a full second over the course of that last lap. We've got 11 laps left to go, so if he keeps dragging this sort of speed out of his car and keeps, I mean, we're watching the gaps now. 1:36 is the time now, so he's knocked off 300th of a second already. Yeah, as we've been talking about him. So, I mean, if he just keeps demanding this sort of speed out of his car, there's every potential that we're going to have a really solid battle here for the race lead on the late stage of this race. And, I mean, wow, you just look at this. Back to Josh Drage. He's 6 seconds behind now, so not really the contention, but the podium is heating up here in the last 11 laps of the Bathurst E1000.
Yeah, I think you can almost assure or lock in the top three, but it's a matter of where they finish in that top three. That's going to be the question. All over the back. Leach is all over the back of Maxwell now. And as you touched on, Dicker is really starting to breathe down the neck as well. 1.2 seconds the gap now. 1.2 seconds is all it takes as we come into some lap traffic. That's Mr. Orton, Tommy Orton. So he moves over to the side, lets the top three through, does exactly what he should do. And he would have got the blue flags there, so he's let them through. That's what we want to see. Sliding the car around a little bit, Maxwell, coming out of Hell Corner. So maybe the tyres, even though they might be newer, they might not be as fresh. Has he looked after them as well as Guy Leach at this point in time?
Yeah, look at that. Half a second off once again for Dicker in that last lap. He's got the gap time down to 0.6 of a second from that next car. So, you know, the lap traffic's really played into effect here, and it's helped Dicker in a massive way. He's been able to close the gap, and oh wow, this is just getting incredible. So the race is going to be absolutely on here. It'll be good to see what sort of time these guys have spent on these tyres and what their stint is like right now, because we know Tommy Maxwell's probably, yep, there you go, we've done 4 laps on this set of tyres. Dicker's done 6, so his tyres aren't that all by any means. You know, they're just as fresh. And then Guy Leach is on 10 laps. So, you know, all 3 of these top guys aren't really losing too much tyre here, but Tommy Maxwell definitely holding out the freshest set. So, 10 laps now exactly to go, and it's heating up impressively.
Now, I'm not willing to put any money down on anyone in this because the top 3 have been super impressive all day long. The one that I'm particularly impressed with has been Maxwell. So Maxwell and Sates have done a fantastic job of just biding their time. And we always talk about it. We spoke about it at the top. We kind of tease Neil Crompton a little bit when we say, you got to buy a ticket to the big dance. That's exactly what they did. They've just kept their nose clean, stayed out of trouble. A little bit of a lock-up there coming through the chase, and he's now got all sorts of pressure on him.
Yeah, wow, right on the tail end of him. Tommy Maxwell's really going to have to guard himself here through this final corner and onto the front straightaway. Lap 152 it'll be. Oh, Guy Leach gets very sideways there out of that last corner there, so that's going to open up the gap again a little bit, but still he's within 3/16 of a second. It's oh wow, this is incredible. Guy Leach is getting a little bit sideways there. I managed to get Sam Dicker closer than what he was before, so 0.183 of a second closer to being able to pick him off as they go side by side down the straightaway now. It is Maxwell and Leach, and the race is on for the lead with 9 laps left to go here. Oh, Leach goes wide there.
Yeah,
and absolutely opens up the door for Dicker. So Dicker moves up to second position. Leach goes back to third. Maxwell's still holding out the top position. Rusty, I think we might have a challenge for the lead here.
On the outside of that corner is not where you want to be. Dicker learned that a couple of laps ago when he got really loose and sideways and nearly spun the car out. Leach just learned that lesson then. And the one thing to keep in mind is that Maxwell is actually forcing these mistakes from these guys. He's got very good racecraft. He's putting the car exactly where he needs to put it to make them pass him. He's not giving them an option to get up the inside, or they're going to actually have to have some serious racecraft to try and position the car. You can see they're going left, right. They're trying to go for the switchback as they come down the hill and try and position the car in the right position. Look to the inside of the elbow, or maybe at the end of Conrod Straight, as far as Dicker on Maxwell here. But, oh no, Maxwell gets a great run out of Forest Elbow, and I think it's going to be very tough for Dicker to try and get him on this lap. We're now inside 10 laps to go. Lap 152, it'll soon be 153 of 161, and Maxwell is driving the race of his E-life.
Yeah, he definitely had a good run there, but Dicker did a good job to close it. And he's still very, very close here. I don't know if he's going to have the car speed here to be able to pick off Tommy Maxwell. He's going to have to wait and capitalise on any form of mistake that Tommy Maxwell can make here at the later stages of this race. But yeah, it's as you said, I think we're looking at a podium finish here. It's just a matter of what order that finish is.
And you can't discount Kai Leach here either, because Kai Leach he's done everything right up until this point. A couple of little mistakes that have cost him, and he'll be keeping in mind what happened on the last lap where he got forced to the outside. He'll know that that's not the place you want to make the pass. You can't go around the outside of that corner. That's not where you want to do it. As Dicker has a look to the inside, and we've got a little bit of contact there. Dicker gets into the quarter panel of Maxwell, Tommy Maxwell, and I think Dicker actually backed out of the move. Let's have a look at this. I think he tapped him and then thought better of going up the inside, knowing that he was probably going to get a little bit of a talking to.
Yeah, and that's I think that's a really good show of respect there in the later stage of this race, because Dicker could have stuck it in there and probably he would have just spun Tommy Maxwell around and kept on moving. But instead of that, he backed out there. He made a little bit of contact, unsettled Tommy Maxwell's car, and just thought, you know what, we've got a handful of laps left to go, so why don't I just wait and just see what I can do? Because, you know, by no means is he any further away from the lead than he was before that. So yeah, good show of respect there from Sam Dicker, who just waits and makes sure he doesn't take out one of his fellow competitors. He obviously wants to win this one fair and square if he can.
And that's the thing, when you win it, you want to do it cleanly. You don't want to have that asterisk next to it, as Maxwell goes a little bit deep at Forest Elbow, and that will open the door for Dicker, and in fact it may even open the door for Maxwell, for Leach here as well. Leach is out on his own though, he's got no draft. They're going to have to be careful with the way they're moving around here. There's a lot of blocking and shuffling going on. Can you go side by side? Hold your breath!
Yes, here we go. I think we're going to see Tommy Maxwell try and go in nice and deep here. Lucky not to be contact between himself and Guy Leach. Guy Leach just backing out of that one, making sure there's no contact between himself and Tommy Maxwell. And what a move there from Dicker, who gets his way forward and makes it to the new race lead. There's not many laps left to go this one, and this race is heating up. We've got another lap car coming up here. That's the number 6 car of McCartan just in front. And that's back in 10th position. But, yeah, the race is on here as Tommy Maxwell looks to have a look on the inside. Doesn't quite get the job done there. The flat-out cars entry, number 72 of Sam Dicker, holds out that position. Tommy Maxwell sits back in second position. Guy Leach in third. They put a pass on that lap car. They got open air once again to keep on racing.
Now, have a look at Leach. Leach had a little bit of a sniff up the inside there, but he thought better of it. And I think you'll see them pretty much stay in this order until they get to the bottom of the mountain. I don't think you're going to try and really get anything done over the top of the hill, because it's just too risky. At this point of the race, the last thing that you want to do is throw it all away. But you've got that sniff of a Bathurst win. That's what it's all about for these guys. Anyone who's ever climbed into a sim rig and raced at Bathurst has thought about being in this position. Top 3, spread by less than a second, with only 6 or 7 laps to go. It really is the dream scenario for anyone who has ever set foot in a sim rig. So for these guys, it really is the way you want to do it. As we see Dicker get very loose on the entry to Skyline. In fact, I think the quarter panel may have even taken the wall. There was a little flash of sparks, and he's really trying to put some distance between him and Maxwell and Leach right now.
Yeah, so he's just starting to open up the gap there a little bit further. So 0.783 is the distance between himself and Tommy Maxwell. Back to Leach, who was 1.66, but now Tommy Maxwell just opens up the gap a little bit further. So he goes 0.33 difference between himself and that second position. So yeah, you talked about it. Down the bottom of the mountain would have been the perfect position for Tommy Maxwell to try and do a counter serve and take back that race lead. But I think Sam Dicker now, just getting that smell and that whiff of the open air, I think he's really going to start stretching and dominating this lead here. And I'm not sure whether Tommy Maxwell is going to have much answers for him here.
Well, the one thing though is that I think Dicker might be using up his tyres a little bit more. Remember what I said, that the most settled of all the cars looked like it was Leach. Maxwell was looking okay. It was sliding around a little bit, but Dicker is certainly working these tyres a lot harder than the front two, and he's not really pulling out the gap that you would want to be pulling out if you're working the tyres that hard. Now, I know that tyres shouldn't really be coming into this, but we're still 6 laps away from the finish. We're looking at, over 10 laps on these tyres already. So at some point, if you are overworking the tyres, they are going to fall off that cliff. And I hope for Dicker that it's not in the next 6 laps.
Yeah, you did right there. And 6 laps left to run of this one. What a journey we've been on here, Rusty. It's been absolutely fantastic. The racing has been fantastic. The previous laps there up on screen, that shows what Dicker's doing right now. 206.978 was his previous lap time, with a 207.286 in behind from Maxwell. So yeah, it's definitely some faster lap times, but yeah, I think you might be spot on with what you're saying. Is Dicker potentially using up his tyres? Guy Leach is definitely someone we could be watching at the tail end of this one, making some big moves.
And it's ironic because Leach has got the oldest tyres of all three in the top 3. As you see, Leach have a massive slide. I think it was just coming out of the bottom of the hill there. I don't know exactly how it got that far sideways without hitting the concrete, but he managed to save it right there. Look at that. That's some car control right there from Guy Leach. So, Dicker out in front. Sorry, Teagues.
No, you go for it, mate.
I was going to say, he's doing a good job here. He's out in front. He's stretched the lead out almost to a second now. In fact, it is a second now as they come through the chase and down towards Murray's Corner. But I just hope he's not using up his tyres too hard here. Maxwell's doing a good job of holding off Leach, which is no easy feat. And Leach has been particularly impressive today, driving alongside Paul Mansell, who is commenting on the stream as well. I'm seeing plenty of comments flying backwards and forwards about some of the back markers need to learn what blue flags mean. But anyway, that's the way it goes. I think for the most part they've been pretty good today.
Yeah, it's been a bit of love shared on the live stream there between the guys, but yeah, we're getting into the last handful of laps here, and I was letting you have a run there, Rusty, because we've been talking about these guys being on a fresher set of tyres throughout this stint, and what stint they're on and how long they've been going. And you're technically on a fresher set of tyres than what I am.
Do you need me to come in, Tegan, and take over for the last 5 laps, mate? What's going on? You're out of coffee.
I am dying.
Josh Drage is just here in the background as well. He's getting around, of course. He's only 5 seconds behind. We're talking about the top 3 because there's less than a second between each of them there. As you look at Sam Dick, opens up a little bit of a gap. Maxwell and Leach really have it going on in the back there. It's the battle for second position, but Josh Drage is in the background. We know it's 5 seconds, but all it takes is for these top 3 markers to come together, a little bit of an incident, go wide out on the grass, upset Laurie, and all of a sudden Josh Drage is right back into this. So we are down to the last 5 laps here of the iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000, the State of Origin, State versus Territories, the first ever one as part of the NTE series. The amateurs are at it. This is who's come out on top at the end. Some of these guys are well known in the go-kart arena, like Thomas Maxwell's been overseas racing. Paul Mansell, Guy Leach, well known in the iRacing world, and we're down to the last, 4.5 laps, Rusty, and it couldn't get much closer. We couldn't have asked for a better finish, I don't reckon.
Look, to be honest with you, excuse me, I think that Dicker might have this one in the bag. He's managing to maintain this gap now at about 1.1 to 1.2 seconds on each lap. Now, hang on, what's happened to Tommy Maxwell?
I'm just looking at this on the replay, actually. See what's happened. Looks like he's got hard under brakes there.
He's locked the rears. Yep, he's locked the rears and he's overshot it, and that has let Leach through. Now, Leach is on considerably older tyres than Dicker. So the question is, can he hold it? In fact, has Maxwell put himself in striking distance of Drage here?
Possibly. Drage is in the background. He's 2.9 behind him, 2.6 back to Maxwell. So I think his tyres, he may have pushed them a little bit too hard and they've gone off. Leach, don't know, maybe he's been held back by Maxwell. Maybe he's just been patient there in the background. 5 laps to go in this race. It's 1.4 seconds, 1.6 now, back to Leach. The battle for first position after what is 156 laps completed. We've been at this for 6.5 hours.
Have we really? It feels like 2.
It doesn't feel like 2.
We've been doing it for that long. It's actually been a really, really enjoyable race all the way through.
That's because you've had 10 more mandated union breaks than us.
Well, I've got 3 kids, and the breaks are decided on how many kids you've got. So
hang on. That means Tegan shouldn't have showed up then.
So I've just been pegging away at getting this commentator's deal done.
You're just working like you're in the Navy, mate.
Just you're stuck in a boat and you just got to get the job done. That's you. And the commentary gig is the boat. Here we go, sideways though. Sam Dicker though, the tyres look like they are done at the moment. Look at the stint though. He's done 12 laps on these tyres, but pushed hard. Leach is maybe just stuck behind Maxwell and conserved a little bit of him. He's got 16 laps, and Maxwell now has dropped right back. Not quite sure whether he's dropped out of the pace on this one. Tegan's still learning. Paul Mansell. He's getting into you, Teagues.
Guys, there's a bit of battle going on, and McIver's angry at us for not looking at it, but there's a bit of a battle going on between McLean and Evans, apparently. But I'm just having a look on my screen on the
what's
iRacing,
the gap?
But there's nothing
4
going
seconds.
on.
What's
so
the go?
I don't know what he was
Evans
talking
who? Well, look, you know.
Yeah, I can understand why he's getting upset. You know, we should really cut away from the lead battle with 3 cars within a second.
Exactly.
To have a look at that.
That's what I said to him.
Now
So I'm glad we just showed Evans for a second.
Good to go. We haven't upset our ICOT leader.
We don't want to get fired
and now that he's made us do that, we're going to have to steal him. Don't worry, it's the Bathurst 1000, but with an E in front of it.
Well, I think Maxwell is toast here, and if he's not careful, he's going to get swallowed up by Drage because he's starting to really catch him here. Dicker, though, he's out in front. 1.5 seconds now is the gap. I think, barring any mistakes, I think he might have this one just about in the bag. He's got one hand on the trophy, and I know I said that before about Guy
what did
Leach,
you do there?
But, Leach is really going to need to...
Commentator's curse, mate.
Leach is really going to have to put the pedal to the metal here and catch up. And, you know, catching him's one thing, but you also got to get past him. And Leach's tyres have done 6 more laps than Dicker's. And given where we are in the race, I don't think there's a lot left in any of them.
No, I think they're down to the last bit. They pushed hard, and looking at the times there, like we said, one of the fastest laps was run. It's a 2:06, 2:30, and that was from Dicker during this stint. So that's the fastest lap so far of the race. Still running 2:06.69 there for Dicker, 2:06.60. 66 for Leach. So they're almost identical times. Maxwell and Drage now 2:07. So they're dropping off the pace a little bit. Leach is going to have to really hold on and keep a really smooth line. Probably doesn't have the tyres to push as much as what Sam Dicker does at the moment. Let's see how they go down the end of the straight here. If they're still going to pull 292 kilometres an hour, as you can see them right up, pushing the RPM now. We're in top gear as we come down the end of Conrod Straight, only 290 kilometres an hour. So they are starting to get on the back end of the life of the tyres.
Well, he's certainly stretching out. I mean, he's still stretching the lead here. He's up to 1.7 seconds now, so he's putting about 2/10 on it each lap, although Leach looks like he might have found another gear here. He's starting to close up on the back of this Mustang again, although both cars are really starting to slide around.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing as well. It's becoming an issue here for the guys there. They've just got to try and keep smooth driving, because the more you push them now, they are going to slide around the racetrack. There's lots of that rubbery pebble, especially as they go up the hill. All you got to do is get out in that dirty line of the racetrack, and you can slide this car very, very easily on the worn tyres. We're getting to the back end of the race. Double stints from both these drivers as well. So Dicker, Leach and Maxwell Drage have all done double stints too. So they're not fresh drivers. It looks like sideways a little bit there for Dicker now as we see him up on screen.
Double stints. Braden Wilmington says, here, hold my beer. I've done 120 laps today. Try that for size.
Wonder if he gets most laps. I don't know if we've got a prize on most laps run.
I think it was 140 laps actually, not 120. By the time it's done, it'll be 140.
Oh, that's just being greedy, isn't it? McCartney's only done the minimum 21.
A little bit, but if Damien was your co-driver, what would you do?
If Damien held up his part of the bargain, he'd be on the lead lap right now.
I know he's listening, and I know he's going to have a laugh about that. So, all good, mate, all good. Looking at it now, you'd have to think Dicker is well and truly on his way to a win here. But the tyres have got me concerned. I really have to be honest. The tyres have got me worried, because I think the top three are really starting to push the limits as far as what the tyres can do and how much life they're going to have in them. It'd be really good if the production team is listening, if we could go and have a look at the last lap pace, because I think we're going to start to see it drop off the cliff.
Still 206 knots.
Next little while. So Dicker and Leach are still knocking out 206s. Now, if they can maintain that pace, that'll be super impressive. After putting we're nearly up to 15 to 18 laps on these tyres, Leach in particular.
Yes. So, Leach is still pushing out just, what's that? A couple of hundreds, 500s. We're going to do 700s of a second faster. Both cars, I think, are down to, that's as fast as they're going to go at this point, with the amount of tyre wear, with the amount of driver wear. I think that's as fast as any of them are going to go at the moment. As a 206.7 is probably, you're not going to see much better than that.
No, not at all. And he's trying to make up the ground. He's picked up, 0.2 of a second this time around, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I really don't think it's going to be enough. The penultimate lap now, we have got 2 left to run here in the iSpark Bathurst E1000. And what a race it has been to this
point. All it's going to take, though, is a slight mistake. So it's all concentration. Imagine what you got, the white knuckle fever going on now. You know that it could be the slightest little slide. Just get on the pebbles for a second. Touch the brake too hard, lock up one wheel, and we know Guy Leach is going to be right there to take full advantage of that one. Maxwell's dropped back 5 seconds. So Josh Drage is now putting a little bit of pressure on him. We might just have a quick look, because we're not going to get much time soon as we go into the final lap. We stay in the leaders. Just trying to see if we can see exactly what it looks like. The 2.6 second gap we're not going to see behind. We're not going to get him on screen. Look, there we go. That's how much they are behind. That's the battle for third at the moment. Let's head back to our leaders, though. We are 1.5 laps away from crowning our first ever NTE Series E1000 State of Origin battle. The state versus territories. And so far, it looks like it's going to be Dicker and Norman. The Western Australians is going to go to the west. It's still lunchtime over there. They've got up early today to take part in this one. But the West Aussies leading it. Then we go back to the Victorians. So none of the territories are in the top two. In the top three, though, we see Maxwell and Sates, the Territorians. We are top Territorians so far from the NT, both drivers. Just waiting to see, of course, the number 46, a Leach, with representing Victoria. They've been in lockdown. Well, they've been locked in their sim all day today.
Yeah, so they've had nothing better to do over the last couple of weeks. So
couple of weeks, but they've had about 6 months of practice. Oh no, a lock up there. You see the steering input there. Has to correct the steering. Still 1.6 seconds though. I don't think it's going to happen, as it looks like we're going to come round the final lap. The white flag is out. This is where it's at. The battle is now for first place. It's 1.5 seconds between them. Guy Leach just needs to hold on. Let's have a look at the previous lap there. And Dicker goes faster with a 206.6 to a 207. I don't think Leach has anything left in those tyres. He has pushed hard. Getting comments, and we know Paul Mansell says that that's it. They're done. They've got everything. They're throwing everything at this one. Just need to not make a mistake, Rusty.
And that's what it's all about. It's really about minimising mistakes. Now, there's a couple of pressure points on this racetrack when you've got no tyres left that it's going to be a tricky part of the racetrack. One of them is right there where you come over. The next one is when you crest the top of the hill. And the other one is as you come over the top of Skyline. You really need to be right up on the wheel to make sure that the car's not sliding around. The other one that you really need to concentrate on is at the end of Conrod Straight when you're coming up to the chase. You don't want to lock the wheel and run deep there. So they're the points of concern when you've got no tyres left. It looks like both the top two have negotiated the tricky ones over the top of the hill pretty well so far, but they're still not out of the woods yet, and we've got a lap car just for something different.
They come down the hill, so this is going to be very important because there's nowhere to overtake at this point, and I don't know where a lap car would actually end up going on the track. Now, though, they can stay wide. Looks like going to do the right thing, goes out wide. That's Shane Newman's. Oh, no, Mark Peck's back in, so he is going to put the 79 car to the side. Gets out of the racing line too, right out this time too. Good job there from Mark. It's going to come down. We've only got a couple of corners left to go here after 160 laps. We're down to the last part.
And into the chase. Does he lock it up? No, he keeps it on the black stuff. It looks like Leach got a little bit taily on the way in, but there is only one corner left now. It is Murray's corner, and that is all that it stands between a win for Dicker and Norman. And he will take the win. A great job here for the 72 car. Bring it home,
There we
Matty.
go. Your winner is Sam Dicker, and Kevin Norman gets 161 laps and finishes on top. The number 72 out of WA takes the first ever iSpark Electrical and Fire E1000 as part of the NTE series. Guy Leach and Paul Mansell will be runner-up, 0.9 of a second behind. That's 9/10 of a second behind. Josh Drage makes it into third position there. We did not see that one coming, as a Maxwell must have had an incident there. He's gone back into fourth.
Yeah, he dropped 23 seconds. So whatever it was a big incident.
Do you think they've run out of fuel?
That's a great win. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're dead right. Can anybody give him a bump draft down?
Has he
down
done
Conrod, please?
Has he done a wing cup?
He's done a Jamie. He's ignored the
He's
team.
ignored the team and hasn't done it. He might be getting overtaken by more people here, but Wilmington, if he can go fast enough, he's got to do another lap. Maybe he can come around and get himself up into fourth.
Well, he's still got to cross the line. This is the thing. He's still got to.
The jump's just about to be done here, lads, as well. I've just found out.
Do we have a car?
I think it's going to be Josh Drage.
All right, we just tell him to hold out because we want to see if the fake taxi can roll across the line. He's run out of fuel. We think the taxi's run out of fuel. It's going to be a surcharge if you want to make it happen. Chaplin's going to push Maxwell. Good to see the boys are going to get him behind and give him a push over the finish line. Let's see if he comes around and can make that happen there. I don't know how far off the Chaplin is.
Hopefully for him, less than 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
I know. I think they're a few laps down. See if they can get around and make that for Maxwell. So that's unfortunate for him to run out of fuel, and he's only a couple of corners from the finish.
That is a shame. It is a shame, but you know what? He gave it a good run, and I guess that answers the question of if Maxwell could have not made the mistake that let them through. Was he going to make it to the finish anyway? No, he wasn't.
Dylan Saints is in the background. Push back anyone? So obviously someone. And he was 2 seconds less on his last pit stop. So 2 seconds of fuel could have been the difference, really, between making it home and not making it home. So maybe that's why we've seen him drop off so much earlier, was because he knew he was going to run out of fuel. As it looks like, how good is this? The leader's going to come around and push him home. So Sam Dicker wins the race, comes around and is going to push home fourth place at the moment. He just needs to give him enough speed to let him go.
That's sportsmanship, isn't it? And you know, we know that Dicker gave Maxwell a little bit of a nudge.
The boys are in the background. I think we're going to have to go back to Josh Drage, because are they lining up to do the Conrod Straight thing? No. Maybe here we go. This is what we're looking at. This is going to be the Oh no, we've already missed it. Who's going to come down and do it now? They're going to go around. We'll go back to Sates, being pushed over the finish line here. Looks like he's going to get it done. Was he going to get fourth? Officially fourth. Locks it in. Oh.
I think we're going to see some donuts on the front straight.
Not from Maxwell.
Not from Maxwell. No.
He's all out of that.
But we'll have winner. There we go. Celebration burnout from Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman there in the car. The Flat Out Karts entry. Getting the win here for the E1000. All thanks to iSpark Electrical and Fire. Of course, all thanks to Sam Dicker Motorsport, Flat Out Karts and Kevin Norman Engineering. The number 72 entry gets the win done. It was 9/10 of a second over Guy Leach and Paul Mansell in the Injectors Online number 46. And then Josh Drage and Jake Burgess in the 116 car made it into third as we get the celebrations run and done. It's burnout time out there at the moment. We will see who is going to line up. Maybe we're going to go up the back and see who's going to line us up for the jump, because that's
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to love you and leave you here because I've got some other commitments. I just want to say a big thank you for the invite, boys, and I've had an absolute ball today. Thank you very much.
Here we go, Matty Cav. We've had to start the show, and now we're going to have to. We're going to
tell you what,
the show.
these union breaks that they get when more kids and more union breaks, I don't like it. Union rules.
Union rules. I can't
Start
argue,
late,
guys.
finish early. Here's a tradie.
Thank you, gentlemen.
He's about to do the jump as well. Thank you, Rusty. It's been a pleasure working with you, mate, and what a day.
100%, mate. Really appreciate it. I'll
There,
talk to you soon.
All right, who's going to do the jump? That's what we're waiting here. I'm expecting Adam Bergen will definitely do it. That's why I've got him up on screen. Adam Bergen will be lining up the NT Retro livery. Going to do the big jump down the end of Conrod. So he stayed on track. Everyone else just doing burnouts, running amok down there. What happened to Mark Peck? Let's see where he is. He's in pit lane. He's not even doing burnouts. Tommy Orton's left his mark there on pit lane a bit earlier. Boys are all lined up here. Now we see this is what they're lining up to go. The 221 iSpark Racing. Looks like Radomski's in the cockpit at the moment. The jump is about to happen. It's a bit of a tradition here at the NTE series when we go and do Bathurst. Why don't we jump in the cockpit here and see exactly what's going to happen there as we line it up down Conrod now. The big jump is about to happen. The iSpark Mustang about to go. He pulls over to the left. He lines it up. Fabian Coulthard had nothing on what we did. We were the first to do it. He copied. Here we go. Big jump comes through. Can he land it? It's all about the landing. Oh, it's about a 7 out of 10 there as he goes around. I'm not quite sure who's coming in next. Timmy, I know, is lined up. Oh, they're all going everywhere now. I'm losing them. One after the other, they come down. Who's that in the background? Let's have a look. Someone's coming through. Or are they taking it seriously? They've made... Oh, here we go. Big TCB boys, I tell you what. Oh, I don't even know where they are. Where are they? Yeah, Freeman and Worrell. Look at them. They made it around. Josh Dray, some celebration burnouts in the back straight. He ends up on the podium in third. Big thanks to Pecky's Performance and Dyno Chim. Of course, we've got some winners' plaques that we will be handing out. Pecky will be flying around the country, making sure he delivers them in person and congratulating everyone who was part of the E1000 series as the celebrations continue on track. Well, who else do we need to thank, Pecky?
Well, let's just grab in the third place getters here straight away and have a quick chat to them. Jake Burgess, Josh Drage, you've done a pretty fantastic job. It's a long day doing the Bathurst E1000 and you've ended up on the podium.
Yeah, I didn't think we would about a couple of hours ago, but just kept my head down and I ended up
Is that just because Jake went back so far in the pack that you thought you might be out of the top three?
No, if it wasn't him, it would be me. So I was actually rather pick it. Otherwise, then I'm going to live with it.
No, congratulations. You had a good one there. Obviously, the strategy towards the end probably played out all right, and Thomas Maxwell running out of fuel probably helped you get on that podium as well.
Yeah, I couldn't catch him, but I guess if you fuel saved, I might have. But nah, bad luck, Thomas. Good race there.
Oh, it's good to have you back in here, mate, and we're glad you're getting around. We definitely know when you're in the car compared to Jakey, and we like to make sure we tell Jake about it a lot too.
Yeah, well, he doesn't get going for no reason. At least it's not Albo.
All right. Thanks, lads. We'll drop you out and have a chat to second place.
Second place? Oh, I better get ready. This is the man with the cruisers.
Here we go. There's Mansell. There's Leachy.
Oh, the champ is here. He's in the house. What's going on, mate? Did Leachy give you too many vodka cruisers?
Been dethroned. I'm shattered, but no, it was bloody brilliant race, and yeah, good last stint there from Leachy, hang it all out, so he didn't have much left at the end. But no, Sam was just too quick. He's bloody good, and not too many mistakes, and yeah, but just good to have a good close finish at the end of 161 laps.
Yeah, an amazing battle really after 161 laps to have the top four really within just a few seconds of each other. Unfortunately, Maxwell ran out of fuel, otherwise that would have been very interesting as well, because he was right in the mix there. And Josh Drage with the pit strategy just had to back off a fraction, but you guys had a fantastic battle there with Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman. What if you could change something in the race, what would it be? What strategy?
Don't pit into the tyre wall.
Yeah, I reckon that could have done it.
That was fairly early on too. What was that? Was that Paul just annoying you by sending lots of comments? Because that's all he's been doing to us all day.
He doesn't shut up, so it is hard to concentrate at times.
Well, I'm just very informative, you know, like just trying to keep him awake and keep him motivated. He's a lot older than me, so he does have a bit of a nap down Conrod, so yeah.
Well, Leachy, we get it because we're commentating and we've got a stream chat going, and all we get all day long is Paul Mansell just tuning in and giving us all the information as well. So we could imagine that he would have been in your ear throughout the entire race.
Yeah, I've got the mute button quite close, so it gets fairly well used. It's worn out.
No, well done today, lads. It's a long race, but you guys got there in the end and ended up on the podium. Do you feel like if something had changed and played out slightly different, do you think that there could have been a better result and maybe you could have ended up taking out that top spot?
I think in the end it just came down to who made the least errors. We made a couple of silly mistakes. But I think the quickest guy won on the day. Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone for organising it and having me. It was a blast. I had a big grin on my face in that when Mr. Maxwell came out of the pits and there's three of us there all stuck together.
Oh, you couldn't have out of 161 laps. You just couldn't have asked for anything better than that. I think that was absolutely fantastic for him to pull out just in front of you guys. It made for a really entertaining end of the race.
Yeah, it was a pretty good script in the end. I think, look, the fastest drivers were definitely were there in the end, and they should have been. So it's good to see it nice and close like that. And you know, and there was close racing. There was a little bit of touching, but you know,
that's how we like it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A
little bit of touching. But yeah, no, like I said, it was good racing, clean racing, and to be doing 2-minute sixes at the end of the race after a long day, I mean, that's pretty impressive. So, no, the guys drove really well. Awesome. Really happy with the result.
All right. Thanks, lads. We'll let you go and we'll have a chat to the first place winners.
Yeah, thanks.
And look, Kez is in here. Oh, one of the dream team. Oh, they're both here. Sam Dicker and Kevin Norman. Boys, you are the first ever E1000 champions.
Thanks guys. Yeah, Sam did an awesome job. And yeah, I'd like to thank Jake for setting it all up, all the sponsors, iSpark. And yeah, it was a great race.
Yeah, no, it was awesome fun. I've never really done any form of enduro or anything on a sim, so that was just wicked fun. Really intense to the end and so awesome to finish the race within like a couple seconds of second place and even third and fourth, I believe. So it was just, yeah, awesome event. Can't thank Jake and that enough for putting it on, and all the sponsors, of course. Can't wait to be back next year.
Yeah, we talked about it just before with Paul Mansell and Guy Leach, just saying the end there where Tommy Maxwell, he was the last guy to sort of pit at the front end of the field and pulled out right in front of the leaders. I mean, that made for an epic race to the finish. And how did you guys feel? Did you feel like you had the car to get the job done, or was it just sort of that you managed to be at the right place at the right time to get on through?
Well, we were actually looking pretty good before the stop, and I had Kevin telling me how much fuel to put in, and Kevin did a great job of calculating the fuel. Unfortunately, I did a bad job of realising that if I put how much fuel we need in for the end, there's already fuel in my tank, so I overfueled by about 30 litres, which helped a long way. Hence why we came out a bit behind. So it was awesome fun though to chase the leaders down. Big error by me, and then another big error to nearly loop it on turn 2. So I got a lot of work to do to get a bit better for poor old Kevin, making him stress at the end there, but it was awesome fun.
All right, lads. Well, appreciate you coming on and having a bit of a chat with us, and congratulations on the win. It was an epic race, and you guys did well to be there at the finish.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for commentating and all your efforts.
No worries. We hope you guys can go back on the live stream now and look at your errors. And see where you can any small improvements. And looks like we're just trying to find out who our livery winners are, all thanks to PBE Projects. We do have our livery winner. We are just waiting to find out who that will be from our judges. It looks like we also have someone just sitting there in the holding channel, Pecky. I wonder whether... Yeah, pull him in, mate. Let's have a chat with Mr. Maxwell. It is no Phil Maxwell that we've joined into the commentary box, mate. A bit of bad luck there on the last lap.
Yeah, that was, we thought we'd done the calculations right, but unfortunately it didn't quite work our way.
Yeah, the fake taxis car didn't make it through to the finish, and Tommy, I was rooting for you the whole way. I had you pegged as probably one of the guys who was going to finish up the top end of the field, but unfortunately But we talked about it just before. I mean, how cool was the your final pit stop when you came out just in front of those other two cars? I mean, that must have been a bit of a stressful situation for you, and making sure that you got out in the right area.
Yeah, like it was. We knew we were pretty good for fuel, so we thought it was going to be close between the front three, and we thought we timed it perfectly at the time, but maybe an extra litre wouldn't have gone astray. But it was a very long last stint for me, so it was. Lots of tiring laps, but really good fun and like awesome training.
Some fantastic battles going on out there, like you say, that undercut on the pit lane and then getting in with everyone. Do you think you had the tyres to go if you had the fuel?
I think like if we'd managed to, I made a few little errors out in front, which allowed Sam to get by, and then from there, I think whoever it was, Mansell might have got me at the same point. But I think going into it, I had little to no laps practice, so I was over the moon when I came out in the lead, and after we had a few pit lane penalties and everything as well, so it was a big surprise to end up out the front. So I was like, just head down and have a real crack.
Yeah, well, it's 161 laps, and I think if you're on the lead lap coming in the last 50 or 60, you got a chance. That's what it's all about, just staying on that lead lap.
Yeah, 100%. And I couldn't have planned, or I don't think anyone could have planned for the broadcast to be more spectacular to watch. I could only imagine that it would have been pretty nail biting. So I'll definitely have to go back.
If you turn the audio off and don't listen to the commentators, it's fantastic coverage.
They do have a face for radio, don't they say?
Definitely in our case, definitely.
But no, thanks to everyone for putting it on, because it was a fantastic event to be a part of, and me and Dylan both really enjoyed ourselves. So hopefully there's another one coming up sometime soon, because I'm 100% on board.
No, we're hoping to get you back too, mate. It's great to have someone of your calibre joining us in the e-world, the iRacing world, and I'm sure it gives you a bit of practice when it comes to your real life racing.
Yeah, 100%. Even just being put under pressure, I guess, is probably the biggest thing, and being able to nail lap after lap in that situation is no different to real life when you got someone breathing down your neck, and being able to pump out the lap times and stay focused is all very relatable between the real world and online. So I'm all for it. I love e-racing, and it gives me something to do out of the car, and unfortunately this year there hasn't been much racing in the car, so it's given I think a lot of people an opportunity to still do what they love.
No worries, mate. Well, thanks for your time, and I'm sure we'll see you on the next one.
Thanks heaps, boys.
Well, Matty, that's about all the people
we're waiting for the best livery winner, but ScoMo's let us down, so we are going to announce that one on social media, I do believe, if he doesn't have something for us. I know he's probably listening, our fearless leader. I know the production team have had a big day here at Mattycav Media. Of course, fantastic to have you on the commentary again, Pecky. The 2212 boys, we put ourselves together again, and we've done it. We've got through 7 hours of 161 laps of E1000 racing.
Yeah, it was a big day. Yeah, that's for sure. but it's one of those things. It didn't feel like it was as long as it was. So I think the racing was just great. All the competition cautions that came into play definitely made it the racing tightened back up and made it really exciting. There was battles going on all throughout the field, and I absolutely enjoyed myself. It was fantastic to think that we would sit here for 7 hours and commentate a full-on race like this, but it's been absolutely great. And working with yourself and Rusty, and of course ScoMo and your brother Michael, who's been helping us out as well. It's been fantastic. You've done an absolutely stellar job once again, and I can't thank you enough for all the work that you put in behind the scenes to get the production to the level that it was and bring us the replays and basically have about 8 arms doing many different things. So well done, mate, and it's a credit to yourself and the
half a man crew, and we've got it done. And I need to thank everyone behind the scenes, of course, Michael Kavanagh, make sure the stream's going out, yourself, Pecky, for being on board, Jakey for some of the graphics there. Obviously we need a bit of help in Photoshop sometimes, and Rusty Gregory made some time out of his family life to join us as well. So thanks everyone for joining us on the stream. Hope you enjoyed it. We will be waiting for the best delivery. We'll announce it on social media, so keep in tune. We'll spread it out on the Madicab Media page as well as the iSpark Electrical page. Thanks everyone for watching this weekend. Can't thank you enough. Hopefully you like the page, and we'll let you know what's coming up next with the NTE series. You never know. Could it be another endurance? Might be another series. We'll find out. We'll get on to Burgess. Oh, hang on. He's got it. I'm still waiting on the name. I've got it. Well, where is it, Burgess? Where is it? I'm going to send him a message. He reckons he's got the best livery, all thanks to PBE projects about to come out. Where is it? Come on. He's leaving us waiting. We're just about to shut down the stream. We're about to go home. We're about to have a beer. Yeah. And just reminding Mark Peck, your mattress is getting flipped.
7 hours. 7 hours here. We've been sitting here, and now he just wants us to paddle a little
Paul
bit
Mansell looks like he's going to take out our PBE Project's best livery. We'll get themselves $50. I believe that's in iRacing credit. And second will be Josh Drage, who will get $25 in iRacing credit. So congratulations, and thanks to PBE Projects on board for the best livery. Can't thank them. Tim Nickel Photography, of course, Medicab Media, Rusty Media Solutions, 2212 Productions. But the big thanks to Pecky's Performance and Dyno Tuning. Mark got some plaques made up. Pecky's got a flight into Melbourne the moment he can fly back and hand that over to the boys for second. And what do you got to do? You've got to go down to over to WA to hand out the winners one. So Tegan will be busy doing that one. So thanks to Pecky's. And a huge thank to iSpark Electrical and Fire. Don't forget any electrical, air conditioning, fire, equipment. He does all that sort of stuff, mobile phone repeaters, all that sort of stuff. So log on to iSpark Electrical and Fire if you're in the Northern Territory and if you need some work done there. But thanks everyone for joining us. We're going to shut it down now, guys. It's been a great 7 hours. Can't wait to see you for the next one.